Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 151 The Impossible Challenge. What's wrong? Asked a man who looked like a middle-aged big brother. Tianlin didn't reply, his eyes fixed on where the man was. Hello. When he was fighting to the death, fantasy scenes appeared in his mind. The difficulties on the road, the fallen companions, the humiliation of ignorance. None of these hit him. They were all trampled under his feet and thrown behind him. He firmly believes in his beliefs and firmly believes that the road under his feet is just his beginning, but the figure wearing night clothes blocked the middle of the road. There was an invisible momentum oppressing him, and for some reason, it became impossible for him to even swing his fist completely. The body shook for a while, and the mind returned. Are you okay? What did you see? The middle-aged big brother shook Tianlin's body, with a trace of worry in his eyes. I'm fine, no, I have something to do. Let's go first. After saying this hastily, only a back figure was left. While walking, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He couldn't tell whether it was excitement or fear. At the same time, qi and blood surged throughout the body. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the realm had reached the first level of qi and blood realm. The pace gradually quickened, and Tianlin now only had one idea to find him. If he missed it again this time, he didn't know if he would have another chance. The pace became faster and faster, and in the end it even turned into running. Finally. Hey! A shout was very obvious even in the noisy place. Ziye turned around in confusion and took a look at the overly excited figure. Seemed to have seen it somewhere? I thought about it quickly in my mind and immediately thought of it. One of the 3 four-time body tempering masters in the Death Soul fight at that time. It can also be regarded as his initial goal, but due to various reasons, he did not really succeed in the end. In addition, with the improvement of his horizons, the goals he once had are now nothing to him. Tianlin was even more excited when he found that Ziye seemed to think of him. At least he was not an unknown person who could not even be remembered. Ziye, I want to challenge you. There was no nonsense, the voice was not loud, but it was extremely firm. You want to challenge me? Ziye repeated doubtfully. He saw through the opponent's realm at the first glance. Let alone the first level of the qi and blood realm, I can kill even the 9th level of the unity realm by myself. Yes, although I am very weak and may not be able to withstand even one move compared to you, I still want to give it a try. Ziye looked at those firm eyes, and he saw faith. This is something he doesn't have. He doesn't have that kind of belief. Perhaps this is also the reason for his incomplete state of mind. All right. Maybe it was because he was in a bad mood, or maybe he found that the other party had something that he didn't have, so Ziye finally agreed. Then a piece of news instantly ignited the entire Hell branch. Ziye is back and there is a fight. His opponent was Tianlin, who had participated in a soul-death fight together. They knew very little information about Ziye, but Tianlin was different. I didn't expect that Tianlin would be found. A half-drunk man burped. Listen to me, Tianlin was originally a genius. He focused on body tempering and has achieved it 4 times. That's 4 times. He spoke exaggeratedly to the person next to him, but his tone suddenly changed in the next sentence. It turns out that after more than a year of breakthrough, I am still at the first level of the qi and blood realm, and my combat effectiveness is not even as good as those who have broken through the body tempering 1 or 2 times, ha ha ha. Do you know his skills? It's still the same as before, just that little thing. A year and a half ago it was a small success, and now it is still a small success. A year and a half ago it was a big success, and now it is still a big success. The voice was very loud, and although the words were a bit confusing, they were still understandable. Tianlin is a big family and has some qualified disciples. It's just that it has been disabled, and there are even rumors that it can only stay in that state for the rest of its life. In front of the entrance to the preparation area, Tianlin looked at the letter on his phone. It was from a senior family member he had never seen before. With his qualifications, normally he would never see him in his lifetime. Looking at those messages, Tianlin couldn't help but laugh. That's ridiculous. As soon as you hold it in your hand, the phone will be scrapped. He threw it aside casually and walked into the preparation area. He was going to challenge his nightmare of the past year. For this, life and death are possible. Everyone, the challenger is going to appear now, a mediocre little genius, but that is Tianlin, who was even ridiculed by others before. Tianlin walked up the steps step by step, not paying attention to the host or the thousands of words in the audience. This time he didn't even take out a weapon, he was going to use his fists. He swung out a fist that had only been half punched. And what he wants to challenge is one of the legends here, the genius who is still being discussed even if there is no news for more than a year, Ziye. The black night clothes were particularly eye-catching, and Ziye couldn't help but want to glare at the host. Is all hell like this now? You have to talk nonsense before starting a fight. It doesn't seem to be like this before. The two faced each other on the ring, following the host's order. However, both of them made no move, and followed Tianlin to exhale deeply. It was not an attack, but a salute to Ziye. Thank you. Yet. Ziye nodded in response. At this moment, Tianlin showed a smile from the bottom of his heart, and then he exerted force with his feet. He rushed forward as fast as he could, and at the same time waved his fist to strike. Bang! The sound of flesh and blood colliding sounded, and when he looked again, he saw that Ziye was in a punching stance, but his fist had not been withdrawn yet. Facing people with such beliefs, Ziye chose to deal with them with power that would not harm their lives. Looking at Tianlin again, he was flying upside down in mid-air. At this moment, he felt as if time slowed down around him. So powerful! Is this the strongest person of the new generation? Sure enough, he was vulnerable. Scenes from the past reappeared in his mind, but those humiliating memories seemed so light to him. When I tried to open my eyes, I could only see the host in the aircraft above, about to say something. It's not bad that it ends like this. How strange! Tianlin, who was flying upside down in the air, instantly stretched out his arm and forcibly left 5 long marks on the ring. When his body hit the ring hard, he couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. But the whole person's momentum became more and more powerful. Standing up unsteadily, at this moment he completed his obsession. The once indestructible realm barrier dissipated into nothingness. Qi and blood began to surge. The people above the sky were also paying attention to the Soul King here, and let out a surprised sound. Because he saw that this person had some luck. 2nd level of Qi and blood realm. 3rd level of Qi and blood realm. 4th level of Qi and blood realm. 5th level of Qi and blood realm. Spiritual power awakens. Chapter 152 Changes in Luck. This is the case. Soul King took out a token and put it down after a moment. Like Tianziyangji beside him, he once again turned his attention to the arena. Tianlin's energy and blood were scattered, which was a sign of his temporary inability to control his strength after the breakthrough. The energy and blood spread outward, even reaching under the ring. This scene caused countless exclamations from the audience, and the host also began to introduce. For a moment, everyone's passion even threatened to stir up hell. It's just that neither Ziye nor Tianlin is interested in listening to the words of the audience or the host. Ziye was slightly surprised, and then he put on a basic boxing posture. Tianlin raised his arm, as if he didn't expect that he had such powerful power. So strong, what on earth is this? He said to himself. He seemed to have felt something just now, but it just flashed by, like his own hallucination. The newly awakened mental power could not control the outward perception, allowing Tianlin to instantly calm down the complicated emotions in his heart. He raised his head and faced Ziye, he didn't care what it was, he only knew that the battle was not over yet. Then he rushed over again. About 10 minutes later, rumors about Tianlin's meteoric rise began to spread crazily. But what everyone doesn't know is that it's just the beginning. In a private room, Tianlin saluted Ziye again, this time to repay the other party for his kindness. He attributed the cause of his own changes to Ziye. In the face of this kind of kindness, nothing can be exaggerated. Okay, you don't have to be like this. Ziye was also helpless. This was the first time he encountered this situation. Even in the previous battle between Long Shuang, he had only broken through once at most, but this time it was considered a new record. After breaking the 4 mirrors in a row, awakening the spiritual power, all the external skills came to life. When Tianlin heard Ziye's words, not only did he not stop, but he seemed to have made up his mind. With a plop, he knelt down on one knee. There is no way to repay the kindness of rebuilding. I hope I can follow you and do my best. You. Ziye was startled by this operation, and then became distressed. I'm not suitable for taking others with me. After all, I have the skills to survive all kinds of dangers, but others don't. And it looks like Tianlin won't give up even if he doesn't agree. Yes, you can arrange to go with other little guys. This guy is also lucky. The Soul King's voice sounded in his mind, now that he had said so. Ziye first walked over and forcibly helped him up. No need for this, I will arrange a place for you. If you go there and listen to my friend, it will be considered as helping me. Tianlin was a little disappointed in his heart. He still wanted to follow Ziye, but he also knew that his strength gap was too big. Just the hand holding him now is far from what he can break free from now. Yes, sir. I already told you, there's no need for this. At night, some people wanted to come to Tianlin. But when Ziye took out the Death King's token, those people didn't even dare to fart. Later, some people were arranged to send Tianlin to Shenwu University, and Ziye also said hello to Jian Duoduo in advance. Do it all. Ziye devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of his soul. And on the other side that he didn't know. In a valley. With the sound of the chain sliding, the Death King walked out of the space. He received a message from the Soul King and came here to ask some questions. Goodbye, I have something to do. A stiff voice came out, not loud but with the power to penetrate the space. In the deepest part of the ruins, the eyes of the old stone statue shone brightly. He is now making some preparations for evacuation and is ready to leave. Since he was almost caught by the evil god before, he will no longer stay in a civilization until the last moment. After thinking for a while, a portal opened. A small stone statue walked out. Death King, what happened? Luck suddenly appeared in a person's body. The Death King looked at the stone statue and told the story word by word. Then the stone statue stayed in place, and the body deep in the ruins. The huge old stone statue did turn around and look behind him. As he moved, a small passage appeared behind him. There was still a little light emanating from the passage, but it was a little dim. After confirming what was in his mind, the stone statue outside asked. Is it related to King Do's apprentice? The Death King nodded, and then the stone statue began to explain. He has accomplished certain feats that have increased the luck of the entire civilization. These lucks should be blessed on him, but he is a little weird. It's like a small container that has been fixed. The upper limit is that he was not attacked by an evil god before. One's own luck has lost part of it, and after the increased luck has been replenished, it can no longer be absorbed. These lucks may be absorbed by others. After the stone statue finished speaking, he was still paying attention to some major things that happened in this civilization. During the trial at that time, Ziye was only at the 3rd stage in terms of luck. It was only because of his tyrannical strength that he was promoted to the 1st stage. This means that he recognizes Ziye, but it does not mean that Ziye's luck has increased. After getting the answer, the Death King leaned slightly and bowed to him. This relic has brought hope to countless civilizations and deserves to be treated with the highest courtesy. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he said, "Wait a minute." The stone statue's words made the Death King stop. Looking at the other party's dead body, there was a hint of doubt. The stone statue continued, "Originally, I could explain that boy's behavior with other reasons, but this time it's different." This made the Death King's expression obviously feel wrong. The dead body showed abnormalities that ordinary people could detect. He did this kind of thing for this civilization and increased the overall luck, but he couldn't accommodate any more. This is very strange. You should pay more attention. The stone statue originally had something to say, but when the Death King saluted it again, he could only hold back those words for now. No matter who he is my brother's apprentice and a new generation of civilization. This is enough. For the first time, Death spoke 2 long paragraphs in succession, and the stiff words indicated that it was not easy to do so. After speaking, he turned around and left without saying anything. That said, I'm afraid it's just wasted effort. 3 Kings City. The Soul King was eating snacks, and Ziye was standing beside him, already in teaching mode. The next moment a token appeared in his hand, and after knowing the message inside, he simply glanced at the leaves again. Then he took out a new pack of snacks. Chapter 153: A Trip to the Lang Family. In the spiritual space, 3 identical figures are delving into the mysteries of the soul in 3 completely different ways. They are the 3 souls of Ziye. Because the Soul King added a little bit of material, the third soul recovered completely at an extremely fast speed. Ziye also almost gave up his rest time and studied in his spiritual space around the clock. I only returned to my main body occasionally, during which I also learned some news from the outside. Long Washuan, who was the second to come out, had already encountered quite a few crises, but they were not fatal enough. His trump card and the blessing of luck allowed him to survive smoothly. What surprised Ziye was that the third person who came out was not Su Chongkong, but the 2 brothers, Sky Tianling. These 2 people actually broke through to the unity state 1 step faster than Su Chongkong. Standing in the air, Ziye gradually came back to his senses. "Uncle Hun, how long has it been?" "1 week, including the previous ones. The total is 48 days. Soul King threw a bag of snacks to Ziye. "Have you thought about the next way?" He had no way to guide Ziye's path, he could only rely on himself. However, after nearly 2 months of teaching, he felt a lot more relieved about Ziye. "Without him, I would have learned too quickly." Calculated based on 50 days, the 3 souls move at 3 times the speed, because they start at twice the speed. Taken together, it is almost equivalent to 130 days of study time. After more than 4 months, Ziye now has a profound understanding of the soul. "Even I can't teach anything more, I can only provide a suitable environment. Well, I plan to continue on the current route." After tearing open the packaging bag of snacks, Ziye calmly told her journey. The benefits of soul splitting made him absolutely unable to give up. After this period of study, he already had a method. It's just that this method is like the secret technique of soul splitting. There are too many loopholes, flaws, and side effects. And it's not like the secret book at that time. At least it was perfected by someone after an unknown amount of time. He doesn't have that much time and energy to perfect it, so he plans to use his own advantages and use the panel to deal with the side effects. Well, if you have already thought about it, go to Leng's house. Some things should be resolved. There is also a ruins in that place, and you should be able to get the benefits from it. The Soul King didn't say anything unnecessary, because he couldn't help Ziye and couldn't propose a better way, so he could only silently support him from behind. Yes. After bowing, Ziye turned and left. Since the attack, it has been a month since he recovered from his injuries. It took half a month to learn the basic knowledge of the secret medicine, 1 month to improve the elixir recipe, and another month and a half to learn the soul knowledge here. It has been 4 months, and this matter should have a result. Ziye floated into his own spaceship, which was the backup in the ring at the time. Naturally, there cannot be only one thing in the ring given by Qianduoduo. Sitting on the spaceship, I exhaled a long breath. The Lang family. The spaceship disappeared into the horizon instantly. Shenmue. The housekeeper of the Lang family came here today and secretly found MOU. Master, please don't do anything extra. You know, I will never do anything to harm you or your companions. The housekeeper's calm words indeed put an end to MOU's attempt to quietly inform Qianduoduo. What do you want from me? There was an indescribable indifference in MOU's tone. It must be said that she has changed a lot now from before. Less casual and naive. There is a hint of superior aura and a calm attitude towards things. The head of the family hopes that you will temporarily assume his position. The housekeeper took a deep breath. Even if he had made adequate preparations before, he still felt a lot of pressure to say it out. Is he crazy? No matter how other things change, this straightforward way of speaking remains unchanged. The butler was about to say something when he fell silent, because he suddenly felt that it was easier to explain this way. Master, come with me. You should understand that without the acquiescence from above, even the Lang family would never have allowed me to come here and talk to you. MOU took out his mobile phone in silence and dialed a phone number. I'm going to look for Ziye. You can make additional arrangements for the selection, and Lang Rushuan can help me take care of him. On the other end of the phone, of course, there was a lot of money. Then the phone was hung up. Just say something about Qianduoduo, no need to bother. A few minutes later, a spaceship left Shenmue University. At the same time, the Genius Society announced that a banquet would be held. It was said that it was for those who were about to compete with the seniors, so that they could have some fun before leaving. Since the beginning of this new semester, their battles with their seniors have gradually escalated. Although the two major combat forces, Lang Wushuan and Ziye, left, Qianduoduo was already prepared for this. He chose to join forces with the Fiyu Society, even though there was still a quantitative and quality gap compared to the enemy. But for Qianduoduo, he is professional in this aspect. This puts their losses in the past 6 months within an acceptable range. The next game can be said to be the most important and last game of this semester. MOU, the strongest mobilizable combat force, was originally scheduled to serve as the captain and go to participate. At the same time, there is also a record. If Lang Wushuan or Ziye come back during the period, then they will take action. By the way, Qianduoduo and others never told these two people about this matter. After all, this so-called fight is nothing compared to what they are doing. And with MOU leaving, the time of his return is uncertain. There are a lot of adjustments that need to be made at once. Qianduoduo walked to the window and stared in one direction. Where was the Lang family? The Lang family's residence. Ziye got off the spaceship. Now he has everything ready and can break through at any time. As soon as he landed on the ground, there was a man who had never seen a butler's clothes before. Please follow me. Ziye followed the housekeeper and was brought to Lang Xingbing. Lang Xingbing, who was dealing with matters, also put down what he was writing in half. He waved the butler away. Ziye guessed what might happen and remained alert at all times. However, Lang Xingbing showed a hint of fatigue and looked at Ziye as if he were a junior. There was even a hint of tenderness in that look, which surprised Ziye. In the 2 previous encounters, he was quite sure that he had not felt any emotion similar to it. Lang Xingbing seemed to be relieved and said in a tired tone. Ziye, next I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. This lesson is called Darkness. Chapter 154 Darkness. Without any unnecessary explanation, Lang Xingbing reached his palm under the table and gently pressed a button. Then the wall behind him began to change, and a passage leading downward appeared. How's it going? It's an idiotic setting. Lang Xingbing laughed at himself, as the head of one of the most powerful families in the world. It is actually set up so that anyone can turn on the channel switch. He stood up and turned to the passage, follow me. After saying that, he walked in. Ziye stood there and followed after hesitating for a moment. The originally dark passage began to become brighter as the two entered. This passage is very long. Ziye estimated the vertical distance. When he was about to reach the bottom of the mountain, the passage finally reached the end. Lang Xingbing, who was in front, reached out and opened the door, and then there was an unbelievably thick smell of blood. Ziye looked inside the door from other angles and saw only white bones. As we walked out, we saw a mountain of bones, as well as small lizard-like beasts that roam everywhere in the mountains. There is some red in this white world, but even the leaves can't stand it in those places. Lizards that come out from the arms or belly are acceptable, but lizards that come out from above with some residue makes ya want to vomit. Scenes that exceed human physiological limits continue to occur here. But Lang Xingbing, who was walking in front, looked normal. These are all victims of the research and development of secret medicines. In the beginning, they would use death row prisoners and the like, but later they would not be enough. It's about 1 to 9, and the death penalty is 1. The tone is relaxed, more accurately, it's like he's about to be liberated, and nothing matters anymore. Ziye was about to say something, but as his stomach was churning, he couldn't say the rest of the words. This is only part of it. The people above also know it, but they acquiesce. Lang Xingbing began to walk forward, and Ziye reluctantly followed him despite the discomfort. Now he has too much to say, but he can't say it. In this era, the lives of ordinary people are not worth mentioning, especially when those who have been at the top for too long are in crisis. Lang Xingbing stepped on a bone without stopping at all, and the sound of breaking bones sounded together with his words. This era is too cruel, but someone has to sacrifice. It can be any ordinary person, or it can be me, but you have to understand why. Keep going and soon there will be another portal. But this time, there was no tragic scene like before. Instead, there were some collections of books like a library. Lang Xingbing casually pulled out a book and threw it behind him. He had not yet adapted to the previous scene, so he stretched out his hand stiffly and flipped through the book. There are various materials above that are beyond human ethics. Human consciousness and human spirit seem to have become toys. It even clearly records how to fundamentally control everything about a person. How to turn that person into something less than a human being. And those people will also influence each other, and finally a whole composed of people. 90% or even nearly 10% of them will become other people's dolls. Even Ziye saw some records of final results. And these records were very similar to those he had seen of a certain type of person. The Lang family members outside. Another book was handed to me. It contains records of all kinds of dirty and dark things that play with the lives of ordinary people. Not just the Lang family, but also various high-level officials. Ziye once thought he knew the darkness of this world, but now he realizes that it is only 1/10,000th of it. He thought he could see clearly the two lives. But no matter which life is truly at the top, how can it be possible to know the real darkness? Especially in this world, the gap between people and martial arts begins to become huge. In the past world, although the gap between people was also very large, even the existences that had left their names in history had at least one aspect that ordinary people could catch up with. But not here, everything about the strong is far better than that of the weak. Compared with the content in the book, Ziye even felt that the bone mountain he passed earlier was easier to accept. The books were closed and the leaves were silent. What exactly do you want to do? Dozens and hundreds of different questions in my mind were finally summed up in this sentence. Since the other party dared to let me come here and let myself see this, he must have made all the next plans and preparations. I will atone for my actions, and so will the Lang family. Lang Xingbing said calmly, and the previous feeling of relief disappeared again. This was because the final responsibility fell on his shoulders again. And you, everything I did was just because I wanted you to owe me a favor. If the evil god is defeated in the end and civilization can continue, then this favor will become an important condition for the Lang family to rise again. At this moment, there was nothing to hide, and he knew that with Yazi's character, hiding would only do bad things. Might as well say it all. If I don't win, just think that I have made a small contribution to the survival of mankind. Lang Xingbing's vision has long been beyond the crisis of the evil god. He sees further and sees more clearly. He is a member of human civilization and the head of the Lang family. It is necessary for him to contribute his own strength to the survival of human civilization, and he also has the responsibility to develop the Lang family to the pinnacle of mankind. For this reason, he had made too many preparations from the very beginning, and now he was just using the leaves to complete the last step. Continue to follow me. It's too early for you to do the next thing. You have things you need to do. Lang Xingbing continued to move with Ziye. This time Ziye saw a familiar scene, which was the place where he had stayed when he was in a coma. Dan Palace. Lang Xingbing took Ziye to the deepest place, where there was an alchemy furnace as big as a house. It was the one Ziye used previously. The next moment, I don't know what Lang Xingbing did. Ziye watched as the huge alchemy furnace began to shrink, gradually changing from the size of a house to only about twice the size of a normal alchemy furnace. Then the whole thing merged into the wall in front of him, and the wall began to twist. When the change was over, the entire alchemy palace seemed to be activated. A vortex appeared that was no different from the entrance to the ruins in the valley at that time. This is the origin of the Lang family's secret medicine. There are 9 levels in it. I tried my best, but I managed to get to the 7th level. The figure in front of Ziye moved out of the way, but if it were you, you would definitely be able to get through. These are the final contributions of my Lang family. Chapter 155 9 Sins. Ziye controlled his eyes not to look at Lang Xingbing. He just moved his steps and entered the vortex. He didn't trust the head of the Lang family, from the beginning to now. But he trusts his master, trusts his senior brother, trusts the Soul King and the Death King. The figure entered the vortex, and then the vortex disappeared. Lang Xingbing saw that his lifelike expression of relief disappeared and turned into the indifference he had before. Enough of telling the truth, now it's time to tell some lies. Turn around and walk back the way you came. On the other side, under the leadership of the housekeeper, Mou has arrived here. At this time, he and the housekeeper were waiting in front of a study room, and they didn't wait too long. Come in. The housekeeper immediately opened the door and gave up his seat. Mou understood that this was to let him go in alone. It's the same thing again, these old guys always like to do this. Making a complaint in his mind, Mou walked into the study lazily as usual. He did not give face to the other party at all because of his identity. Are you going to die? He was very straightforward when he opened his mouth, and Mou didn't want to make those twists and turns now. Yes. Lang Xingbing's tone was cold, and at the same time, his words seemed to be just a trivial matter. Not paying attention to Mou's confused expression, he just picked up the wooden box that had been placed aside. This is a gift from me to my daughter. When this is over, give it to him for me. Standing up from the chair, walking around the table, he personally placed the box in Mou's hand. What exactly do you want to do? There was a trace of extremely obscure anger in his tone. Mou rarely got angry. But at this moment, the feeling of powerlessness rising in my heart is too similar to that of that time. He has understood that when this thing is completed, even if everything is wrong, then, unless you get rid of the life creeds and rules you have always followed, you will not be able to do anything in any way. Just like 37 people who are not even ordinary people. 37 senior members of a large family, possessing advanced cultivation, and among them there is a celestial mirror. Is there any comparison between the two? Is it enough to pay for your life? Lang Xingbing didn't answer and walked past Mou. When he walked to the door, he stopped and didn't look back. He just left a word. Now it's time for you to go sit there. The sound of the door closing was like an endless echo in Mou's ears. There are only a few tones, so simple that anyone can imitate them. But this moment made Mou unable to calm down for a long time. Lang Xingbing took every step ahead with great weight. You go now. Master, I won't leave. The butler disobeyed his order for the first time and for the last time. Forget it then. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Originally located on the top of a mountain, the sun was already scorching, but at this moment there was only the slightest shade. The door to the hilltop house was opened. Two figures walked out, one behind the other. The latter stopped first and did not continue to follow. The former took one step forward and stepped on the void. All over the mountain peak, the sound of countless chains sliding could be heard out of thin air. Just listen to its sound but not see its form. The Lang family members who lived in various places on the mountainside did not avoid this time. Instead, most of them walked out. Their expressions were dull, and their eyes had a strange light. They all raised their heads and stared blankly at their family master. Just watch the climbing figure stop, and then another figure appears. Exuding majestic death energy, with a wave of one hand, countless chains emerged from the void. Like a poisonous snake, it pierced into Lang Xingbing's body. In an instant, dozens of blood flowers exploded everywhere. The current head of the Lang family, Lang Xingbing. The stiff voice made everyone who heard it feel the feeling of death that penetrated the soul. If you commit 9 crimes, you will be punished by heaven. 1 crime, staining one's hands with the blood of 10,000 people, is punishable by death. The second crime is to seek Tao and destroy humanity, which is a capital crime. The third crime is feeding humans to ferocious beasts, which is punishable by death. The fourth crime is to cause harm to others for profit, which is punishable by death. 5 crimes, despising human nature for the sake of power, are punishable by death. 6 crimes, committing crimes against humanity for the sake of strength, are punishable by death. 7 crimes, forming a party for personal gain, are punishable by death. The 8 sins are to live in an ignoble way and be punished by death. 9 crimes, violating the unification, are punishable by death. The voice is like the vast power of heaven, like the true God from heaven descending to earth. The first 3 sins are Lang Xingbing's sins, the middle 3 sins are the Lang family's sins, and the last 3 sins are the sins of those higher UPS connected with them. In the sky, the figure faced the King of Death and the declaration of 9 sins. There was no rebuttal, just a calm voice. I admit it. Same moment. They live halfway up the mountain, at the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, a large number of holes were opened, and the pairs of blood-colored eyes in the darkness were particularly eye-catching. Then countless lizard-like ferocious beasts of different sizes rushed out, frantically killing all the Lang family members outside. Except for a small number of those tribesmen who fled, most of them stayed in place and allowed themselves to be massacred. Those who stood there did not scream or resist when they were massacred. Even at the moment before death, they still shook their heads hard, trying to keep their eyes on their family leader. For a moment, it felt like an endless hell. The Death King's stiff eyes looked at Lang Xingbing, who had been pierced by chains and was as angry as a gossamer. If he could, he had a lot to say to this willing victim. But no chance. Lang Xingbing watched the Death King gradually wave his palms, and the feeling of relief returned to him. It's finally over, Dad. Your belief only lasts until the end of my life. When manpower is exhausted, we can only rely on fate from now on. He laughed at himself in his heart, and then the chain penetrated his head and soul. His consciousness was always stuck on a family portrait that only existed in his mind. The Death King waved his hand and put the chains and the corpses in them into the space. Looking down, the Lang family members standing outside had basically been killed. Those violent lizard-like beasts still wanted to attack the house, but even if it was a house made up of only a few simple wooden walls, all their attacks had no effect on it. Then he took action to deal with all these ferocious beasts and left without looking back. Lang Xingbing has already accepted the punishment for his crimes. The Lang family's punishment is now over. It's those cancers' turn. This day, it will leave a mark in human history. The military in Hell, as the main forces, are constantly tracking down the targets that have been predetermined. At the same time, there is a group of people from the Black Ink clan who are even classified as urban legends by ordinary people. There are still people who want to resist, but the results are extremely ridiculous. I don't know how long the secret planning has been going on before the harvest is about to be harvested. How can they interfere with it? Chapter 156 Ming Xiao. Mou stood by the window and looked at the old housekeeper who didn't have to die. He walked out of the protection of the house alone and allowed those ferocious beasts to tear it to pieces. They're all crazy. Just when Mou was about to say something more, he heard a crisp sound under the table. The wall automatically twisted and a passage appeared in front of him. This didn't surprise him. That extremely simple mechanism was as obvious as a beacon in the darkness to the perception of the mental power he released. But he didn't move, still holding on to the hope that there was not even a 10,000th chance. Let him not have any accidents, but now it seems that it is just his own delusion. Mou understood that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, a huge name would be given to him. This name will be very loud, and may even become the hope of some people. But it is just the result of a game played by the upper management. He had already guessed it. The crisis of the evil god is getting closer and closer, but there are always some people in the upper echelons who have some strange thoughts. Everyone knows that once the evil god succeeds, there will be no reason to survive. However, even if they just want to live for one more second, they can do things that are outrageous to both gods and humans. However, it is human nature to desire survival. This also means that there are not only a lot of people who have this idea, but a lot of them. That's why this scene happened now. This is essentially fishing, and the Lang family is the bait. It is also a necessary sacrifice. Only in this way can it be possible to clear it all at once. Perhaps this ending was doomed from the very beginning of the Lang family's rise. The rise of a family, especially its rise to such heights in a short period of time. The dark sins he has committed have long exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, and now all those things have been written off. Although the Lang family seems to be on the verge of destruction now, the upper management will take care of the Lang family on various levels. According to the temperament of those old guys, it is estimated that there will be some trouble later. Mou smoothed everything out, and now he can only wait. When the outside world is calm, I will serve here for a while. When Ziye felt that the surrounding scene had stabilized, he opened his eyes and discovered that it was an alchemy room, but it was slightly different from the usual layout of human civilization. If a challenger is detected, please prepare to start the first test. When you are ready, please explain it in any terminology and express your affirmation mentally. Ziye heard a mechanical sound, and the meaning of these words was not difficult to understand. Because in fact they are not talking in human terms, but expressing their meaning through spiritual transmission. The writing of each civilization can be said to be vastly different. But spiritual power is interconnected. Just like a star, if you talk to people from other civilizations, they can transmit the star's information to them. In this way, the other party will understand that what he is talking about is the eternal sun in the sky. Ready? A burst of spiritual power came out, and the next moment, based on the growth process of the current civilization, the first test is 3 chances to refine the perfect elixir. An elixir recipe came to his mind and he quickly schemed it. Ziye felt confident in his heart, this was only the level of a top-grade mortal. It seems that I have reaped a lot of dividends from this judgment. 3 pieces of materials appeared on the table on one side. After Ziye selected one piece with his mental power, he walked to the alchemy furnace here. Looking at the alchemy furnace, it is no different from their human civilization. Maybe they were obtained from some ruins. All the materials were thrown in by him, and white flames ignited on his palms. He can now refine even top-grade mortal elixirs with his eyes closed. The white flame in his hand is now more powerful than before. He feels that as long as it accumulates for a period of time, a qualitative change will definitely occur. Only a few minutes passed before the leaves regained their flames. The elixir is qualified and the first level is passed. The reward for this civilization has been claimed, please continue to pass the level. It seems that the level of this ruins is very high, since rewards are given out on a civilization by civilization basis. Although Ziye doesn't know much about the ruins yet, something like this can be tested in multiple civilizations. It should be considered a relatively advanced type. The mental power was released again, still expressing affirmation. The second test is 3 chances to refine the perfect elixir. It's another new elixir recipe, the best in the mortal realm. Ziye was slightly surprised, because what was recorded on this prescription was exactly the Lang family's secret medicine system. Although I heard what the man said when I came in, seeing it with my own eyes was another matter. And this is the original version. Just one glance gave Ziye a better understanding of the way of alchemy. No surprises. After a few minutes, the elixir is qualified and the second level is passed. The reward for this civilization has been claimed, please continue to pass the level. Next is the third level. It is also the best mortal level, the difficulty is higher than before, and the chance has become 1. But the key point is that it is somewhat different from the current elixir system of human civilization. If other normal alchemists were to come, I am afraid they would have to be at the mid-level spiritual level to be able to complete it with confidence. In the 4th level, the level changed to the lower level of the spiritual level, and the number of times changed to 3 times. At the same time, the materials needed for this level were no longer given to him directly, but instead a sea of materials appeared. Ziye looked up at the slowly flowing sea of materials and was stunned for a moment. The ocean was composed of more than 10,000 kinds of materials, most of which he had never known before. Materials that human civilization has never possessed. This is also one of the necessities for the improvement of secret medicines. Some of the materials created by human civilization are very rare or not available at all and are difficult to replace. After being stunned for a moment, Ziye quickly came back to his senses. Quickly fish out the materials you need from the ocean. This is a bit difficult for him. After refining the elixir, the level was successfully passed. The 5th level. It is still a low-grade spiritual level, but the ocean of materials has become wider. If this is the case in the next few levels, then the amount of materials in the ocean will continue to increase. Then he would be in trouble. With this in mind, he spent nearly twice as much time selecting materials this time as before. The 6th level. The level of the elixir has been upgraded to the middle level of spiritual level, and the material in the ocean above my head may have exceeded 1 million. Ziye did not dare to be careless about this. If something went wrong at this stage, he would be really embarrassed to see anyone. That was no less than the gossip about Long Washuan in his hands. Fortunately, it passed smoothly in the end. Ziye slowly exhaled a breath, there were still a few more levels to come, and he couldn't relax yet. After this level, the remaining level rewards have not been taken away. He is still looking forward to the rewards from this ruins. Chapter 157 Divine Liquid. The elixir is qualified and the second level is passed. The reward for this civilization has been claimed, please continue to pass the level. The 7th test is to discuss the Tao. An illusory figure appeared in front of Ziye. This figure was still in human form. But what is different from him is the head part. Even if it is illusory, you can clearly see that it seems to be a translucent component. The genius of other civilizations, I am the alchemist of fantasy civilization, you can call me Colorful Ocean. When Ziye heard this title, he didn't know that the other civilization had a special vocabulary, so he literally translated it as Colorful Ocean. Hello, I am the leaf of human civilization. Oh, twigs? I've never heard of that kind of thing being used as a name. Colorful Ocean said in the tone that only an old man has. So twigs, what do you think is the way of alchemy? Ziye immediately expressed his opinion, and this level really began. Color Ocean originally just asked some simple questions, but when he saw Ziye, he answered them easily. Some interest arose in my heart, so I started asking more difficult questions. But in front of Ziye, these questions were answered easily. With the blessing and learning of skills, Ziye's understanding of elixirs has reached a very deep level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to improve the elixir. This twig is very nice. Colorful Ocean commented, and at the same time the mechanical sound sounded again. Accepted, passed the 7th level. The reward for this level is 1 unit of divine liquid. A cube with a side length of about 10 centimeters appeared, filled with some kind of strange liquid. Ziye used his spiritual power to catch it, and then there was a deep desire rising from his soul. Senior, what is this thing? Twigs, this is one of the most precious treasures of fantasy civilization. It can strengthen the foundation of your soul. If you can take the opportunity to upgrade your soul. Color Ocean's elusive hand tightened, and his tone became a little bit pity. Even if you face those hateful evil gods, you still have the strength to fight. Upgrade? Ziye didn't understand what this meant. Colorful Ocean seemed to have no intention of explaining more. Zizi, do you want to take it now, or go through the challenge first? Let's break through the barrier first. The leaves collected the spirit-transforming liquid. Rainbow Ocean then nodded slightly to Ziye, then I'll go back first. The next second the mechanical sound sounded again. The 8th test, progress. On the walls around the alchemy room, there are countless books, jade slips, certain technological products, etc. Create new elixirs, improve existing elixirs, and compile new knowledge. We should not stand still and just learn from the experience of our predecessors. Please use any method to make new progress in alchemy, no matter how small it is. This is not the sound of a machine, but the voice of some kind of young man, full of passion. Ziye wondered if there was a remnant soul here similar to that of the Rainbow Ocean, but it didn't appear, but was watching in the dark. Walking to a wall, there are piles of books of all kinds, and the styles can be said to be diverse. There are even hundreds of languages spoken on the cover, which is simply a treasure trove of alchemy. Pick out a book at random from above, because these things are made of special materials and can be read directly with mental power, so there is no need to worry about not being able to understand the text. Then the 3 mental powers each held up a book and started reading. And this made a certain phantom that had just woken up make a confused sound. Isn't there only one person? What's going on? 3 souls, 1 body. This answer was directly rejected, and Phantom continued to think. No, these 3 souls are originally 1. Why is this? The Phantom kept spinning in that mysterious space, seeming to be rolling. Ziye didn't know that he just wanted to read this knowledge quickly, so an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years began to spin in distress. He began to absorb all the knowledge here like crazy. The previous secret medicine system had given him a significant improvement, and now he had the knowledge of at least hundreds of civilizations. Ziye feels that if he absorbs them all, alchemy may directly become the most advanced existence among all his skills. 1 book, 5 books, 10 books. Every book here records knowledge that Ziye has never known before, especially a large number of elixir theories. Several days had passed before I knew it, and Ziye didn't bother to remember them. He has now memorized all the knowledge here, but he has only memorized it, and he has not yet understood much of the knowledge. This is because it would take too long to understand them all. It's time to start finishing this level. He muttered to himself, and then a blank book appeared in front of him. Ziye used his mental power to start writing on it. He did not intend to write anything too advanced, but to integrate all the basic knowledge. This has also been his main goal in the past 10 days. What a sight it will be if the basic knowledge of hundreds of civilizations is gathered together. He wrote words on it one by one, but what he didn't know was that the luck on his body was getting stronger. It took several hours for Ziye to finish writing this book. Thousands of pages are all about the understanding of basic alchemy. After the writing was completed, Ziye also wrote the name of the book on the outside of the book. A complete encyclopedia of basic alchemy. Very simple, but the most suitable name. The next second the book floated into the air, and then began to turn. Accepted, passed the 8th level. Rewards for this level, rewards. As if stuck, he kept repeating the word reward. Just when Ziye didn't know what to do, his voice also recovered. Reward, 10 units of divine liquid. In the dark space where the old stone statue is located, a magical light shines through the gap behind it. This made the stone statues, which were originally in standby mode, look shocked. Here, it appears again. Is it still the same leaf? He turned around and looked at the passage behind him. He didn't know why the stone statue always thought of that leaf. Forget it, I've done everything I can in this civilization. Asai echoed in this space. Preparations for the evacuation of the ruins are almost complete, and he will leave this civilization soon. After wandering for an unknown amount of time, he landed once again at a civilization in need of help. This was his duty, and he didn't know how long it would last. Perhaps it will last until it is destroyed by the evil god. The stone statue's eyes returned to their usual dull look. Chapter 158 Time Flow Speed. When Ziye chose to start the next level, the world was spinning again. It's almost the same as when I entered here. When the scene in front of him became clear, Ziye subconsciously wrapped himself with mental power. It fell to the ground at a relatively slow speed. But the next moment Ziye discovered something was wrong. Now he was just a soul body. If you look closely at the pupils, you will find 3 overlapping marks. Looking up and forward, he saw about 30 statues. Ziye found among them the colorful ocean that appeared in the 7th level at a glance. The next second a familiar voice sounded. This is the boy named Twigs I'm talking about. After Colorful Ocean finished speaking, other statues also made their voices heard, and they all praised Ziye. Boy, what's going on with your soul? Ziye recognized it. This was the voice that appeared at the 8th level. Looking along the sound, the face on the statue also looks like a young man who matches the sound. Hey, it's true what you said. Boy, what's going on with your soul? That's right, I've never heard of it being like this. More than a dozen voices were discussing, and he was the source. It's just a secret skill. Ziye told the truth. He really wasn't afraid of anyone thinking about this thing. Even if someone else is willing to try, he will be very happy and it is not impossible to pay some price. Ziye took the initiative to talk about the secret technique after a brief introduction. Apart from receiving more than a dozen strange looks, there was no further follow-up to this matter. Colorful Ocean coughed twice. Let me explain the 9th level to you. It turns out that this level is actually a welfare level. This is a special space with special bonuses for alchemy. Refining alchemy here will have special benefits. It can be said that it is the dream place of all alchemists. Moreover, the time flow rate between this place and the outside world is different, and it can be freely adjusted to 1:3 or 1:10, etc. But the premise of adjustment is that the soul can bear it. In the final analysis, this is a secret method and not a real adjustment of time. After adjustment, it will put pressure on the soul all the time, if it is overplayed. With these seniors watching, his life would not be in danger, but his soul would definitely be damaged in the end. The next thing Ziye has to do is to make elixirs in this state. And there will be a score based on the final result, and this score will depend on the location of his statue. That's right, you can leave a statue of yourself as soon as you get here. There are currently a total of 32 statues in this space. Only the first 13 are conscious and able to speak, and the rest were all added later. Zizi, there is no time limit for this level, you must be more careful. Ziye nodded. He was also thinking about what kind of elixir he would refine. After some thought, he did not intend to refine the earth-level elixir. Although he now has the ability to refine low-level elixirs, compared to high-level elixirs, low-level elixirs are what he understands and is best at. And for civilization, the importance of an elixir cannot just be judged by its level. For example, the body refining pill, the most basic pill, is indispensable for the development of martial arts in human civilization. A large part of the credit for the universal strength of the body refining realm in human civilization comes from the body refining pill. Human beings can lack several high-level elixirs, but they cannot live without body refining elixirs. But he had already improved one of the elixirs for increasing cultivation in the qi and blood realm. It is the secret medicine Heavenly Blood. Although it has not been announced yet, Ziye feels that it will only happen sooner or later. In this case, let's create someone who can assist the body refining realm to break through to the qi and blood realm. It is not that there are no elixirs with this kind of effect, but some of them are of a type that has poor effects and is extremely expensive. After confirming the goal, Ziye immediately began to recall all the knowledge he had memorized previously. Although each civilization has different painting styles for each realm. But the difference between the first 2 or 3 realms is not too big. Senior, let's start now. Rainbow Ocean nodded, and the next moment Ziye felt an invisible pressure pressing on himself. His own soul body stirred up some fluctuations as if being blown by the wind. But the next moment, it returned to its original state. Sure enough, the damage caused by this pressure can also be repaired by skills. Senior, increase the speed of time. Ziye made a decision immediately, he now had an idea. If he can control it well, maybe this is the best place for him to break through the 3-star mental power. The mental power emitted by Rainbow Ocean showed that he was a little surprised. Zizi, you have to be careful, damage to the soul is no joke. Don't worry, Senior. Ziye said through his mental power. Sensing the firm attitude in his mental power, Rainbow Ocean began to increase the speed of time. 1:5. Everywhere in Ye's soul is like pebbles being dropped on the surface of the water, with some soul fragments floating out uncontrollably. 1:10. Ye's soul body is like a piece of rubber that is constantly being rubbed. A part of the arm seemed to be pulled by someone. First it became flat, and then a small piece of soul was directly torn apart. Twigs, are you sure you want this flow rate? Yes, Senior. After Ziye was determined, 2 souls with the same appearance as himself walked out immediately. The 3 souls originally merged into one, but they became like that under the pressure of this flow speed. It became even more terrifying now, so much so that the soul that had just walked out was twisted like a twist. After a few dozen seconds, he gradually recovered. Ziye turned a blind eye to this and started preparing directly. Let the 2 of them recall the knowledge they had written down earlier and find something useful from it. The remaining body began to consult the seniors present. These seniors are very willing to help him, this is their duty. That is to say, from time to time, soul fluctuations expressing wonder are emitted. Having existed for so long, they have never seen Ziye's operation before. It was only then that Ziye understood the reason for the rapid development of elixirs in human civilization. It's because of this ruin. Only then did the elixir develop significantly, far surpassing the other 3 weapon refining, formations, and spiritual talismans. Compared with elixirs, the other 3 have not yet received much development in human civilization, Many are replaced by machines. If this is the case, why can the Lang family be able to hold on? Ziye still has some understanding of the Lang family, which is a force that has risen in a short period of time. There is no problem with the rise of this ruins, but why can it be defended? This question only stayed in Ziye's head for a few seconds before being thrown away. This is not his concern. I don't know how many days have passed, after Ziye has absorbed the knowledge taught by his seniors. Feeling the progress during this period, there is even a false feeling. I see. No wonder you say this is a treasure land for alchemists. Chapter 159 Qi and Blood Scattered. Is this kid really okay? I think his soul is almost broken. A voice full of young blood, just look at the three identical souls. One of them was receiving instruction from one of them, and the remaining two were sitting cross-legged on the other side. But without exception, these three souls have changed from solid crystal to half empty and half real. There are even holes in many places, such as one of the people sitting there. Half of the body seemed to have been eaten away by countless insects, with hundreds of holes of different sizes. The soul body that was explaining knowledge to Ziye could not help but stop. Boy, are you sure you want to continue? Because Ziye was hurt in his soul, he did not reply to this question immediately. In fact, if he hadn't explained it in advance, he wouldn't have to worry about the state of his soul, he was sure of it. These seniors have already taken action. I have never seen anyone so crazy. Are you in such a hurry? More than a dozen soul bodies expressed such doubts at the same time. Ziye was aware of his own state. With the mental power of the 2-star 9th level, even if he had the skills to recover, it would still be the limit. But Ziye sensed his body and then entered the ring. A unit of deity liquid floated out. Zizi, what do you want to do? Rainbow Ocean was the first to notice Ziye's movements. He suddenly had some guesses in his mind and said quickly. The effect of the divine liquid is very strong, and there will be problems with your current soul state. I'm sure. When Ziye got the spirit transforming liquid, he noticed some of its properties. A 10 cm cube appeared next to Ziye, and then penetrated directly into Ziye's soul. As the liquid inside floated out, Ziye's unstable soul suddenly disappeared. It began to expand rapidly, as if a bomb had been detonated in the body. He immediately transferred the energy in his body to the other two souls at the same time. The three souls began to operate with an efficiency far exceeding the previous one. The situation had just stabilized, which made these dozen seniors secretly sigh in relief. It's really crazy. If I hadn't seen a lot of lucky people, no matter what this kid said, I would have interrupted him just now. One of the seniors wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. People who are lucky do not need to be unreasonable to a certain extent. But this was the first time he had seen such an unreasonable person. The two energies inside Ziye's body and outside her body have reached a balance, but there is a feeling of emptiness in her heart. After this period of preparation, it was almost ready to start creating, but now he seemed to have noticed a brand new path, which was different from everything he had learned so far. He couldn't care about anything else in his mind. This feeling might disappear at any time. He had to seize this opportunity. Senior, please continue to increase the speed of time. In an instant, a dozen mental energy fluctuations that were either confused or surprised filled the space. It'll be okay. Please hurry up. I feel like I've grasped the key points of creation. 3 cubes appeared next to Ziye, about to rush into his body. Seeing this scene, Rainbow Ocean had no time to be surprised and immediately increased the flow rate. After all, if you don't adjust the power, then even if Ziye has great ability, he will be directly exploded. Instead, it was turned up, using the pressure caused by the time flow rate to suppress the effect of the spirit transformation liquid. Only then is there a glimmer of hope. 115. 120. 130. Ziye's 3 soul bodies couldn't bear the power and exploded. Especially the main body, the right side of the head exploded directly from bottom to top. But Ziye didn't care about this, he put aside all useless thoughts related to alchemy. The whole person is like a machine that is running to the limit and may collapse at any time. But there is a force that maintains this state. And this is also the reason for Ziye to be so crazy. He had a hunch that his alchemy was about to reach a new level. Although he could no longer distract himself from checking the panel, he had a feeling. Right away. Ziye didn't know how long had passed, but he only knew that he had absorbed 3 more units of the spirit transformation liquid in the middle of the process. At this time, the soul of the leaf was already a little different from before, the blue color was mixed with some golden light. But this cannot affect the fact that the soul has been pushed to the limit. He didn't even have the energy to think anymore. Finally. Alchemy, low-level Earth level 0/1 billion. The ray of inspiration that he had been searching for but couldn't get was held tightly in Ziye's hands at this moment. Countless pieces of knowledge began to connect in my mind, which was the understanding and knowledge of the basic realm from hundreds of civilizations. Tens of thousands of prescriptions turned into nourishment at this moment, and all the experiences of his predecessors were absorbed by him. Physical place. The arm was raised, and the sea of materials appeared again above the head at some unknown time. One of the materials was fished out by the leaves, and when the last one was taken out, the white flame ignited and the alchemy began. I can no longer remember how many civilizations I have reached, and I am even less willing to remember how many civilizations have survived this disaster that destroyed everything. And the soul that has completely reached its limit has also met Ziye's requirements. These medicinal materials began to melt under its control. Upon seeing this, Rainbow Ocean immediately adjusted the time flow rate back to normal. Ziye's soul has also been squeezed to the limit. It was originally half real and half virtual, but at this moment it has completely turned into an illusion. He felt the activated qi and blood in his body. Although it was too weak to be true, he understood. One of the small particles floated towards the leaf, and when it came into contact with the leaf's skin, it quickly melted into it. The sadness of the stone statue seems to last through time, even if it is attached to a body created by laws. Just look inside the furnace and see a small pool of blood-red powder. The body's mouth opened and closed, spitting out this name. The time for breakthrough is now. Qi and blood are scattered. Ziye's expression became extremely serious. He did not learn from the human elixir system to condense elixirs. After an unknown amount of time, it will eventually decay. He is the messenger who brings the fire of hope to civilization. A valley. Among the ruins hidden in the space, there is an old stone statue in the deepest part. This civilization may really be able to survive. Instead, it remains in a liquid state and continues to be purified. The medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace gradually became viscous and turned into a paste. The last 4 remaining units of the divine liquid rushed directly into the body. I succeeded. But only he understood how small this ray of flame was. He was really afraid that if Zizi failed, he would be left with nothing to play with. But now the stone statue began to tremble with excitement, and he looked behind him. Wait until everything turns into liquid, the next moment. According to Ziye's current soul state, Ziye immediately increased the firepower, and 4 pure white fire dragons hovered on the alchemy furnace. He used his final strength to open the alchemy furnace. A total of 18 kinds of medicinal materials were sent into the alchemy furnace one by one. With the last wave of fierce fire, the 4 white fire dragons dissipated. In the extremely long memory of the stone statue, I have only seen it a few times. Ziye didn't know that his actions actually caused the stone statue that had been there for countless years to feel sad. I saw that there was a passage there, and the deepest part of the passage was emitting a wonderful light. Such a bright light! Chapter 160 A Desperate Way to Break Through. Twigs. Boy. Junior. More than a dozen kinds of soul fluctuations are mixed together, these seniors who have lived for who knows how long. At the same moment, I noticed Yezi's crazy thoughts and was shocked. Ziye has no time to pay attention to these seniors. 3 souls act simultaneously. Fry. A cold snort. Yezi's 2 fingers merged and pointed toward the center of his eyebrows. At this moment, his already broken soul was completely shattered. And all 3 were shattered, leaving no one alive. The blue soul fragments are mixed with golden light spots, like 3 mysterious star clusters appearing. In the middle of the 3 star clusters, there is only 1 bead in each. Only for a moment. The soul beads used their spiritual power to bind their respective star clusters, and at the same time, the 3 soul beads exerted an attraction to each other. Then the 3 star clusters approached each other and blended together. Bang! The 3 soul beads collided together and made a crisp sound. This is the moment. Ziye has now completely lost the ability to think, with only a trace of consciousness remaining, following the method that is deep in the soul. 2 of the 3 soul beads clicked. Turning into a powder, the huge star cluster composed of these 3 star clusters looks more complete. The golden light spots are like the sun, and the dust formed by the broken soul beads is like planets. The huge star cluster flows slowly at this moment. Is this kid desperate for his life? The young and passionate figure in the 8th level. He has now seen that Chun Chun is a lunatic. And he is also a unique lunatic. He tore his soul into pieces and exploded 2 of the soul beads condensed by that special technique. This leaves only 1 with this level of damage. Right now, this lunatic actually still has a glimmer of consciousness, which is simply unreasonable. Is he crazy, or is the world crazy? His voice was the only one echoing in the entire space, because the others were too shocked to speak. In this space with a time flow rate of 130. They looked at the star cluster, and the initial chaos gradually became somewhat orderly. And the consciousness in the remaining soul beads was so weak that it was almost non-existent. At this time, it has become one with everything in the star cluster. Is this a success? Rainbow Ocean swallowed. He had determined that Ziye's condition was gradually stabilizing. Mental power no longer declines, and even begins to increase. Maybe. Then the entire space fell into silence again, and all of them focused their attention on the star cluster. This was something beyond their understanding. It was supposed to be a fatal situation, but the other party actually succeeded. And if you have to take such a big risk, the benefits you will get in the end will not be small. Thinking of this, they immediately did not want to miss every subtle change that was happening now. 3 days in a row, that is, 90 days. The originally huge star cluster gradually shrank during these 90 days. Until now, it has changed into a layer of crystalline stuff, wrapped around the soul bead. A consciousness also began to revive. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Was it successful? There is some memory loss. Forget it, now there is one last step to do. The soul beads started to move, and the outermost crystals began to be absorbed quickly, followed by. It is a process in which the soul body comes from nothing. Twigs, you. Rainbow Ocean used the same tone as Ziye asked them before, wanting to ask about what happened just now. He didn't think there was anything inappropriate in doing so, and there was never any shame in asking for advice on things he didn't know. However, the development of things always exceeded his expectations. In his eyes, Ziye's soul body suddenly changed. It was originally a complete whole, but suddenly there was a split in the whole. Just after these dozen seniors breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes suddenly became panicked again. Ziye's soul was divided into 5 parts by him personally. The 5 incomplete souls looked at each other. They had just regained some consciousness and fell silent again. Zizi, as a civilized person, you want to fight and find your own way. This is normal, but the Rainbow Ocean pulls Ziye's soul body and tells a lot of truths. Not only him, but also the other 4 soul bodies. These dozen seniors, when Ziye's consciousness fell silent for the second time. After some discussion, it was decided unanimously. Ignore everything else for now, let's give this lunatic a complete set of psychological counseling. This kid is so scary, one after another. I thought it was over and I just took a breath, but it happened again. Ziye made a bitter face in his heart, he really had nothing to argue with. Let's not mention the panel. It's hard to explain clearly. It's just that these seniors know that they have panels. It is estimated that this explanation is indispensable, because the panel can restore itself, but it is not impossible to die. It seems outrageous, but actually think about how he broke through. I saw that Jianduo was surrounded by enemies. Among his peers, there is Long Wushuan who can compare with him physically, but there is really no one who can compare with him mentally. This time the secret method split more completely and caused greater damage to the soul. Some of the pride in his heart instantly turned into the taste of bitter gourd. He never expected to visit the ruins and receive psychological counseling. As a result, this stay has lasted until now. The first is the resource used, which is one of the most precious treasures of a civilization, the divine liquid. This allowed his mental power to triple in a short period of time, and he completed a breakthrough on this basis. Dang the breeze! Although he has not completed the upgrade mentioned by Rainbow Ocean, his soul has also undergone some essential improvements. In his eyes, he saw the blood spilled from Jianduo's body. He managed to catch up with his own body and reached the level of a monster. Then he used his slightly improved secret method of splitting souls. I have rested long enough, and I have just lifted my steps. At that time, Jianduo wanted to help him, but he was unwilling. However, benefits and risks coexist. Of course, there are still some differences between the actual application level and those who really have the same mental power as themselves. As for the damage? At this time, he is fighting against the enemies that are constantly rushing here, trying to get through the gaps between the battles. The mental strength that was originally a hindrance was directly boosted after this wave. I think at the beginning I just wanted to stay with him for a while and get familiar with the environment of the training camp. Zizi, are you listening to me carefully? Otherwise, how dare he play like this? Feeling the feeling of weakness coming from the depths of the soul at this time, this is part of the consequences that must be borne by using the secret method of splitting the soul. And on the other side, she is one of the only 2 women among the 9 people, cold as frost. But even now, the spiritual power of any of his souls far exceeds that of a normal 3-star first-level spiritual master. There was no time to check, so I looked up and looked ahead. At this time, their competition has reached the final moment. Ziyu got up with difficulty, surrounded by figures lying on the ground. With his operation, if something unexpected happened, he would be in trouble. But after recovery, 5 identical souls have 5 times the spiritual power. He has skills and is not afraid at all. Furthermore, it is his own original breakthrough method that forcibly integrates the 3 souls into one. On an island. Chapter 161, Less than 1 o'clock. The breeze blows. This is the only feeling of the people who are besieging Jianduo. The gentle breeze caressed their bodies, but the next moment, one person lowered his head in a daze, and countless blood mist obscured his sight. Hundreds of wounds of various sizes appeared on his body instantly, and the wounds were extremely subtle when they appeared. But as the blood spurted out, the wound expanded instantly. What was originally a gentle breeze turned into a deadly wind. More than 24 Hai realm warriors fell to the ground instantly. The blood loss and wounds on their bodies in a short period of time would not actually make them lose their fighting ability. But you will understand if you look at their glazed eyes. The breeze blowing is not just for the body. The situation of the battle changed instantly. At this time, the others no longer cared about continuing to attack. They all retreated and looked up in the direction of the sound. In the sky, Su Chongkong held a long sword of constantly flowing spiritual power. Looking down at the people below. It's true. Jianduo instantly retreated and stood with Lang Rushuan and Qin Yu, breathing heavily. At the very beginning of this competition, he established a rule through various means. You can invite foreign aid, and the foreign aid must be a student of Tianyu University. This rule was originally detrimental to them, after all, their opponents were most of the seniors of Tianyu University. But there is nothing we can do about it, Qian Duoduo has calculated it. In their current situation, the possibility of victory is less than 10%. In this case, it is better to take a gamble. The foreign aid he set up was 2.5 monsters. As long as one of these 3 people comes back, the winning rate will be greatly increased. Although the students at Tianyu University are all geniuses, 4 years is still too short. Therefore, their enemies are basically all in the Unity realm, and it is impossible to have the true martial realm in the first place. However, because the action was hasty, some accidents occurred. It seems that I came in time. Su Chongkong smiled and fell from the sky. At the same time, he glanced around and suddenly froze. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Following his gaze, there was a figure lying on the ground that was no different from the others. But the problem is that he knows this person. Ye Meng Meng. After swallowing, Su Chongkong suddenly wanted to take back his previous sentence. Here, Ye Ziye shouldn't go crazy when he comes back. Something happened, and the small team competition turned into a team competition. Qian Duoduo explained. Su Chongkong sighed slightly and his eyes became sharp. It seemed like he was a little more ruthless. Looking at the enemies who had gathered together and experienced the battle with the cultists, this level seemed to him to be no different than a joke. The seniors gathered on the other side had clearly completely suppressed them and almost won. But now, there is only one more person on the other side, and including this person, only 4 people are still standing. But there was an unknown pressure on them, making them all breathless. Come on, who is afraid of whom? One of the leaders shouted, and more than a dozen people followed him out. The others also overcame their fear when they saw this. Su Chengkong's face showed no change, and he began to wave the long sword in his hand. Mary! Tens of thousands of illusory long swords emerged out of thin air, rushing out like an ocean current. Dan Palace! A vortex suddenly appeared on the innermost wall, and Ye Ziye walked out of it. Finally, I got over it. How can a group of old-timers do psychological counseling? With a voice full of sighs, if Ye Ziye could choose, he would rather fight the cultists than listen to a bunch of nonsense. Boy, how are you? It's very good, the harvest is good. Ye Ziye looked at Gugu in front, and then noticed that the other person's state was strange. Although the person was old before, the spirit was not. But now, Gu, what happened outside? In this case, you should go back quickly. Qian Duoduo may need your help. In the study room. As for the other martial arts system, the previous passage was still open, and Mou couldn't find a way to close it. The button under the table only opened it, not closed it. After finishing today's affairs easily, I heard a sound coming from the passage behind. This era is too cruel, but someone has to sacrifice. It can be any ordinary person, or it can be me, but you have to understand why. And sitting in the position of the head of the family, it seems that he is still dealing with government affairs? The Lang family has been destroyed now, but it is only temporary. A spaceship carried Ye Ziye and flew towards Tianyu University. Especially the words he said to himself at that time. After Ye Ziye figured it out, Mou said again, what are your plans next? Because the previous head of the family, Lang Xingbing, had planned everything before taking action, Mou had very little to do. Oh, so that's it. Ye Ziye understood a lot after hearing what happened. This kind of person may be exactly what mankind needs now. After a few minutes. Forget it, I was tricked by a group of old guys. Mou then told what happened these days. For mankind, he used his body as bait to help mankind clean up a lot of pests. Captain? Why are you here? Ziye was also startled when he saw Mou, not understanding why he was here. I have no interest in going in to explore, so I just treat it as a decoration. That kid will leave first. Ziye bowed and then walked towards the passage here. Although he got a bonus for the entire freshman year, he only took a few classes. Leave. Ziye revealed his long-awaited plan, and unknowingly, his status as a freshman also reached the final moment. In particular, he explained the Lang family's behavior and Lang Xingbing's plans. The two said some more things. After a moment of silence, he waved his hand and told Ziye to leave quickly. Mou talked about the competition between them and those seniors. Now that Ziye is ready to go back, it's okay to talk about it in advance. At first, he would go to the elixir department to take classes, but Haochen always taught himself alone, so he couldn't even attend that class. Let's put it this way, he had Ye Mengmeng help with his uniforms at that time. Looking at Ziye walking out of the passage, Mou finally understood why he had been unable to find any trace of Ziye. Gu didn't answer, just shook his head. Ziye asked. He had long understood that there was no peace outside, but he didn't know what it was exactly. For the Lang family, he alone took most of the blame and erased all the darkness caused by the previous development of the family. The problems left over from various development processes will also be solved in the subsequent period of time. I'm going back to Tianyu University. It's been almost half a year since I came out, and isn't this semester almost over? I plan to go back with Meng Meng. At this time, he was sitting at the table, dealing with various things with the help of a randomly selected butler. Chapter 162 Foreign Aid. Hey, why is there no follow-up? In a certain hell branch, Long Wushuan drank wine specially provided by the military. A trace of strange aura left his body. Long Wushuan has been so idle these days that he has been fighting with the cultists. In the end, who would have thought that the Lang family had done a big job and all the cultists were hidden, and he couldn't find them even if he tried to find them. He knew in his heart that until this matter calmed down, there would probably be no more work for him to do. It seems that it's almost time now, and Ziye will probably go back if nothing else happens. After all, it has been so long, and with Zizi's physical condition, there is no way he can recover. Long Wushuan calculated the time in his heart, and it happened to be the end of this semester. Go back. After stuffing the remaining half bottle of wine into the space props, Long Wushuan now wanted to see his friends. Especially Ziye, he has so much to say after not seeing him for so long. As everyone knows, Ziye has more things to say to him. In a room, dozens of people watched the completely reversed battle situation on the screen. Su Chongkong single-handedly defeated everyone they sent out. If you continue, it is estimated that the only way to go is failure. Everyone, give me an attitude. The president of the TND Society knocked on the table. He is the president of several societies with the longest history of Tianyu University. Since the rebellion of Fiyu Society, he has been in the position of leading everyone. We cannot lose this battle no matter what. A club president immediately expressed his attitude. These words were also the sentiments of most people present. It has only been 1 year since I entered school and I have already grown to this level. If they wait a little longer, they really won't be able to play anymore. But the key is that it is very difficult for them to play now. It won't be of much use now even if we pile up all the people who haven't been sent out, we can only do it ourselves. Another club president said. The lowest strength of these people is at the 7th or 8th level of the Union Realm, and those who are slightly stronger are at the 9th level of the Union Realm. Originally, they were not eligible to participate in this round of competition, but who asked Jian Duoduo to add an extra rule that allows recruiting foreign aid. Although they have completed 4 years of study, they are still studying here. In essence, they are still half students. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at each other for a while. The president of the TND club waved his hand and said, Please suspend the competition while I go to negotiate with the teachers. He was full of confidence when he spoke. He was sure that the negotiation would be successful. The key to the negotiation was how many people could be sent in. But it's not that critical. The stronger ones among them are confident that they can defeat that half of the monster alone. That's Tian Xianling, except for the Qian Duo that made him a little broken. The rest of the Genius Club, even those two monsters, were not taken seriously by him. As the teacher left, they both stopped. Su Chongkong could only withdraw his half-laid sword first. He fell to the ground and watched Qian Duo negotiate with him for a few words before walking back. How's it going? Qian Duo shook his head. The situation is a bit troublesome. The presidents of those societies want to take action, because the rules set by them are almost certain to succeed. Well, that's a bit troublesome. Su Chongkong had been following Qian Duo for some time before, so he naturally knew the strength of those club presidents. Look at the sword in his hand that is made up of condensed sword intent. Normally, he can hit 2 or 3 without any problem. But it's a bit difficult for the powerful ones. Qian Duo had no choice now. He took out his cell phone and thought about arranging for people to send everyone who had fallen to the ground for treatment. Although both sides were careful in their attacks, there were still a few who were seriously injured. As soon as I took out my phone, I saw 2 people sending private messages to me. MOU, Ziye has set off to go back. How is the situation now? Long Aotian, Xiao Qian, I'm going back. Has Ziye gone back? How do you say this? Qian Duo sent a few messages and asked Su Chongkong and Lang Rushuan to stay here, while he hurried out. Team chat. Rich second generation, Brother Long, Ziye, I will send you a location, you can just come here. Rich second generation, positioning, game rules. Long Aotian, Xiao Qian, why didn't you tell me such an interesting thing? I've been so busy outside these days that I'm almost growing grass. Ziao, I'll be there soon. Ziye looked at the rules of the competition and saw that everyone in the club participated. He thought of Meng Meng immediately. He hadn't seen her for such a long time, although he had contacted her through some means. Ziao, how is Meng Meng doing? Rich second generation, I was injured and I'm not awake yet. Ziye and the group stopped talking, just a spaceship flying towards Shenmue University, bursting out at the fastest speed in an instant. Several people in the group had expected this, but after a while, Qian Duo received another private message. Ziao, Lang Rushuan, how is the situation now? The rich second generation, a few old men from the Lang family came over. It should be fine. Only MOU can solve the problem. After all, such a big thing happened. Even if there is something in my heart, I can only tell it to the people closest to me. Ziye put away the phone and kept adjusting his breathing to keep himself calm. Normally, this kind of thing wouldn't make him lose his temper like this. After all, he only suffered some injuries during the battle, and Ye Mengmeng is not the kind of person who only hides behind others. But the leaves are in bad shape now. He has just divided his soul into 5, and has not experienced any side effects, but is still a little confused. That's how it turned out. From the ring on his hand, he took out a large amount of resources related to soul and spiritual power. He picked something at random and started to devour it. He had to recover quickly now. The speed of the spacecraft was very fast, and it didn't take long to reach the place. Leave. Long Wushuan, who arrived first, shouted loudly. Wushuan, there's also Duoqian, Su Chongkong, long time no see. Ziye greeted the 3 people below, and his figure quickly fell to the ground. Where's Lang Rushuan? Ziye asked when he saw one person missing. With you guys, we won't be needed in the competition, so she went to help treat the wounded. Qian Duo explained that since the 2.5 monsters were all back, they naturally didn't have to play. If you can win, then win. If you can't win, it's useless for them to get involved. Long Huashuan came over and slapped him on the shoulder. Ziye and Xiao Su, there is still some time before the start, let's drink some wine first. The two did not refuse, they knew what kind of wine Long Huashuan was talking about. Special supply to the military. Qian Duoduo didn't go with the three of them, and left first after saying something. He still has some things to arrange now. Tianyu, who was in the hospital bed, could only stand up when he saw the message coming from his mobile phone. He said hello to the nurse and left in a hurry. Chapter 163 The Former Top Genius. School Forum. Big news, the 2.5 monsters are all back and participating in the competition as foreign aid. One stone caused a stir, and the speech of an unknown senior instantly made the forum lively. Really? Aren't these three people all going out for training? Yes, if you are here to take part in the competition, wouldn't it be enough to come back a little early? The three of you have things to do and are delayed. That's unlikely. I don't know about that, Ziye. The other two didn't go to the same continent. There were a lot of speculations on the forum for a while. The president of the TND Society, Xian Tianling. Looking at the money sitting across from him, even now he still doesn't know anything. But the veins on his forehead that kept popping up already showed how bad his impression of Qian Duoduo was now. A character who can play around with this group of people in a completely legal, reasonable, and ethical manner. Tian Xianling now only feels that this opportunity that he finally got is about to go to waste again. No, I can't think like that. What if this was just a ploy on his part? Forced to cheer himself up, Tian Xianling now had to face the existence that was about to become his inner demon in just 6 months. He felt that if he didn't defeat the opponent quickly, he would never have another chance in the future. According to the rules we set in advance, I and other senior members of the club are also foreign players who can be invited, so it is in line with the rules for us to participate in this competition. Tian Xianling behaved extremely calmly and upright. But the faint smile that appeared on Qian Duoduo's face across from him made him a little frightened. It didn't take long. Team Chat. Rich second generation, the results of the negotiation are out. All the remaining contestants from both sides have withdrawn. The final victory will be determined by your battle. Rich second generation, because there was a big disadvantage in the previous rounds, the opponent is the president of the Heaven and Earth Society, a strong man at the 9th level of the Unity Realm. Of course, this last and most important round of competition will not end with a simple fight against each other. That's just the end, fighting is indispensable for warriors. Therefore, most activities will regard the most direct battle as the finale. Long Aotian, don't worry, Xiao Qian, isn't it the true martial realm? I remember when I first entered school, the situation was similar to now. Long Huashuan's words revealed his ease, as long as it was a fight, he was not afraid. Rich second generation, brother Long, be careful this time. Qian Duoduo knew Long Huashuan's temperament and acted in a measured manner, but he still wanted to remind him. The further the martial arts realm goes, the more difficult it becomes to fight across the border. Not only is the gap between each realm getting bigger, it's also because no one is a genius at this realm. They are all geniuses, so if they want to be the same as before, they can only be more geniuses than geniuses. Just like Ziye and the others, even in the Unity realm, they can easily jump to several small realms to fight. But this time the gap is really huge. Ziye, how long until it starts? Rich second generation, if this is urgent, you can do it right away. If you need it, I can hold them back for a while. Ziye, then let's wait for a while. I have made a mental breakthrough and now I need to recover. MOU, your kind of soul has a breakthrough, how did it happen? MOU, who had been diving in the group, couldn't help but stand up and ask when he saw Ziye saying that he had a breakthrough. This is a unique piece of material, which is very helpful for him to go further on his own path. Ziye, wait a moment. Ziye, who was drinking with the other two people, put down his glass and sorted out his thoughts. After typing it up quickly, I sent it to the group as a file. Ziye, Breakthrough Method. MOU, 6. Rich second generation, psychological treatment still needs to keep up. In reality, Long Wushuan, who was sitting next to Ziye, had just finished drinking half of the wine in his mouth when he clicked on the file. Then, it sprayed out directly. Su Chongkong, who was sitting opposite him and to the left, ducked to one side in confusion. Long Wushuan glanced at Su Chongkong's confused eyes, and then handed the phone over to the other party for a look. Su Chongkong was silent. Returning the phone, he had seen the published cultivation methods of Ziye. But now he understands that it is only the most basic. Is this the difference between him and a real monster? Other side. After the negotiation ended, Tian Xianling had already started walking back. Suddenly he received a message mentioning a person he least wanted to see. Since one of the two parties has doubts about the rules, we will conduct a more in-depth study. Representatives from both sides of this competition are requested to arrive at the designated location within half an hour for talks. Special note, since one representative has a lot of money, he is willing to provide all-day catering, accommodation and other assistance for the uncertain duration of this meeting. The duration is uncertain? Tian Xianling took a breath, he really didn't want to go back. But identity is like this, it can both help you and restrain you. Go back. 2 full days later. The 3 leaves fell from the sky one after another, looking at the damage caused by the battle around them. This is the place where Qian Duoduo and the others fought before. Ziye kept clenching his fists, seemingly still adjusting to his body. Among the other two, Long Wushuan was very excited. He couldn't wait but wanted to fight. Su Chongkong looks handsome and dashing. Compared to before, he may be more popular with girls now. Some distance in front of the 3 of them, 7 figures have been waiting here for a long time. He has a majestic figure, a halberd that is much taller than others, and a faint sense of oppression lingers around him. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of exhaustion. Tian Xianling looked at the 2.5 monsters in front of him, all of them were in the unity state. Even he couldn't help but say pervert in his heart. I think back then he was also the strongest genius among his peers, and he had almost no opponents during his 4 years of study. Later, when he stayed in school to continue his studies, his cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds. Now in his 30s, he is already at the 9th level of the Unity realm, and in a few years he will steadily enter the true martial realm. This kind of speed cannot be matched even by those presidents of the TND club with the same long tradition as him. That's when he will become a teacher at Tianyu University. It can be said that he is the pinnacle of human genius. Looking ahead, those kings may not all be better than him, and looking back, the same is true for these lucky people. I'll go first. The spear appeared in Long Wu's hands, and in an instant his fighting spirit and spear spirit merged and disappeared. Bang! The roar of the collision between the halberd and the spear mixed with the sound of piercing the air. Ziye looked at the 2 people who had exchanged more than 10 moves in a short period of time. Long Wushuan turned out to be at the 2nd level of the Unity realm. It seems that I also got some opportunities outside. The 2 figures who were constantly attacking suddenly stopped, and Long Wushuan, who was holding a spear, was knocked back. Just at this time, one sword cuts through the air. Chapter 164 True Martial Power. Tian Xuanling's expression changed slightly, and the halberd he swung collided with the oncoming sword intent. The moment the 2 came into contact, the incredible force shattered the ground beneath their feet. He did not choose to take it head-on, but instead used the force to throw it into the air. At this moment, even those outside the island are waiting for the final outcome. You can see a hint of sword intent rising into the sky, over the entire island and even the surrounding ocean. All the clouds were cut apart by this sword. Tian Xianling held the halberd in one hand and looked at the 3 people who stood together again. as expected of a monster. Now all the contempt in his heart has disappeared, and he understands that the people in front of him have a comprehension of martial arts that is no weaker than his. They are all at the level of breaking through the Jinyu realm 100%. If one insists on accumulating the first three realms, namely the body refining realm, the Qi and blood realm, and the unity realm, one can also use a large number of treasures to elevate oneself to the higher realms. But the Jinyu realm is not enough. This realm requires an understanding of the martial arts. Resources are not what warriors at this level need most. Of course this refers to ordinary people, excluding certain monsters. Seeing that the two people around him had already taken action, Ziye decided to show off her skills as well. With the spiritual force activated, a black knife case fell to the ground, and the metal material didn't make any sound. Before the two people around could look, the grass that had been pressed down had straightened up again. Without even a breeze, the 49 black lines had already surrounded Tian Xianling. What? Because of the momentary surprise just now and the long distance, Tian Xianling thought that he would have enough time to deal with any attack. It was this gap that ordinary people couldn't even detect, and Tian Xianling reacted instantly. Where he stood, 49 black lines passed simultaneously. It's just like photo editing software, and look at it again at this time. The black lines were stained with a little red, but they were just some superficial injuries. Ziye had expected this, and the previous moves were just tests. I've shown you everything, now let's fight seriously. Good. Long Wushuan shouted loudly, and his momentum instantly rose twice in a row. This secret technique will improve as his fighting spirit increases, and Ziye feels that it is already more powerful than the two he is using now. After all, his two abilities will not improve automatically, they need to be integrated with various secret techniques. Su Changkong's momentum also soared, and he obviously had an extra trump card. Seeing this, Ziye followed suit. Burning blood. Burning soul. The three of them attacked at the same time. Tian Xianling did not dare to be negligent and attacked with all his strength. First, he flew quickly in the air, dodging the black lines, and waited for the opportunity to come. The halberd was ready to chop down hard, and the spear collided with it from bottom to top. Swing the breeze! A light breeze blew by, and 49 black lines rushed over as well. Ziye even felt that his fist was about to strike out from behind. Troubled times. Looking at the extremely heavy halberd, it actually left an afterimage. Long Wushuan had already discovered something long before he swung this move. However, the gap in strength between the two was too great, and they were unable to resist for the time being. The figure broke through the soil and rocks and smashed deep into the ground. If you listen carefully at the deepest part, you can even hear some water sounds, which obviously means that the island was almost smashed through. Tian Xianling held the halberd in both hands, but his expression was shocked. Because his attack was actually blocked by Ziye's body. There was a deep wound on Ziye's chest, but he actually grabbed the halberd with both hands. His reaction was a beat slower than Long Wushuan's. In the final analysis, it was because Long Wushuan's fighting consciousness was too strong. Countermeasures have been prepared long before the enemy takes action. But he wasn't bad either. He took advantage of the little time Long Wushuan bought to get ready. Flash slash! Su Changkong slashed out a sword with extreme speed. 50 extremely fast and sharp attacks, even those in the true martial arts realm would not be able to dodge them all. In a burst of sword light and shadow, the halberd on Ziye's chest burst out with force, causing him to be thrown out without noticing for a moment. A lot of blood spilled in the air. There are his and Tian Xianling's. Yu Jian. Su Changkong, who faced Tian Xianling alone, knew that he couldn't bear it forcefully. It turned out to be like a fish swimming, resolving the opponent's two killing moves with great difficulty. Just when the third killing move was inevitable, a spear blocked his eyes. Qian Duoduo, Tianyu, and several club members who had woken up. Look at the scene in real time on the screen in front of you. In addition to being surprised, they were also at a loss. Because they can't see clearly. The combat effectiveness of the 4 Ziye people, at the lowest level, has far exceeded the average 9th level of Unity Realm. In terms of combat effectiveness, these people can at most compete with the first few levels of the Unity Realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the end, with only Qian Duoduo and Lang Rushuan left fighting. It was then that they remembered that there was Lang Rushuan among the 9 people. This one of the 9 people with a very low sense of presence has a fighting ability that far exceeds theirs. Tianyu swallowed, he could see more clearly, and his eyes moved to Qian Duoduo next to him. Just as he was about to ask something, Qian Duoduo spoke before he could. I don't know either. Qian Duoduo's eyes never left the screen in front of him, he knew it. Although Tian Xianling is said to be at the 9th level of the Unity Realm, his true combat power has definitely reached the true martial realm. He has no idea about this gap. The battle place on the screen is the center of the island, which is a fairly open and flat place. But now, there are dozens of deep gorges with unknown depths inside and filled with sea water. As if blown by a strong wind, what originally looked to one side as a forest in the center of the island seemed to have been wiped out from the middle. Only some remaining tree roots can be seen from every corner. In the ocean around the island, all fish schools have disappeared. Even the extremely slow turtles are still struggling to swim towards the distance. And all this was just because of the 4 people fighting in the sky above the island. This means that the control of power by the 4 of them is at an extremely advanced level. Otherwise, there would be any islands that would have been sunk long ago. Tian Xianling once again used Chaos Shi, knocking away the enemies who were about to attack him at the same time. Just when he waved the halberd, a lot of blood spilled out. Even the momentum has weakened a lot. Damn it, what the hell kind of weapon is this? Does it have the same special technology as my own? During the short gap, Tian Xianling took a quick rest while guarding against those black lines. In the original battle with the 3 people, with their hard power and the lack of tacit understanding among the 3 Ziye, he still had some upper hand. But the black lines that appeared from time to time were really fatal, leaving dozens of wounds on his body. Moreover, these wounds are filled with flame-like toxins, which is equivalent to a constantly superimposed enemy buff. Chapter 165, Full Strength and Trump Card? During the battle, the 3 of them exchanged glances with each other, and then Ziye rushed in desperately. Tian Xianling did not hesitate and struck hard. When faced with the attack, Ziye directly resorted to the same trick. A heavy blow hit his shoulder, and Ziye grabbed the halberd directly from behind. He even used force to make it cut deeper. Tian Xianling also wanted to repeat his old tricks. His weapon was printed with special runes. This is a technology obtained from a ruins, but human civilization has not yet thoroughly studied it. The weapons on his weapon were also made with disposable items obtained from the ruins. Ziye instantly felt that his internal organs were being eaten by thousands of ants and his soul was being oppressed. This level of pain can kill an ordinary person in just a few seconds. But Ziye's body was covered with wounds. No matter how painful he was, his eyes remained firm. He walked on pain all the way, swallowing the flames for strength, and enduring the pain of burning. In order to seek a breakthrough, he did not hesitate to break his soul and hang his life by a thread before he succeeded. Why should he be afraid of pain when he comes like this? Tian Xianling didn't need to think about it to understand the attacks of the other 2 and those weird black lines. The next moment will fall on you. Then come and try it. Amazing! With a loud shout, this move was different from the previous intensive attack. It was an instant burst. As soon as Long Wushuan was halfway through the rush, he saw the figure of Ziye dragging the opponent in the air, and then turned into a line and smashed into the ground. There was no time to think about anything else, and Su Chongkong, who was also charging from the other side, attacked with all his strength, not to waste the opportunity that Ziye had fought for. War. Float. Tian Xianling felt attacks from both sides, and his halberd was waving downwards. No matter how he looked, he had no time to defend himself. Then come and try it. The veins on both arms popped out, and a large amount of blood spurted out. At this moment, he desperately used his next move. Shock the world. The three attacks collided. At this moment, the island below began to tremble, and the leaves that had been smashed below, in the sea water. Feeling that his body was deeply embedded in the rock, he looked upward and felt the burst of power. My head is still a little dizzy and I look a little crazy. Ziye whispered, but because of the sea water, only a few bubbles emerged. With his eyes closed, there was a soul that had almost recovered in his body, and a soul that was still partially incomplete inside Ao's body. His previous battles were all because of that body, which was recovered. The remaining 4 paths have not been restored, and the other is because he has improved the secret method, which will have a certain impact on the spirit if used. Mid-air. The fight between the 3 of them had come to an end, and Su Chongkong was sent flying to nowhere. Long Huashuan stood in a huge pothole and looked up at Tian Xianling. Holding the spear, he knew that Tian Xianling was similar to him now. Otherwise, they would have been attacked long ago. How could they have given themselves a chance to breathe? I was thinking about what to do next, when suddenly the surroundings seemed to heat up. Long Huashuan instantly became cautious. He glanced around and found that steam was constantly coming out of the canyons filled with sea water. The original white steam in his eyes turned into the white flames that reached the sky before he could understand it. A figure rushed out of the canyon in an instant, and with a wave of his hand, half of the sky burned with flames. 49 black lines appeared again and began to hover around the figure in the flames. Ziye controlled the flying knife and instantly made more than a dozen cuts on his body. A large amount of blood just spurted out, and when it came into contact with the flames outside, it turned into the most ferocious fuel for a while. And all this fuel was swayed on those flying knives. He has 2 means of large-scale destruction, pure white flame and poisonous mist. Both of these are too easy to damage friendly forces, especially poison mist. The pure white flame can still be controlled, but there is really no way to control the poisonous mist. If you are not careful, it will not be a matter of victory or defeat. So flames are better, a voice kept saying in Zizi's heart. The preparations were completed, and the Black God's flying knife was propelled by 5 times the mental power. Looking at Tian Xianling who has recovered a little, can you catch it? Strips of flames instantly left in the air. If you want to use this trick to deal with me, then let's take a look. Shock the world. This move is similar to chaos, but the attack area is more comprehensive, and there are almost no blind spots using shock as a means. In an instant, a white fireball appeared in the sky. In the middle of the fireball was Tian Xianling. The flames outside were burning, but it only took a few seconds before abnormal fluctuations began to occur. Boom! The huge fireball exploded directly. Inside, Tian Xianling looked extremely embarrassed, but he still stood there. Both hands were still holding the halberd tightly. Hold on! Just as I was thinking this, a strong wind suddenly blew from behind me. A bit of gunlight stopped on the back of his neck. Have you forgotten me? Long Huashuan's voice sounded behind him, and he knew he lost. As expected of a monster, it's always me who crosses the border to fight, and the result is me. Tian Xianling took the initiative to put away his weapon. It was not that he had no strength to fight again, he also had a trump card in his hand. But you can understand it by looking at the state of the 2 people. If he continues to fight, he will lose. In this case, don't make it look ugly. Anyway, it's just a competition. Important, but not enough to make a few of them fight for their lives. At this moment, another wave of sword intent suddenly swept across the entire island, and a sword cry sounded in everyone's ears. The remaining clouds in the sky began to disperse, and the sea water began to fluctuate regularly. A strong wind swept over the island. In a burst of flying sand, Su Chongkong rushed into the air, and a sword as big as a mountain appeared behind him. Dian Meng, et. Halfway through shouting the name of the move, he was about to lock onto the enemy when he was stunned. Su Chongkong looked at the two Long Wushuan standing together, and Ziye who was gradually putting away the flames on the other side. He knew about Ziye's situation, that using 5 souls at the same time was Ziye's true full-strength state. So, the ultimate trick he had been holding back for so long, just blew it up. The shadow behind him disappeared in silence. In the past 6 months, the battle between genius societies and established societies has come to an end. There is a high probability that this will be the last time. Because everyone understood in this battle that even if no one was behind them, they could only rely on themselves. Facing seniors who are several years older, as well as those who are staying in school for further studies, they are all strong enough to deal with it. For those in the Genius Club, everything is happy. Except Su Chongkong. Chapter 166 Celebration. In order to celebrate the club's victory, Qian Duoduo booked the island closest to Shenwu University. Qinyu and Qinghan, 2 brothers who had become the best of friends, waved down a small flag on the beach. The swimming competition between the two begins. Go on, I won't lose. Qinghan instantly caused a wave of waves. Qinyu didn't yell like him, which was strange. A originally passionate young man from the lower class is becoming more and more mature and stable, while a second-generation person with a background is starting to become a little unruly and unrestrained. A little aroma of barbecue gradually floated out, making the girl waving the flag think for a moment. Ignoring the two of them, they walked step by step towards the barbecue place. Wu Tianming and Han Yu are helping Qian Duoduo cook barbecue. One of them is responsible for dressing and the other is responsible for marinating. As the third spiritual master of the club, do I have such a low sense of presence? Han Yu complained. After the written examination, he was actually asked for his contact information. There is no problem with this, and I am even a little happy about it. However, when that classmate who looked like a sister asked for my contact information, she actually asked why I had been so low-key. We obviously went to school together, but we didn't even know this person. There is no way. We are neither the first rank among the 9, nor do we have any special expertise. Hurry up and get together. Brother Long will come soon. This is not enough. Wu Tianming kept rubbing the meat skewers that were put into the bag. He was also not famous. I think at the beginning, he thought that he could be ranked in the top 10 even if he was not ranked first. After all, he ranked first in the first 2 stages of the training camp, but he didn't expect that he would just make up the numbers in the end. Come and try my handiwork. Qian Duoduo handed the freshly grilled meat skewers to the girl who was coming. Wu Tianming also came to his senses. Qian Duoduo told him these things, otherwise he would not have known. After knowing everything, he now only feels that he did not cause trouble because he looked down on other people. This behavior was really right. Otherwise, if you are taught that you should be light-hearted, if you offend someone you shouldn't. For a moment, he turned around with lingering fear and looked at the 2 figures building a castle on the beach. Not only him, but also another person smiled at the warm scene between the two. Tian Xiangzhu lay on the recliner and adjusted his sunglasses. He was not a member of the club, but so many lucky people came out for dinner. And most of them have not yet reached the realm of unity, so naturally they have to be watched. It's not just him, there are many other people hiding around, but his identity is here. Vice President of the Genius Club and Zizi's senior brother. If you stand up and fish in an open and honest manner, no one can say anything. It was already approaching dusk, under the shining sun. Su Chongkong led the 2 of them galloping on the sea, waving a sword energy from time to time, looking so handsome. It was just the 2 who were following him, especially the one behind him, Tian Lin. His movements were obviously very unfamiliar, and he accidentally fell into the sea. There was a sudden explosion in the sea surface, and it turned out that Long Wushuan came out. At this moment, if time stands still, that a picture composed of people who will protect human civilization in the future will be preserved forever. Everyone, eat! Long Wushuan emerged from the ocean and brought a fresh huge sea fish. After Qianduoduo's cooking, it has now been distributed to everyone. There are also those grilled meat skewers, plus a variety of drinks. This night was infinitely wonderful. Blackness arrives in an instant, and in a blink of an eye, the sun rises again. There were collapsed figures everywhere on the beach, with only a few still standing. Even he is still a little groggy now, and he still vaguely remembers that he seemed to have told all the gossip he got before yesterday. I just don't know who heard it, and who will remember it after waking up. Ziye used his mental power to help Qianduoduo clean up the garbage. What kind of wine did you bring? There are still a lot of people awake. In fact, those who didn't wake up were fine. A few of them had already woken up and were now talking to the sea about last night's delicious food. Qianduoduo just smiled and did not answer. Seeing this, Ziye didn't ask any questions. His mental power covered the entire beach. In the next second, all the garbage was locked by him and then gathered together. Qianduoduo took out a large garbage bag, packed everything, and received the space props. Ziye was about to stretch when he suddenly remembered something. That's right. In Qianduoduo's eyes, he took out 2 pill prescriptions. After taking it, Qianduoduo looked at the things recorded on it. Then, with his level of alchemy, which he only had some basic understanding of, he also realized how extraordinary these 2 things were. One of these 2 is my improved secret medicine, heavenly blood. It is the best cultivation elixir in the qi and blood realm. The other one is one I created, which is a qi and blood powder that can help the body refining realm break through to the qi and blood realm. As he spoke, Ziye took out these 2 finished elixirs. Qianduoduo first observed carefully and obtained Zizi's consent. After just a few minutes of throwing the heavenly blood directly into his mouth, his eyes became restless. What's your plan? This time he didn't call Ziye, because since Ziye took out such a thing now, it meant that it was a business. Business can be mixed with emotions, but it depends on when. When it is announced, this thing will show its greatest value only if it is widely used. Then leave it to me. The night of partying is over. Their freshman year has come to an end. After saying goodbye one after another, Ziye and Mengmeng also embarked on their way home. Within a space, Black Feather knelt down and worshipped in front of the stone statue alone. This time, he did not have the warmth of the brother next door. Every time he closed his eyes, another family member died. The sight of death in front of him made him unable to sleep peacefully. Especially, the one who killed him was Zizi's senior brother. Moreover, under his desperate pursuit, he finally found the trace. It is also related to that leaf. Everything seems to be caused by him. Obviously the family members who died this time, even if it costs his life, he still wants to use means to let Ziye retreat safely after gaining merit. After Ziye was attacked by something unknown to them, was also the most concerned. He even heard that Zizi's luck was weird, and he most hoped that Ziye was not the one with luck. He is obviously a person who cares the most. But the result? A strange aura flowed through his body, and Heyu prayed in the most pious voice. Great Holy Spirit, please give me your will. The stone statue's eyes flashed with a strange light, and a message was transmitted. According to the order. Black Feather's long voice echoed in the space. It starts from coincidence and accident, wrong plan is the whole process, and the final outcome. It is the simplest truth hidden under layers of schemes. Chapter 167 A Belated Gift. The city lord was dealing with various government affairs when suddenly his secretary opened the door and hurried in. What's wrong? You're so panicked. You have to stay calm no matter what. The city lord frowned, his secretary was a new recruit. She is relatively young, so she is always frizzy. City lord, no, this matter is very urgent. The voice was not so firm, it could even be said to be a bit weak. Tell me, what happened again? Those guys appealed for funds again. The city lord thought of some of the things that had troubled him recently, especially issues related to funds, and he had to make a big fuss every year. No, it's that Ziye, he's coming back. A message was projected, and it was revealed that it was sent by Ziye. Explain that you are going to come back by spaceship and report it in advance. After all, Shui City does not have a temporary suspension place for spaceships. That's it. Hearing the calm voice of the city lord, the new secretary was ready to accept the blame. You've done a good job. Come with me to greet them and let the people below check them. If there are any irregularities, let them retreat directly. Hell! In the deepest office, Chen Feng could only stand on one side of the chair. Because sitting there now is the legend of Hell, the blood sword. At this time, he was concentrating on playing with a pot of flowers on the table. Not bad, it's just right as a gift. Tian Xiangju has always wanted to give his junior brother's future wife a gift. For this reason, this is a rare flower that he spent a lot of effort to obtain. He looked at the time and said, "Let's go." It was almost time for his junior brother to arrive. Morrowind looked at the very happy legend. I just feel that my salty fish life is getting further and further away. I really just want to be a salted fish. Why do you need to be associated with such a big shot again? Sitting in his own seat, there was no time to mourn for him. His subordinates who had been guarding outside placed a lot of things that needed to be dealt with on his table. These were originally done by his subordinates, but unfortunately some accidents occurred. Many people died. Other side. Under the personal command of the city lord, a spaceship passed through the peripheral defense device without any accidents. Stopped at a building. But before the city lord could complete his simple wish of meeting him, a figure blocked him. Seeing this, the city lord could only leave first, and the man looked at the figure coming down. Junior brother. Senior brother. Second brother. Ziye and Meng were very happy to see Tian Xiangju, as they had spent some time together before. Meng even called herself second brother directly under his strong suggestion. Tian Xiangju looked at the two people walking towards him and said, "Here, this is the gift that has been missing." After saying that, she put it into Meng's hand, and she looked at the pot of flowers in her hand. The flowers above are as beautiful as stars, exuding a light blue light. Take a breath. It was as cool as the sea. What was even more surprising was that Meng vaguely felt that her mental power had increased a bit. This is so precious. Whatever is precious or not, as long as you like it. When Su Chongkong saw Meng's reaction, he was sure that he was happy, and that was enough. Looking at the two people side by side, I just wanted to ask them what they were going to do next. I thought of the advice a certain instructor gave me. Don't think about assisting, as long as you don't cause trouble, that will be the best result. Junior brother, I won't disturb you anymore. If you have any trouble, just go to hell to find me. I will stay here when I take a break recently. The gifts were also delivered, and Tian Xiangju waved goodbye and flew away. Ziye reached out and touched the head of the beauty next to him. Please keep your things properly. Well, I will take good care of you. Ziye waved his other hand back and put the spacecraft away. Then the two of them had no intention of taking the stairs, and flew down directly through their mental power. On the roadside below, someone had been waiting for them for a long time. Cute. Tang Yuan pounced directly over, while Meng held the flower pot in her hands and raised it high. In an instant, there was only darkness left in front of him. Yu Yan, I can't breathe. Hey! Begging for mercy is of no use. Instead, it encourages someone's naughty thoughts. Ziye coughed twice, but it was of no use. He couldn't look anywhere right. Finally, it took a while to get into the car. How long do you two plan to stay back? Tang Yuan drove the car and looked at the two people sitting behind her through the mirror. Ziye said nothing and looked at Ye Meng. I am alone, and I only want to visit the orphanage when I come back. If you are busy, you can help. If nothing happens, you will probably plan to go back in a day or two at most. But Ye Meng is different. She has not been back for almost a year due to identity issues, and her parents must also want to see their daughter. Meng, why are you still absent-minded? Let me tell you, my uncle and aunt have prepared a big meal now, and my parents are also here. They have never seen Ziye before. When I came to pick you up, I said that I would take care of it for you. Check. Tang Yuan kept talking along the way. He and Ye Meng had been playing together since childhood and had not seen each other for more than a year. It's hard to say enough right now. Soon, I got home. After walking in, Ziye also met Tang Yuan's parents. After explaining his identity, Tang's father looked at him with obviously good looks and admired him very much. There is a sharp contrast with Yi's father's eyes that still have no kindness. He is really a dragon and a phoenix among men, ha ha ha. What do you mean? It's not your daughter you're riding with. It's all a matter of time. We can still keep this for the rest of our lives. If you ask me, just be more open-minded. Tang's father couldn't help laughing as he spoke. Ziye seemed to see a few wisps of black smoke coming out of Father Yi's head. I know I can't stay here anymore. Ye Meng and Tang Yuan went to the room upstairs. Besides, in your current state, he is indifferent to life and death. At this moment, I really didn't dare to mention going upstairs. He said help decisively and got into the kitchen. The next meal made Ziye even more frightened. After finally getting over it, Ziye sat in the pavilion outside, looking up at the bright moon and blowing the cool breeze. Leave. Ye Meng came over and sat directly on Ziye's lap, quietly leaning on Ziye's chest. Ziye was also hugged gently, and all the worries in his heart disappeared at this moment. Ziye, you don't have to wait for me here. My second brother didn't say you would stay here for a while. My safety is not a problem. Yes. Ziye responded softly. Now they all know about the evil god. Ziye looked at the beauty in his arms, closed his eyes for a few seconds and then opened them again. Night. When I returned to my own room in the orphanage, there was no big movement. I just said hello to a few people and stayed in the room all night. Chapter 168 Future Plans. Early morning. Little by little, Ziye cleaned the room inside and outside. In fact, his room is not dirty at all. The people in the orphanage will take turns to clean it every few days. The next day, Ziye began to guide the people in the orphanage. Even if he has never been a teacher, with his current vision and experience, there is no problem at all in teaching a few guys who don't even have the Qi and Blood realm yet. During the break, Ziye saw that the one they were working on was still lying at the bottom of the panel. 11th edition of Basic Breathing Techniques, Mid-Grade Mortal Level. This breathing technique, which has gone through 10 revisions, has reached a certain limit, and it is unlikely that there will be a major breakthrough in a short time. Unless some great genius has a flash of inspiration or some kind of accident. Ziye couldn't help but move his eyes to the panel, and in the next moment he knew that this was not feasible, at least not now. Not to mention that the current breathing is still a long way from being upgraded, but it is about to be upgraded. Improving the breathing method is not that simple. He previously created the dispersion of Qi and Blood, the right time, the right place and the right people, and with all three in place, he succeeded in a dangerous way. Naturally, the weather refers to the mysterious luck, the geography refers to the special environment, and the people refer to the experience of so many predecessors. Finally, a breakthrough in skills is added. Although he thought so, Ziye still kept this matter in his heart. On this day, Ziye put all his energy on the people in the orphanage. Until it gets late, most people gradually go to rest. There was only one person holding an extremely ordinary long sword. Fight against leaves. The sword moves are too regular, you should go your own way. The young man opposite Ziye slumped down on the ground. My way? But I just want to spend this life peacefully, so what way can I go? Ziye didn't say anything after hearing this. Perhaps it was because of his character that he handed the sword to him. What I didn't say at the beginning was that I hoped that the other party would stay here and guard this place for me. But that is too selfish, everyone is entitled to make his or her own path. Come again. The young man waved his sword again, and the two figures waited until the moon was halfway down. During a break, the slight snoring sound came. Ziye walked up and picked up the boy and took him back to the room. After covering himself with the quilt, he looked at the long sword held in his other hand. The next moment, his finger pointed at the upper part of the sword hilt, and the white firelight flickered slightly. When the finger left, a small piece of jade was left. Inside the jade was a book of swordsmanship left by Ziye. This is not a profound skill, only a low-level spiritual skill. Qingling sword technique. After doing all this, leave the sword behind. He was going to leave. Ziye didn't intend to leave an explanation or anything, all this was just a whim. In addition, because of him, everyone in the orphanage now has enough resources and skills. For example, the boy he chose used no less than 3 spiritual sword techniques in the confrontation with him just now. But as he said, every move is like a machine. Didn't practice to the depth at all. The figure under the black rain feathers looked up quietly. A spaceship sailed into the night and disappeared into the horizon. Ziye adjusted his condition. His vacation was over. Taking advantage of this period of time, he began to think about his next plan to become stronger. First, I checked my own panel. Name, Ziye. Age, 19. Qualifications, Earth level top grade, Blood Soul Heavenly Poison Body, Earth level top grade. Realm, 2nd level of Unity Realm, 1st level of 3 stars. Equipment, a special iron sword, top grade mortal level, fire feather clothes, low grade spiritual grade, wolf mask, low grade spiritual grade, black god sword box, low grade earth grade, capable of growth, night walking clothes, low grade earth grade. Skills, perfect 5 elements body tempering technique fire, middle grade on earth level, perfect 5 elements tempering body technique earth, middle grade on earth level, 2nd level of fighting god technique, high grade on heaven level, introductory star soul vast technique, heaven level, the upper level of the heavenly level, the entry level immortality skill, the upper level of the heavenly level. Skills, breathing, mid-level earth level 1.68 billion/10 billion, boxing, top level spiritual level 23 million/100 million, body skills, top level spiritual level 15 million/100 million, fighting, top level spiritual level 34.5 million/100 million, physical constitution, low level earth level 250 million/1 billion, spirit, low-level earth level 300 million/1 billion, alchemy, low-level earth level 200,000/1 billion. The 5 elements skills must be speeded up. Ziye saw the 2 skills at first glance. During the previous battle with Tian Xianling, these 2 techniques provided great help. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand the opponent's attack. In addition, Ziye also looked at his own physique. Ever since I got a chalcedony fruit from Long Wushuan, my qualifications and physique have not been improved for a long time. And now these 5 complementary 5 elements techniques have all been cultivated to the state of transformation. It can definitely improve your physical fitness. Ziye looked at his other skills, fighting god technique and star soul vast technique. One of them must be fought, and the other will improve when he exercises his soul. So don't think about it for now. The rest are the earth level skills acquired previously, as well as the remaining spiritual level and mortal level skills in his hand. Although he can easily cultivate these low-level ones to the transformation state, there are too many of them. Moreover, at this level, the most for him now is to replenish his knowledge inventory. But considering the plan in my heart, this is also indispensable. Ziye felt that the 4 souls he had just split were not enough. In the end, I could only shake my head helplessly. He also looked at the remaining one of the 3 heavenly level cultivation techniques. Immortality and immortality. This is seeking death. Ziye now considers it time to practice in the 5 elements treasure land. Would you like to try a slightly bolder idea, such as revising the remaining 3 books together? The more Ziye thought about it, the more he thought he could give it a try. Anyway, he wasn't afraid of backlash. No matter how seriously injured you are, as long as you are not dead, your skills can save you. The worst result he could think of was nothing more than a problem between the 5 elements techniques. At worst, they would all be scrapped and he would repair them one by one. After thinking about the next cultivation method, Ziye remembered another question. A problem that had been solved before has arisen again. He doesn't have a one-hit win move. If he were to be compared with the energy consumption, he could be said to be invincible. No one with the same level of various skills could consume more energy than him. But the explosion didn't work. Su Chongkong showed a big move before, but he didn't use it. Now that I think about it, he had this kind of trouble in the training camp, and he developed the burning soul for this reason. But with the improvement of skills, this soul-burning skill has become a regular explosive skill. Thinking of this, Ziye felt that there were too many things he needed to do now. Chapter 169 Cultivation Method. The entrance to the 5 elements treasure land. It's so boring. I originally had a leaf, but this semester is over and I haven't seen it twice. One guard yawned out of boredom. He was certainly not sleepy. After all, he had some cultivation and could stand here for a few more days and nights. But he really had nothing to do, so he had to pretend like this to kill time. Yeah, I don't know why I went there. Didn't I say I was attacked before? But with that kid's resilience, he won't be able to recover for several months at a time. He won't be able to recover until the previous competition. The 2 of them were assigned here, and they have always scored 7 points to fish and 3 points to stay idle. It wasn't until the leaves came earlier that they had some motivation to work. If things had been the same as before, they wouldn't have been as unbearable as they are now. But who let them see Ziye? It also triggered a wave of craze for the 5 elements treasure land. It was a very lively time at that time. After seeing that kind of situation, how can I endure the boring time now? Hey, no, look who that is. A guard suddenly noticed a hint of aura, which was only after working here for decades. Only then could he notice a breath that could not be lighter. This breath was mixed with fire and earth. That is to say, after cultivating these 2 5 elements body tempering methods to perfection, the other one also noticed it. The 2 of them looked there at the same time, and sure enough, the leaves are coming here. Long time no see. Ziye has long been acquainted with the 2 guards, after all, his 3-point and 1-line activities. There are only a few people you can see. Ziye, you are finally here. If you didn't come, we would be bored to death. That's right, why didn't I find life so difficult before? A guard said as he took the permission card from Ziye, but his actions were not slow. Soon. Okay, which technique do you want this time? I'll prepare it in advance. Ziye first shook his head, and then looked at the doubtful eyes of the 2 guards. Give me all the remaining 3 skills. My authority should be enough. The authority card in his hand is a level 5 authority card. Level 3 is a normal graduation, level 4 is an outstanding student, and level 5 is the level of a club president upon graduation. In addition to selecting residences and common daily times, the permission card also has various hidden benefits. It's just that Ziye has never been used before. This is enough, but are you sure? The guard was a little hesitant. The skills distributed here are not precious because they have too many limitations. The reason why various restrictions are set is just to prevent some students from doing dangerous things regardless of advice. Especially after several of the first students failed because they practiced multiple techniques at the same time. I'm sure. Okay, but I will report it to the superiors here. This time it took a longer time because there were a few more procedures. Ziye looked at the 3 jade tokens handed over to him, and after absorbing them respectively, he entered the 5 elements treasure land for the first time in a long time. After entering, he didn't care about anything else and walked directly to the deepest part. Periphery, inner periphery, core. The leaves continued deeper and deeper into areas he had never reached before. This is the center of the core and the place where the energy of the 5 elements is most mixed and chaotic. It is also the place where breakthroughs can be made after theoretically cultivating all 5 techniques to perfection. And he originally only practiced one type of 5 elements Kung Fu at a time, so he would not come here. A brief adjustment state. Here we go. I muttered silently in my heart, and my body changed in an instant. First, the flames and sand seemed to submerge it. This was caused by the skills he practiced. Ziye manipulated the skills in the body, suppressed these 2 skills to a minimum, and then mobilized the 3 souls in the body. Start practicing 3 different exercises separately, and the consequences of doing so are. This already chaotic environment was like a bomb being thrown into it. The 5 energies began to roar crazily, while the leaves sat firmly among them. The fire feather clothes on my body that I liked originally was completely broken. The tough flesh of Ziye was also scratched with various scars, but this was not enough to meet his requirements. Run the breathing method to induce external energy to directly enter your body. His flesh began to mutate, and the thick water was like sulfuric acid, as if it was melting his flesh and bones. Wherever the tree takes root, a different kind of vitality begins to emerge. What Jin was doing was more direct, like a non-stop meat grinder running inside his body. His body lost part of its vitality in a short period of time, and at the same time he saw that his ideas could be realized. Ziye began to control the remaining 2 souls, and one began to devour the resources previously obtained. This can put further physical pressure on him, and the other Taoist begins to practice the remaining techniques. There are skills, so the efficiency is actually okay, but it is far from a level that can satisfy Ziye. Time passes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Ziye began to practice according to the best way of practice that he thought of. This time he planned to at least practice all of them to great success, or even perfection. Every moment he practices, he will gain a lot of experience. The speed even reaches 2-3 times of the previous fastest speed. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye, and all 3 techniques had reached a small level of success. Ziye faintly felt something, and his heartbeat began to match something. At the same time, in this core area, the 5 extremely violent energies increased again. The burning flames, the sand that blocks the sky and the sun, the shiny metallic gravel, the heavy water that corrodes all of it, and the rotten wood that contains vitality. In almost a moment, much of the leaf's skin, along with its flesh and blood, was wiped away. What's more important are the organs in his body, which are causing his vitality to pass quickly. At this time, a strange energy began to flow through his body. It was death and life. Outside world. For the first time, Qian Duo truly represented the Qian family in a high-level meeting of mankind. When he sat down in the seat belonging to the Qian family, what he saw was the high-level human beings who had already memorized it by heart. Each of them is an absolute strong man and possesses power or power beyond ordinary people's imagination. The Soul King in Hell, the old marshal of the military, the famous Sword King in a continent, the Ice King located in the deepest part of the glacier, the head of the Twin Heaven family, the Alchemy King at the top of the alchemy path, an ancestor of the Wang family, the Black Ink Clan, an old man. Counting himself, there are a total of 18 beings here who have the energy to subvert a continent. First of all, let me ask, Lord Alchemy, is the situation about the 2 elixirs true? This is a reassuring voice, nothing else, but it is inexplicably reassuring. After seeing Prince Dan nodding, the old marshal looked at Qian Duoduo. Chapter 170 Divine Crystal. Boy from the Qian family, it seems that you are very different from your elders. You have switched to conspiracy. Exactly. Qian Duoduo did not deny that shopping malls are like battlefields. They will naturally use some strategies, but just like what the old marshal now and old Chen said before. He doesn't like to use that kind of conspiracy, there are too many uncertainties. What are the materials required for these 2 elixirs? The Sword King asked the question that most of them were concerned about. Before the meeting began, they only received a document recording the effects of the elixir. The above effect is timeless. Everyone present understands that if it is promoted, the human race as a whole will quickly develop from the body refining realm to the qi and blood realm. This is not just a simple improvement of realm, but a fundamental improvement of human potential. Studies have long shown that if each generation strives to improve to a stronger level than the previous generation, then the potential of the next generation will gradually increase. Materials are not precious. We can start planning for large-scale cultivation from now on and it will be widely available in 3 years at most. Qian Duoduo had already prepared the most complete information before entering here. The popularization here is at cost price, or even at a loss, to all people of the right age. Do we have enough time? Ice King's tone was cold, and the target of his inquiry was Soul King. I don't know, but there shouldn't be any problem in 3 years. The Soul King's tone revealed a relaxed tone, but he also spoke of desperate facts. Although they had been on the highest alert for a long time, in order to deal with the evil god, they even created hell and even started inhumane practices. However, the situation is still getting worse. The frequency of space fluctuations is accelerating, and the evil god's minions appear. The ruins that are now recognized as the highest level have even left. Those who are lucky will soon enter the Unity realm in large numbers. This means that their confrontation with the evil god will soon enter the first stage. Then do it. The old marshal said, and the matter was decided immediately. No one had any objections, and there would be no surprises about the promotion of elixirs. They gathered here mainly to meet the future agent of the Qian family in front of them. It's just that many people don't like it, which has a lot to do with the Qian family's not so good reputation among senior officials. For such a big thing, you can't be stingy with rewards. Soul King knew it was time to speak for himself. These 2 things were created by his younger brother's apprentice. In terms of rewards, of course you have to fight for them. What do you want to give him? The Soul King showed a faint smile and said 2 words. God Crystal. There was a sudden deathly silence. This so-called divine crystal was in the stronghold of the exterminated cultists. The core of a stone statue. The energy contained in this core is comparable to the best energy stone they have. It's like nuclear power and coal. There is no comparison at all, but that is because it is too far beyond human civilization. As a result, apart from being able to use the energy within this treasure, they couldn't even do anything else. Therefore, the disposal of this piece of divine crystal also came to a standstill for a while. After all, you can't just use it as an energy source for a large device. Their silence was not only because of the preciousness of the divine crystal, but also because it seemed reasonable to do so. First of all, this divine crystal was obtained from hell. They dispatched 2 kings, which can be said to be a great work and effort. Moreover, the person who discovered that stronghold was the same person who took out these 2 prescriptions. He is still a person from hell, but he is also a lucky person. Due to the superposition of various factors, several kings or family representatives exchanged glances with each other. Everyone has an idea in mind. Is this luck? Some of them don't believe in the so-called luck at all, but the few people who have been lucky have proven everything with their actions. Little did they know that Ziye, who had been deeply remembered by high-level human beings, was now addicted to cultivation. It has been nearly 2 months in a blink of an eye. Today is the registration day for the freshmen of Tianyu University. The girl in ancient costume with a sword on her back looked at the holy land that all students longed for. Holding one hand tightly, those people who changed my brother's temperament are here. Su Xiaolong always thought of his handsome brother who ceased to exist after he came back from the training camp. From being lost at the beginning, he turned into a person who, in her opinion, was even a little frivolous after entering the Tianyu University. Of course, she also knew that it was a bit excessive to say this, but the fact is, the person who caused that handsome and cold brother to cease to exist is here. She even did some homework for this in advance, knowing that every freshman will have an orientation party and can compete with those seniors. Then it's her time for revenge. That's what happened. Su Chongkong told about his sister. Facing this naughty sister, he had no choice. Then take a few people with you to this orientation party. This way you can control the battle, but be careful not to be seen out. This is the only way. Su Chongkong showed distress for the first time. Everyone has some weaknesses, and so does he. After saying goodbye, he left. The orientation party was about to start. He just hoped that there was nothing delaying those guys. Afterwards, Qian Duo took care of some things and went to a newly opened restaurant in Tianyu University. When he walked into a private room, Ziye, Long Wushuan, and Mou were all waiting for him. Lang Rushuan is not here, so she is not worried about her money. Because she is accepting the inheritance and experience left by her father. Perhaps human civilization will soon have another alchemy master. We are all friends, and there are no rules for gathering together. Soon the atmosphere became lively. Ziye, how does that thing feel? Qian Duo drank the wine in his hand. He didn't like alcohol, but he could see the weird smell coming out of him. This summer vacation, he had a very restless life. It has a great effect. Ziye expressed his true feelings. Of course what the two of them were talking about was the piece of divine crystal after Qian Duo handed it over to Ziye. The leaves began to try various methods to absorb it, and finally chose the most convenient and strange method. Embedded directly into the flesh. The panel appeared in front of him, and the rising experience points behind the 3 skills were his greatest help. It can also help him practice the 5 elements body tempering technique. To be honest, this was the first time he knew about such an all-around resource. But when you think about the origin, it's not so surprising. By the way, one more thing. By the way, his authority card was upgraded to level 6, which is already the level of an ordinary teacher. What are you talking about? Speaking of small money, is there anything you want me to do? After this meal, I will go out again. Long Wushuan's voice was still as loud as ever, especially now that he had drunk some wine. In fact, several of them had expected this. After all, even now, some romantic encounters still happened to Long Wushuan from time to time. Therefore, for Long Wushuan, Tianyu University is not a good place to stay. Chapter 171 New Year's Welcome Party. Orientation Meeting. It all requires a boring speech at the beginning. The last time it was Lu Qi was in this position. And now it is Qin Yu who is known as the one under the 9. Ranked below 9 people, this ranking is really not good for a young and energetic boy. Su Xiaolong looked at the figure on the stage. Although he didn't say anything, he just listened to the people around him. Already a dozen people expressed disdain for this title. But he was not interested in this person. His target was the 2 people called monsters. Even her brother was only half a monster, and she wanted to test whether those 2 people's names as monsters were true. No matter what others say, she will always only believe in the answer given by her sword. However, what these freshmen don't know is that the number of live broadcasts of the orientation meeting has reached a new high. Especially the seniors who are now in their junior year, they really want to see this round of freshmen, the helpless expressions they have when facing those monsters. They must not be allowed to suffer at the hands of those monsters just this time. I can't wait any longer. I once tried to tear my umbrella apart but couldn't, but now I want to watch those people tear other people's umbrellas apart. That's right, it's definitely not just our generation that is pitiful. Come on, come on. In other words, there is not even one member of the 9. The pressure is not enough. Work harder and let these freshmen experience what despair means. It seemed that in response to the call of some people, after all the new students entered the venue. In someone's live broadcast room, Su Chongkong appeared in it. With Han Yu by his side, this was the most suitable candidate he could find. Those with sufficient strength and little fame are least likely to cause a series of troubles. If he had called Qing Han and Wu Tianming, his sister would definitely guess him. The battle begins. Led by the 2 cadres of the Genius Club, all the members started an encirclement and suppression of the prey. At least that's how it was in Su Changkong's eyes. Unlike the other 2 monsters, he clearly understands the horror of Qianduoduo, and it is definitely not as simple as dealing with some things. That person is the one who can make people accept all the terrifying things calmly and gain the most growth at the least cost. Most of the freshmen were defeated immediately after trying to resist. After facing the members of the Genius Society, only 1 out of 10 can escape. But there are always exceptions to everything. Just like the sister who made him look distressed. At this time, she was slashing continuously, and the fierce offensive was in a stalemate with the 2 members who besieged her. It's not impossible to defeat him if he continues. Su Chongkong looked away from his sister and saw a club cadre who was rushing there. I don't have much impression of him, but the strength of any cadre is definitely enough to crush my sister. Leave it to you, be gentle. After receiving the order, Han Yu made an okay gesture. Then the figure flew out in an instant and stood between the 3 people before the cadre. You 2 go chase the others, leave this person to me. Han Yu waved his hand, his movements were a bit exaggerated, obviously he meant to show off. The 2 members at the back looked at each other and seemed to confirm before leaving. Su Xiaolong saw that the opponent was not weak, but he had no impression of him at all. Who are you? There is no one like you among the people I know. It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that you show me your strength. As soon as Han Yu finished speaking, he threw a disc. The disc began to change in the air, eventually forming 12 slender sword edges. Then it depends on whether you are qualified or not. When Su Xiaolong saw the weapon used by the other party, he immediately became serious. The attack comes instantly, in the blink of an eye. The sound of sword blades slashing at each other became one, and the 2 sword intentions collided with each other. It also attracted many senior students who were running live broadcasts, but whenever they wanted to get close to here, everyone will feel an inexplicable murderous aura. Their intuition tells them that if they dare to continue taking a step forward, death may not be possible, but it will still require some suffering. In this way, until the end of the orientation party, things about that place were still unknown. Finally, some discussions were initiated on the forum, but they were quickly suppressed by inexplicable forces. On the other side, there were several people having a dinner party. Ziye occasionally browsed the school forum and learned about some things that happened during the orientation party. But they are not important things to him. Soon this dinner party will be over. There's nothing interesting there in Jibing continent. This time I plan to go to Tianxian continent. Long Washuan waved his hands to a few people and left without giving them a chance to speak. Has he completely forgotten what Ziye said that night? Mou said calmly. It should be that Washuan went there just to avoid these things. As a result, this should be regarded as going deep into the tiger's den. Ziye finally thought about it and felt that this word might be the most suitable. Qian Duoduo didn't say anything, and Ye Mengmeng even looked like she wanted to watch a show. At the same time, all four of them unanimously did not tell Long Wushuan. The core area of the Five Elements Treasure Land. The location where Ziye is standing now is the center of the Five Elements Treasure Land. Metal, water, and wood have all been achieved, and perfection is just a matter of time. In addition, he also has a rare treasure called the Divine Crystal, which is equivalent to adding another buff to the original abnormal speed of improvement. In 2 months of practice, he had broken through to the 3rd level of unity. His mental strength is also on the verge of breakthrough. Soon, Ziye immediately fell into practice. What he didn't know was that during his cultivation, someone had tried to find him. It was Su Xiaolong. It's just a pity that the strength is too weak and it is impossible to penetrate deep into the area where he is. 1 month later, the 5 elements body tempering method gold has reached a perfect level, and the skin of the leaf is instantly filled with metallic luster. This bright luster is combined with the sand-like texture attached to the surface. At the same time, there is an inexplicable connection with the fire in Ziye. His mental strength also took advantage of the trend to break through to the 2nd level of Samsung. After completing a round of breakthroughs, Ziye walked out of the 5 Elements Treasure Land and planned to take a short rest. Because Ye Mengmeng was in class, he could only wander around in boredom. Unknowingly, we arrived at the club base. I immediately walked in and realized that many cotters in the Genius Club had already gone out. Ziye walked around the club base twice and didn't meet anyone he knew. Forget it, let's go back to practice. Ziye stretched his waist and saw that nothing happened when he came out, so he was about to go back. The result is that I glance at my own panel out of habit. The figure disappeared from the spot. The strong wind blew up and blew the eyes of several ordinary members who happened to be nearby. The luxurious wooden door couldn't even wait for it to be opened before it was smashed into pieces. The permission card opens the way, and at the same time, the Death King's token is taken out. At the gate of Shenyu, a spaceship burst out at full speed. Chapter 172 All attacked. Long Wushuan was covered in blood, and even the hand holding the spear was shaking. This time, I really failed, but at least I got it. His bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings. This was a strange space. He fell into the trap, but fortunately he had a lot of trump cards, and he was able to survive until now by eliminating most of the enemies. In this space, in addition to the enemy, there are 5 people. It's a small team. There was no time to take care of so much. Another enemy rushed up, and Long Wushuan was just about to deal with it. Hey, you are the one I like, why can't this work? An axe flew towards him and blocked the attack for him. The mouse used its long and narrow fingers and a pair of iron claws to drag down 1 or 2 enemies. The eyes of an eagle can always identify the enemy's weaknesses, and combined with the iron defense, it can be dealt with in a short time. Compared to the 3 of them, Sui Hua's fighting skills are obviously a little immature, but it won't be a hindrance. And their captain, Xueji, wielded 2 axes, like a female war goddess, standing in front of her. When Long Wushuan saw this, he couldn't help but laugh twice. I never thought I would be protected by a woman, but that's not what I want. His fighting spirit revived again and reached its peak in an instant. The enemy comes again, fight! A desperate place, there is no life here, and no one will take the initiative to come here. But today, one breeze after another blew out from the depths of the Jedi. Dang the breeze! Dang the breeze! Dang the breeze! Su Chongkong kept using the same sword move to clear out the boundless sea of insects. Although it is difficult and dangerous, it will not cost you your life. Tian and Tianling looked at the enemies outside the barrier. This was the last trump card they could use, and everything else was suppressed. Moreover, the 2 of them are in extremely bad condition now, both of them are close to death. Brother, what should we do now? Brother, do you listen to me? Listen. Then what if only one survives this time? Qin Yu, Wang Xia, Hao Tianming, Qing Han, and so on. This was an attack that exceeded everyone's expectations, and their targets were all the lucky people outside. Military Department. The old marshal looked at the messages that kept flashing on the screen in front of him. Everything the evil god is doing now is a temptation. All of them are looking for those lucky people who haven't had any trouble yet. It only took an instant to analyze that this was just a test, and it only took half a minute. A quickly manipulated information officer keenly discovered some clues. Found it, Ziye's hometown, Qingshui City, has been completely lost. The King of Death has designated Qingshui City. The spaceship registered in Yezi's name is now flying towards Qingshui City at full speed. All the information about Qingshui City appeared on the screen, and the old marshal didn't see anything for a while. What exactly is here? At this moment the whole world was in motion, no matter how many plans and preparations they had made. It's not enough at this point. There are staff vacancies everywhere, and many people have already filled them. It is not possible to withdraw them immediately. Everything is so reasonable, but also a terrible coincidence. On the spaceship, Ziye knew that what he should do most now was to stay at Tianyu University and not go anywhere. If something happened to Qingshui City, there was a high probability that the other party was trying to lure me there, but I had to go. Looking at the token with the chain in his hand, I even started to pray in my heart. Equipment: broken iron sword, top grade at the mortal level, fire feather clothes, low grade at the spiritual level, wolf mask, low grade at the spiritual level, black god sword box, low grade at the earth level, capable of growth, night walking clothes, low grade at the earth level. There is only the word broken in his eyes. It's okay, Uncle Death has gone, senior brother is also there, and Uncle Hun. It's very close to the Three Kings City, absolutely. In a mysterious space, countless chains are entangled with each other, and these chains can be divided into two categories. One type is equipped with something like a sickle, a sharp blade, a ball covered with nails, etc. The other type is just a broken chain. It is obvious between the two which one is stronger. And this is indeed the case. The number of broken chains often requires more than 3 times to be able to compete with those chains that emit weird auras. There was no expression on the stiff face of the Death King, and he just kept releasing the chains. As for his opponent, the root of all chains is a hole. That hole is like a portal, connected to some mysterious place. New chains are constantly coming out, but if you look closely, you will find that the hole is not stable. Clearwater City. At this time, the city has been surrounded by a barrier, and at the top of this barrier, the sky over the entire city is like an ocean composed of black feathers. There wasn't even a glimmer of light. The true meaning of the god of war and black feather are constantly colliding. Tian Xiangzhu waved his sword and cleared an area of black feathers. But compared to the total amount that covers the sky and the sun, it is not worth mentioning. His eyes were firmly fixed on the figure that had never moved, Black Feather. At the same time, in the ocean of black feathers, there are 8 figures lurking in it. Want to kill me? Then let's try it. Tian Xiangzhu is not timid at all. He is Do Wang's apprentice and the bloody sword of hell. Also, I want to protect the people here for my junior brother. Below, the battle was equally fierce. Morrowind raised his hands above his head, Ba Dao. The shadow that was more than 10 meters long slashed down, and the tyrannical force swept down the street below, turning all the buildings on both sides into ruins. It sprinted like a sideways tornado with the wreckage, until it hit the towering city wall, but it was not able to stop it in the slightest. A big hole was blown out of the city wall that defended against foreign enemies. A large amount of debris should have splashed far away, but there was an invisible wall blocking it. This move, which could destroy 1/10 of the city, disappeared as if it had been resolved before it erupted. After using this move, Chen Feng couldn't help but fell to the ground unsteadily. At this time, there was an orphanage behind him, and several orphans were dragging back a man who only had one arm left and was holding a broken sword. This is the last person who needs protection. I didn't expect there to be a true martial arts realm here. On the ruins where the tornado had ravaged, two figures appeared again. Chen Feng straightened up staggeringly. The aura exuded by each of them was stronger than his own. Is it my turn? He said to himself. In just a few seconds, a pool of blood appeared at his feet. His body was already covered with wounds, and most of his internal organs were even missing. He looked up at the countless black feathers in the sky, sensing the person behind him who was ordered to be protected. Suffer death. The desperate voice corresponds to an extremely arrogant move, and the body, which is stronger than ordinary people, declares the power of this move. The broadsword seemed to suddenly become much heavier. Broken Mountain. Chapter 173 Battle. Three Kings City. The Soul King is now in a place unknown to anyone except the Three Kings. What is arranged here is a means to target the evil god's aura. It also guarantees that there will be no evil gods in hell. Now his brows were furrowed in a rare way, which showed that the situation was very urgent. He is now constantly thinking about all the plans that can be implemented, but there are no exceptions. All plans are unexecutable. There were even 12 plans that could not be implemented due to some reasons. 12 chances of 1% or even 1,000th to happen together on the same day and at the same time. All preparation methods failed, and the backup candidate became a joke. This is the method of the evil god beyond their understanding. The Soul King knew that Ziye must be rushing to Qingshui City. And all he can do is guard hell here. All the strong men who could be mobilized have been held back. No, there is actually another person, a person who is strong enough to solve all problems. Do Wang. If it were him, even if there were more than 10 stone statue-level enemies appearing, there is absolutely no problem. However, at this time, Do Wang was still stationed in outer space. Although those spatial changes were recorded from the beginning, there was actually no enemy that came out once. Most of the enemies Do Wang encounters in outer space are due to unknown reasons. And the evil god's minions drifted nearby from nowhere, and then rushed towards the earth. But, who dares to bet on this kind of question? Soul King finally sent the current information to Do Wang. Especially in Zizi's case, he knew that no one would send such news to Do Wang except himself. Do Wang's strength is ranked first or second among the entire human race. However, the reputation and attitude towards doing things can only be ranked in the middle or lower range. Not to mention, not too long ago, Do Wang showed off his power regardless of his status. The spaceship flew at an extremely fast speed and was soon only a minute or two away from Qingshui City. Ziye was still not calm at this time, and issued 2 instructions to the spacecraft. Outside Qingshui City, a spaceship flew over quickly, and at this moment a small black dot flew out of the spacecraft. That can only be discovered by those with excellent eyesight who happen to notice it. Compared to the entire spacecraft, the black spot is really too small. Boom! The spacecraft directly hit the barrier covering the entire city. The huge explosion made no waves. The black figure standing in the air seemed to have expected it. It must be effective. Ziye, who had already put on night clothes, raised his hand and took out a golden spear. This was the trump card left by Do Wang to him. It is also the strongest one among them, and the second strongest one is the one used before in Qingfeng Mountain. It's just that this thing takes a while to activate. For ordinary people, this time is just a gap between reactions. After the spear is activated, you can feel the endless power inside just by holding it in your hand. But Ziye also knows that the barrier seems to have a suppressive effect on all human means. He had already experienced it once. This can be said to be his only chance. The few remaining cards are either not very effective or do not match his professional skills. The golden spear was thrown by him. In just an instant, he saw that even if it was hit by a high-speed flying spacecraft, there would be no barrier. It actually began to undergo drastic changes like ice encountering high temperatures. At this moment, the bright light shines through the barrier in Qingshui City. Most of the sea of black feathers in the sky was evaporated, and the three figures were unable to escape and were directly exposed. The shattered barrier fragments evaporated directly while flying in the air. Before Ziye could take any further action, a tyrannical force suddenly erupted in the city. With a large amount of debris, it poured out along the gap opened by the leaves. Because this move cleared away all the wreckage, Morrowind who used this move could clearly see the figure outside the barrier. Leave now. As if he didn't hear it, Ziye entered the barrier directly through the gap. Indeed, he should leave and evacuate here. The move just now was obviously of the true martial arts level, so his enemy was definitely in this level as well. Ziye is only at the third level of the Unity realm now, and the spiritual realm is only at the second level of the 3-star realm. No matter what, you shouldn't enter the battlefield here. But, this is the place he wants to protect. There are people he wants to protect, and his luck is the only way to neutralize the evil god's tactics. So he must come to this battle. Flying very quickly to the orphanage, what I saw was that the home was still 90% complete. At the same time, he also noticed the current state of Morrowind. The move just now was obviously a forceful burst of power when he was close to death. This resulted in that except for the first sentence, he didn't even have the extra strength to speak again in the middle. Ziye instantly found a few pills, crushed them into dust in the air and attached them to the wounds. The morning breeze didn't stop me. After the medicinal powder adhered to my body, I took a few deep breaths and my condition got better. Now that you're here, how is your strength? There was no nonsense. Chen Feng saw what Ziye meant and was extremely determined. And in the current situation, there is no time for him to persuade people with sincerity. Jinyu. Okay, there are 2 of our enemies, and the rest are fighting with the blood sword in the air. First fight one person at a time, then look at the situation. If the situation is dangerous, you must leave. Morrowind kept everything he said as brief as possible. There was a look of death in his eyes. His body now has half of his foot on the coffin board, even though he has used some elixirs. But death has become a reality. Is that a leaf? He was the one who killed me. A sharp sound came from the air. Ziye had never heard such a sound before, but the anger in the sound was almost overflowing. Dozens of flying needle-like weapons stabbed at him instantly, and the black line crossed at a faster speed, deflecting all the flying needles. These are the only enemies. As long as we hold them back, this place will not be damaged. As if he was worried that Ziye would be distracted from paying attention to the orphanage while fighting, Chen Feng added before taking action. After saying that, he waved a sword light and his whole figure disappeared instantly. Engage another enemy into the air. Every time they collide, it triggers a wave many times larger than the bomb. With just a little bit of remaining energy, the tall buildings were destroyed one after another. From time to time, calls for help can still be heard in the building, but no one has time to care about them now. And Ziye is facing a real true martial arts enemy. In an instant, the 2 secret techniques were fully activated, and the Black God's flying knife was used to attack. His opponent is also a spiritual master, but different from him. His physical strength is obviously far inferior to his mental strength, so he has to fight in close combat. The 2 figures instantly intertwined with each other in the air, looking just testing each other. But in fact, there were hundreds of sparks popping out of thin air at almost the same moment. It has been proven how intense their confrontation was. Chapter 174, God Killing. In the air, because a large area of the ocean was evaporated, several people were suddenly exposed. He became a target in an instant. Tian Xiangju ignored the attacks directed at him and waved the sharp sword in his hand. Cut off the waves that block you one after another. The attack distance is up. Suffer death, blood will destroy you. The world-destroying murderous intent directly locked onto that person, making his whole body feel like he was dead. There was no intention of hiding. The edge of the sword is stained with blood. But the man's life was not taken. Black Feather waved his hand and summoned a large number of black feathers, forcing Tian Xiangju back. On his chest was a scar that nearly penetrated him, and the black feather coat on his body was dyed red. "Boss!" As if to reassure the urgent voice behind him, Kuroyu turned around, with a look on his face that he had rarely seen again. "Smile. It's okay, let's continue fighting." Black feathers filled his wounds, making it difficult to see the specific situation. But in fact, there was a true meaning inside, which was constantly eroding his body. This battle was led by him, and the others were just supporting. Taking the initiative to block a move now is a failed decision at any level. But he blocked it for his family. In the next moment, the two sides' attacks became even more intense. If either party misses and strikes the city below, then in the entire city, perhaps only the orphanage guarded by Morrowind has a chance of survival. While Tian Xiangju was attacking, he also separated a ray of his mind to observe the situation below. The strongest person in the hell in this city is Moro Feng. He held these guys back before, and Moro Feng dealt with the remaining two people. In between battles, we have to protect a few people outside the orphanage and return to the orphanage. It is estimated that he has narrowly escaped death, and the previous changes were obviously the master's true intention of fighting the gods. Thinking about it this way, my junior brother is here too. The result was just as he expected, he saw his junior brother fighting against someone. Although the situation is critical, lives cannot be lost in a short time. Suddenly, Tian Xiangju destroyed the wave of black feathers with a sword, but there was still an evil light hidden in the wave. Suddenly, the evil light entered his body without noticing. The two sides were already evenly matched in the battle, but this sudden change made the battle one-sided. Damn it! Even if you use all your strength to mobilize the true intention of the god of war, it will be difficult to suppress it. Tian Xiangju immediately changed his battle strategy decisively as his body was continuously knocked away. The next moment, the overwhelming blood color enveloped all the black feathers. A shadow dozens of meters high appeared behind him. Blood kill. Ziye waved a large burning white ocean, constantly chasing the enemy. The needle-like telepathy weapons that happened to be covered even made a crisp sound under the flames. Between the two, "You deserve to die, you are the one who deserves to die." There was even a hint of hoarseness in the sharpness, and Ziye's complexion changed slightly. "There is something strange in my heart. Although I am a person of destiny and these cultists, they are fundamentally hostile. But the anger that comes from the heart is definitely not just a confrontation of positions. You are the lackey of the evil god. Ziye has no habit of talking to his enemies, but if doing so can disrupt his opponent's thoughts, then that's another matter." After speaking, Ziye clearly felt the other party's anger level, which increased sharply. There was also a slight stagnation in the movement, no hesitation. Silently, 49 black lines aimed at the target, and everything seemed to stop. Boom! There was a violent explosion, which was the sound of the opponent's armor breaking. At this moment, it is within a regular cube with a boundary of about 2 m. 49 straight black lines appeared in the field of vision at the same time, which was an illusion caused by the speed being too fast. Ziye's attack followed, and his fist was ready to strike out. The enemy hastily raised his arms to block, and his body fell heavily to the ground with the sound of broken bones. It was like a meteorite falling and forming a crater several meters deep. Pure white flames, poisonous mist. Ziye knew that this might cause some casualties, but his full-strength attack just now. The feeling from the fist made him realize that the opponent was stronger than him. There was no time for him to consider anything. Of course, this might be because he had been activating 5 souls at the same time, making his will somewhat unstable. The pure white flames, along with the monstrous poisonous fog, rushed towards the pit. The two did not cancel each other out, but merged into each other instead. The pit was filled with flames and poisonous fog, making it difficult to see what was going on inside, but the surroundings were clear. The ruins caused by the battle began to melt, and the buildings were cut in half. No matter what material it was made of, it began to turn into a pool of water of the same color as the poisonous fog. This is enough to show the power of both. Damn it! Beijing was suffering from the corrosion of the poison and the pain of being burned by thousands of fires. He opened his mouth and shouted, but because of the flames, his voice could not be heard. However, he could still feel the overwhelming anger. I want him to die. A strong will controls the body. The next moment, He Yu's face in the sky suddenly changed. He was a man who did not panic at all even after enduring a sword attack that was powerful enough to severely injure him. No, Kyo. Just as he was about to take action, he encountered the bottom of a sea of black feathers. A sword lay there. This sword is as big as a city and carries endless sharp power. With me here, you can't go anywhere. Tian Xiangju's clothes were torn at this time, and the roots of several black feathers were stuck around the hole on his chest. That was originally where the heart was. The shadow behind him became more and more solid. Evil God's lackey, die! Roll! The 8 people hiding in the ocean wanted to go down to rescue their boss at the same time after seeing him being blocked. But they couldn't do it, the sword stopped them all. Their strength is not enough, only He Yu can break it. Damn it, blood sword! Put your things away and we'll leave. For the first time, He Yu made a sound that was close to anger and collapse. Tian Xiangju burst into laughter upon seeing this. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my junior brother. His eyes scanned the surrounding ocean and finally stopped on He Yu. There was no trace of concealment of murderous intent in his eyes. Where do you think this is? Who do you think I am? After 2 questions in a row, Tian Xiangju's tone suddenly changed. Let me tell you, this is my junior fellow apprentice's hometown. The aura on his body increased sharply, and the blood-red sword edge stood in front of him. He gently wiped it from bottom to top with 2 fingers. I am Do Wang's apprentice, the legend of hell, and Yezi's senior brother. I am the natural enemy of you evil gods. As long as I exist, I will kill all my enemies. If you exist for 10 days, you will kill all the people for 10 days. If you exist for 100 days, you will kill all the people for 100 days. This sword. Kill the god. Chapter 175. It's time to end. Staring at the pothole, Yezi's expression suddenly changed. 49 black lines suddenly intertwined in front of my eyes, but they were still not blocked. A figure completely ignored the black line, and only the large pieces of flesh and blood left in the defense rushed towards Yezi's eyes. Yezi saw it and saw those extremely angry eyes. In an instant, all the needle spiritual weapons appeared around him, attacking him at such a close range. Countless sparks exploded in the air. There were several black lines surrounding the leaf's body, and it flew rapidly into the distance. At the critical moment, he activated the Black God's flying knife to buy him some time. Despite this, Yezi can feel that his condition has dropped a bit. Physical damage is not a problem yet, the key is the soul. Several big holes were poked in his soul, but he continued to push forward with all his strength. There will be no impact in a short period of time, but as time goes by, your mental state will become more and more unstable. But during the battle, he could no longer care about anything else. Sensing the figure that was rushing towards him, Yezi immediately opened fire and started fighting again. Another battlefield. Morrowind's sword and Bear's sledgehammer. For a while, there was a fierce battle. After blocking 2 heavy hammers in succession, Morrowind looked at the bear who was no longer interested in fighting him. I really have a hard life, but I might as well put it off for a while for the sake of mankind. An ordinary slash forced the opponent to defend again. Why are you blocking me? Leave now and no one will stop you. After the bear blocked the attack, he knew that the other party would not let him go. Coupled with the attack like a dying beast, he could not escape. Do you think I still care? The voice was calm, and if his former subordinate was still there, he would be able to hear it. This is the tone he will have when he already feels that anything is possible. He used to say this, usually because of all kinds of complicated things. And at times like this, his men will always do it for him. Although this is very unruly. Who are you anyway? People like you can't remain unknown. Xiang felt that he had to say something to ensure that he would not make an insane decision. But his opponent had no desire to answer, and just kept slashing again and again. If Ziye first learned basic boxing skills and applied them in actual combat, then what it uses is basic knife skills, without any fancy moves, only the most common movements. After Chen Feng made more than 10 moves, he slashed again, but this time he made a mistake. Xiang Ben was eager to save people. Seeing the opportunity in front of him, he instantly rushed to another battlefield. That is the direction behind Morrowind. But what he didn't notice was the smile Morrowind showed when his back was turned to him. It's time to end. Ziye constantly manipulated the Black God flying knife, while also looking for opportunities to engage in melee combat. However, Jing's sudden strength increased greatly, making it extremely difficult for him to deal with it. There were even very serious injuries on his body, but to him those injuries were nothing. Ziye, who was about to attack again, suddenly noticed something and quickly moved aside. Where he originally stood, a giant hammer fell heavily. Ziye's expression was serious. He originally wanted to take advantage of Chen Feng to hold him back while he could deal with one of them as soon as possible. But I have no right to complain. He knew Morrowind's current state, and perhaps he should praise the other party for being able to delay it until now. With that kind of injury, even he would have to recover for a while. Jing, please calm down and rest first, I will deal with him. The bear's body stood between Ziye and Jing. Jing saw that his family's expressions had calmed down a bit, and Xiang was relieved to see this. Just as he was about to continue saying something, the crisp sound of footsteps suddenly reached everyone's ears. Ziye's expression was shocked. The sound came from behind him, and he confirmed it was Chen Feng through his breath. But it was strange, the other party's footsteps were obviously very slow in his perception. But why, he is slower now? No, this is an illusion caused by the opponent's too fast speed. The crisp sound of footsteps in my ears turned into the sound of the wind moving forward. Then the wind seemed to encounter an obstacle, but it continued to speed up. When Chen Feng walked to Ziye's side, a crisp sound echoed in his heart. He held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, took a simple breath, and adjusted his posture. Close your eyes, because there is no need anymore. People should have taken refuge in the basement, right? Where do you stand now? Forget it, it's not important. Morrowind now seemed to be in an absolutely dark space. His eyes could no longer see anything, there was no sound in his ears, his nose could not smell a trace of smell, and the smell of blood in his mouth had disappeared. Only his hands, the knife that he never threw away when he was at his lowest point, are all he feels now. He raised his hands high and slashed heavily in one direction. When the hands fall, the last trace of feeling is gone. Chen Feng suddenly found that his eyes could see again. He saw his former partners gathering under a peach tree and waiting for him. My ears can also hear. It's my subordinates talking boring things. There was a smell in my nose again, the smell of a little tiger covered in mud. There is a hint of sweetness in your mouth, which is the taste of your favorite food and the taste of home. There was a warm touch in the hands, a pair of warm and delicate jade hands. His 5 senses became clearer and a tear fell from his eye. It flows through the young skin and finally falls down. Tick-tock. In reality, Morrowind's body swung out the most powerful blow so far. This blow. It swept through half of the city, with the location where he stood as the center and the barrier surrounding the city in the distance as the end point. A fan-shaped area between the two was completely cleared. Ziye expected that this opportunity would be strong, but he did not expect it to be so strong. Turning his head to look at Morrowind, he found that the other person's body was turning into ashes bit by bit. Start with the feet, then the thighs. The opponent's body did not fall due to the loss of feet and legs. Maybe it's because the quality itself is no longer there. At the moment when almost the entire body of the other party has dissipated. On the remaining head, there should have been no change in the face. He actually showed a smile. The remains of the body that were supposed to be without any moisture or quality actually had a drop of tears dripping from the corners of their eyes. The tear dripped down and happened to hit the knife stuck on the ground. The wooden handle absorbed the tear, and then, along with the hard blade, turned into crumbs bit by bit. After a few seconds of silence, Ziye's gaze swept across the distance, confirmed the target, and flew straight there. After this move, most of the ground swept across was almost flat, with only one difference. Ziye flew in the air and looked at that place, and something happened there. An arm pushed away the invisible flesh and blood covering it. Chapter 176, The Fall of a Legend. The one covered underneath by flesh and blood is Jing. Jing didn't care at all about the leaves that had flown into the sky. He looked at the flesh and blood lying on the side. He was stunned for a moment, and then almost fell down. Crying voices echoed in this dead land, why on earth are you? This appearance was very different from the previous battle, coupled with the shock that the morning breeze had caused to Ziye's heart. Ziye did not attack immediately. Only then did Jing look up at Ziye. Stretch out your arm, even though the arm has turned into black coal. It's you, everything is because of you. Why? Obviously I am willing to risk my life for your safety. If it weren't for him, you would have died in that siege. But in the end, it was you who killed him with your own hands. Jing's voice was hoarse, and she even spilled blood when she spoke, but she no longer cared about that. The information collected after that battle came to mind again. He found his brother's mutilated body and his miserable appearance, which was enough to prove how much pain he suffered during his lifetime. My brother, he has never done anything bad. Why does he have to experience inhuman pain even in death? It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here and the bear wouldn't die. There is also Sanchi. If it weren't for you bringing Do Wang, he would have survived. I thought of the family members who left first, and the words the other party said when they last met. No need, everyone, I can handle my own affairs. Did you know? I have a younger brother. He was from the same orphanage as me, and he was a genius. It took a lot of effort for me to let him go to another city temporarily. No, those ordinary people did not commit any crime. What I wanted to do was try my best to ensure their lives. Her emotions seemed to have reached their peak, and her body began to tremble unconsciously. He is the kindest one among us. He is not even willing to hurt any ordinary person, even those who have witnessed his misery. Instead of helping him, he even adds insult to injury. Ziye's expression was shocked and he said a name in a calm tone. Duan Lei. As if hearing Ziye's name whispered, Jing's voice suddenly became angry. You don't deserve to call him by his name. Ziye did not refute, but just stimulated his mental power. Jing also seemed to know that his life was about to come to an end, and the last thought in his heart was this. Chief, I'm sorry, I have to leave too. A black line flashed, and the body and soul were chopped off at the same time. Ziye was not excited about killing the enemy, but instead became gloomy inside. From the first scene to the present, this battle has left him unable to calm down. Some of the things I had experienced before also had answers at this time. Let out a long breath. Ziye's expression stabilized. Because when I was in the Lang family, I saw the darkness of human beings and took a lesson called darkness. It increased his endurance a lot. He looked up at the black ocean and the city-sized sword under the ocean. Not surprisingly, his senior brother was fighting there. It's just that I can't do anything to help now. After scanning the remaining cards in his hand, almost none of them can be used. After all, these trump cards are originally designed to protect and rarely attack outwards. He looked towards the city that was devastated by the battle. He knew that there were many shelters in the city, although there were definitely people who did not take shelter in time. But there is nothing we can do. Just as Ziye was about to take action, a voice came from the sky. The evil god's lackey. There was a hint of madness in Tian Xiangju's voice, which was obviously not normal. Suddenly I felt something bad in my heart, so I looked up at the ocean. A trace of blood suddenly flashed among the black feathers, and then a frightening red color began to invade. In just a moment, the sky turned into a sea of blood. A place in the ocean suddenly exploded, revealing the phantom that he had seen before. In the shadow, he saw his senior brother holding a sharp sword, exuding extremely powerful killing sword intent. Very chic, but that's not the case in Ziye's eyes. He saw the missing heart on the chest, the countless fatal scars, and the body that was on the verge of reaching its limit. And, the will to die. At this time, he found his senior brother looking at him, junior brother. There was a trace of reluctance in the crazy look, but it recovered in the next moment. Everything in my heart became firm again. He is the bloody sword of hell, and death has already been the destined destination. Right now, it's about sacrificing for human civilization. This is the best result. In his mind, he recalled the scenes of his life, his downfall as a child, King Dou's care, Uncle Hun standing up for him, Uncle Death supporting him, the joy of having a junior brother, and the melancholy of choosing a gift. Everything flashed through his mind, and the huge shadow even emitted a blood mist that was far greater than before. I have no regrets in this life. What he has to do now is to swing this last sword and shield his junior brother from danger for the last time. The sky continued to explode, as if it could not withstand his power. The ocean keeps churning, as if it is about to be violently torn apart. The ground began to tremble, and people in the shelter began to pray. At this moment the legendary power begins to unfold. And his opponent's figure under the black feather coat was now the only black spot in the red ocean. His feathers were ruffled by the strong wind, but he stood there without changing his expression. Behind him are his only family members. He may be able to escape, but his family cannot. So he didn't run away. Above the sky, it looks like a catastrophe is coming, above the sea of blood, outside the barrier. It was the sky shrouded in that weird black color. This darkness extends outwards, to other cities, and to the Three Kings city. The Soul King was still in the deepest part of the Three Kings city. He looked up and saw the darkness across countless restrictions. Thanks for your hard work. Tian Xiangju's eyes flashed red, which was the power gained from giving up a switch. This sword. Extreme. Black Feather instantly summoned countless black feathers, forming an indestructible barrier in front of him. He wants to protect his family behind him. Red and black intertwined in the sky. The originally empty space began to fluctuate like an entity at this moment. The black feathers were scratched, and his full efforts still failed. The body suffered backlash and could no longer use any strength. Behind him, the sound of rapid movement came. It was his family members rushing towards him. He forced himself to open his mouth and said one word silently. No. Bloody light flashed through, and there was no more enemy in front of him. Tian Xiangju maintained his swing and attack posture, and the next moment the barrier was shattered. The darkness as far as the sky was broken. The sun and the gentle breeze blew against his body. Under that sunshine, a figure regarded as a legend by countless people, bit by bit, turned into crumbs. Chapter 177 The Kings Fight the Evil God. In the air, Ziye saw another person he knew die. I feel like my head is a little dizzy. He was not very familiar with Morrowind, and the time he spent with his senior brother was not long. But there is a sadness in my heart that cannot be vented, my body seems stiff, and there are tears about to fall from the corners of my eyes. But one of the two finally found rest before death, and the other was moving towards the goal until death. The tears never fell, just staring at the sky with dull eyes, looking at the sunlight shining down. Only at this moment did Ziye truly understand how heavy is the identity of the person he was destined for, and he also understands how cruel the next war will be. Is it over? A question arose in Ziye's mind, and this question was inexplicable. The sky, the sunlight that should have warmed the earth was blocked again. Chains emerged from the void one after another, with weapons at the ends of those chains. A strong wind blew, and Ziye's short hair was blown into a mess. The accompanying strong oppression prevented him from moving at all. The chains rushed towards him, but a figure blocked them. The Death King waved his hand, and everything around him began to change. But the chain on the opposite side was faster, which caused Ziye to be involved in this change. He, the Death King, and the chain on the opposite side seemed to have moved to another space, looking elusive and without any entity. At this time, ordinary people who were hiding under some ruins and survived poked their heads out and looked outside. For a moment, he was so frightened that he backed away, and even fell down without being able to support himself. His eyes were full of disbelief. Because the sky is full of chains, with sharp weapons at the end of these chains. Like a messenger from hell. More importantly, there are too many. The chains in the sky are illusory, but it is precisely because of this illusion. Only then can people truly feel how terrifying the quantity is. His eyes went through layer after layer, until he saw the place beyond his reach, and still couldn't see the end. Jianchen Continent. Kendo Sua family. This is the pinnacle of Kendo in the entire human civilization and the inheritance of the originator of Kendo. In the deepest part of the Sua family, there is a forbidden land that all sword practitioners dream of. Sword Domain. Composed of 12,800 Kendo seeds, it is beyond the next realm of mind. The figure of the Sword King walked out, glanced in the direction of Three Kings City from a distance, then turned his eyes to the sky again. Just look back. Immediately, with that extraordinary speed, he disappeared from the family station like a flash. Wherever he goes, the faint sound of the sword is left behind, lasting forever. Even if it has been several months, I can still hear the sound coming from the bottom of my heart when I walk here. Passing by a deserted place with a constant breeze blowing outward. After stopping to watch for a few seconds, he drew his sword. This trick should be used like this. The voice was calm and the sword was waving. Swing in the breeze. A moment of calm, a moment of change. The atmosphere here changed directly, the air flowed slowly, and gradually turned into a terrifying disaster. The largest tornado recorded in human history is probably not even close to this. The tornado lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. Also disappearing was this deserted place and all the threats to Su Chongkong inside. After Su Chongkong was rescued, he immediately began to understand the scenery of this move. Although this move was created by him, the Sword King understood it after just a few glances and improved it to an extremely high level. And this is the king in the field of swordsmanship. Not just here. The hidden Mo clan. A coffin in the ancestral land was opened from inside, and an old figure walked out with weapons. Twin Heavenly Home. A king sent out one person, but only one person could be saved. These people with big family backgrounds were rescued by family members one after another. And those who had no background were rescued by the kings under the regulation of the military. After all were rescued, the kings did not go back. They didn't all go out just to save some juniors. If it was just this level, they would need to go out. The so-called experience, the so-called fishing. It all became a joke. They do this because what happens next will be completely out of their control. All the dispatched kings began to gather towards Qing Shui City, a city that was too small to be smaller and too ordinary to be ordinary. Countless shadows were fighting in the sky. The destruction of tens of thousands of chains is just a change in a corner of the battlefield, enough to destroy the power of the mountain range. Even though there is space, it is enough to shock everything. The sword has arrived. The Sword King arrived here first, but his eyes did not look at the endless shadows, but at a bloody sword inserted in the ruins. The sword's edge is returned to its sheath, and the body is bent. On top of these ruins, under the gaze of survivors everywhere, the Sword King saluted the long sword. This salute. It was a gift that no other king dared to accept, but the sword could bear it. After a salute, the Sword King looked at the phantoms of chains in the sky. The evil god. He has never fought the evil god before, so he just wants to give it a try now. The Death King seems to be a bit worse than the Do King. The long sword was unsheathed and slashed in front of him. He opened a gap in the void space, and countless powers bloomed from it. The atmosphere facing the space gap was directly blasted into a huge void. This is an anomaly that can be clearly seen from outer space. In another space, the Death King and the evil god were in a stalemate, but Ziye could detect it. The power of the evil god is constantly increasing, and the situation will be very unhappy if this continues. Just then something unexpected happened. Ziye looked at the sudden crack. Although he had used all his useful cards at this time, it still failed to bring him any sense of security. From the gap, a man who looked at least middle-aged walked out. The first time Ziye saw it, he thought of Su Chongkong. It cannot be said that the two are 70% to 80% similar, but they are at least 60% similar. Zhang Tian. He raised his hand and struck out with his sword, cutting off dozens of chains. The sword in his hand was constantly waving, dividing the original battlefield into a small area. The evil god seemed to be angered, and the source of the chains was wrapped in layers of holes. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in the space, and chains far exceeding the previous number rushed out. The space crack appeared again, and dozens of spiral mental soldiers entangled a large number of chains. Ziye felt that the temperature in the space seemed to have dropped a lot. Some chains gradually turned pale and then collapsed one by one. More than that, Ziye looked at the figures walking out of the gaps in the space one after another. Each of these people possesses earth-shattering power. They are constantly dividing the battlefield, fighting against the power of the evil god. Ziye feels that he is now a speck of dust on the stormy sea. If it weren't for the dozens of broken chains around him, they would have disappeared long ago. King. There was a hint of excitement in the trembling voice, but there was also a touch of sadness hidden deeper. Chapter 178 Refuse to Die. As the number of combatants increases, the fluctuations and power generated during battles almost increase exponentially. This illusory space is no longer stable under such power. Any collision between any king and the evil god would result in large areas of space being torn apart. And once the limit is reached, the space is shattered and the battlefield shifts to reality. A battle involving so many kings is enough to destroy an entire continent. The Death King, who was fighting against the evil god head-on, said, "Help me." The two words were spoken stiffly. The kings who had been assigned to other battlefields simultaneously dragged part of the chain of death. The Death King also took the opportunity to use his strength to stabilize the space, but his movements were still a little clumsy. Because this was what happened to him before, when Ziye was attacked. A method learned by observing the methods of cultists. If the time had not been too short, allowing him to have complete control, the evil god would not have had the opportunity to bring Ziye in. The dead king sensed that Ziye, who was always behind him and was being protected by him, was fine. He really wanted to send his brother's apprentice away. He knew his brother's attitude towards his apprentice. Regarding the previous incident with the Lang family, even if he didn't consider the overall situation, he had to go there in person. If the Lang family had not given a perfect answer at that time, they would have plotted against Do Wang's apprentice. Even if Do Wang already knew about the Lang family, things have now reached the final step. Understand the cost of eliminating those termites and the final benefits. There is no way to stop him, he is able to tear down the entire Lang family. His strength is enough to allow him to ignore the attitudes of everyone in human civilization. The Death King now just wants to resolve the matter here as soon as possible. At present, the Fighting King has not come yet and has not even shown any sign. This means that the situation there is not optimistic. The illusory space continued to expand, from Qingshui City to Sanwang City, and then expanded to half of the continent. Gradually, everyone in the entire ancient Yun continent could see the shadow that shocked the heavens and the earth. Seeing the legendary figure, he tore the space the size of the mountains to its limit with a casual blow. The battle continues, but the situation is not optimistic. Facing the evil god, the king's attacks and methods were greatly suppressed. That is an essential difference. Stone is always at a disadvantage compared to steel in terms of size. Even if it is harder than steel, what about other aspects? Godly and mighty. A plan was launched. All facilities have been cleared and no one is allowed to use them. The guards with the same faces who had been standing in front of the facility for many years were all present. The principal has already walked into a secret room. There was a lamp in the middle of the secret room, and the principal stood next to the lamp. The forbidden areas of major family forces, as well as some places unknown to the world. The sound of extremely dissatisfied footsteps was heard one after another, and human civilization entered an extremely tense state. And in that virtual space, the Sword King continued to cut the chains, and he could still hold on. But the condition of others is not so good. The frost on the chains could no longer erode them. The Tian family ancestor found it difficult to use many of his methods when fighting alone. The Maoist spiritual weapons are okay, but just okay. It was extremely difficult for the man from the Wang family to just stay alive. If it weren't for his spiritual body, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. The owner of the first martial arts gym used the most methods and tried various methods, but he failed to find the weakness. The only king in the world who has no power, his lack of background has become his biggest shortcoming. Counting the Death King who had just finished expanding the space at this time, there were 8 kings in total. But in the face of the evil god's partial power, he still could only struggle to hold on. The Death King looked at the current situation and understood the intentions of some of them to use some of their trump cards. He shook his head stiffly. It's not yet time. If we want to turn the overall situation around now, then there is only one way. Leave, I'll come. Saying these 4 words stiffly, the Death King finally applied multiple layers of defense to the leaves behind him. And those kings retreated to the surroundings one after another, no longer fighting the chains. In the imaginary space, the Death King faced the monstrous chain alone. The situation seemed to be the same as at the beginning, but it was extremely dangerous. In an instant, countless chains began to entangle and destroy each other, and the Death King was like the core of the incarnation. Chains were released continuously, but these chains were still unable to support themselves in the face of the power of the evil god that surpassed him. The core transformed by the Death King didn't have any intention of delaying it, and rushed directly into the layers of chains surrounding it. In an instant, countless attacks fell on him, but he ignored them all. The battle between the two was almost one-sided. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The King of Death could only hold on for a while no matter what the cost. The core formed by the body is being consumed rapidly, and the light is getting dimmer, but the speed of the chains released does not slow down. Several kings wanted to take action, but were stopped. The Sword King looked at the Death King whose life was hanging by a thread. He won't die that easily. The sound fell, the core banged, and all the light dissipated. The chains that were originally released were like rootless trees, and their power was quickly dissipating. Refuse to die. A stiff voice sounded, and the originally destroyed core began to shine again. Far more than double the number of chains were released. The battle between chains continues. But even if the broken chain was doubled, it would still be difficult to compare with that evil god. Refuse to die. Refuse to die. At this moment, those kings are not very rich and have not been around for too long. I was completely stunned. No matter how stable my state of mind was, it started to make waves at this moment. They have never seen this method before. The Death King relied on a method that was almost reborn. In a short period of time, the disadvantage was reversed, and the confrontation with the evil god's power reached an even level. There are 3 kings in hell. The eldest is the king of death, the second is the soul king, and the third is the fighting king. The Do Wang is unparalleled in strength and possesses the true meaning of the Do Shen. Some of them believe that they have no chance of winning in a fight. The Death King is the weirdest, and his current miraculous methods are beyond their imagination. In this case, does the Soul King, the most indifferent among the 3 and the one they are most familiar with, have no hidden methods? Will you only be a logistics person to help detect cultists? At this time, the battle in space can be said to be over. The Death King is obviously not at its limit now, but those chains have not increased anymore. This means that the power that the evil god can release has reached its limit. As long as they continue to delay, they will definitely win. Those chains seem to know these things, so they even started to be timid when fighting. Then the source of the chain, behind the hole. The real evil god also completed the final step of preparation at this time. There is a mysterious aura surrounding him, which can be detected if the Soul King is there. At this time, the hole was actually filled with the destiny of their human civilization. Chapter 179 Soul King asks the sky. The power of the evil god was gradually wiped out, and victory seemed to be a foregone conclusion at this time. Everyone thinks so, including Ziye. The Death King had already compressed all the chains together, preparing to wipe out all the power of the evil god in one fell swoop. Under the attack of countless chains, at a certain moment, he caught the extremely small flaw. The core instantly sprang out the chains that had already been prepared, as dexterous as a snake and as fast as thunder and lightning. With just one flicker, the attack was over. But this time, he made a mistake. The Death King did not seize this flaw, but instead made a mistake that caused a large number of effective attacks to come to nothing. Less than a moment later, there was a second mistake and a third mistake. The Death King immediately changed his strategy after the third time and continued to suppress the power of the evil god in a safe way without taking any risks. But the situation changed beyond his expectation. A beam of light instantly broke through his surroundings, and the defense composed of countless layers of chains seemed to be in vain. Chain fragments were flying all over the sky, but the beam of light had not ended yet. The speed was so fast that even the kings who were always vigilant outside did not react. When all the dust settled, they all looked at the landing point of the beam. It was a space surrounded by hundreds of chains and defenders, and there was a person inside. Leave. And now this person has disappeared there. Refuse to death. Before they could react, the Death King's voice filled with anger sounded. Unlike before, I was beaten to death before using this trick. This time it was equivalent to a self-destruction, and the tyrannical force directly tore this illusory space apart. The power of the blockbuster will pour into the real world, which will undoubtedly be a disaster sweeping the entire continent. Just the remains of some broken chains. It can easily penetrate the true martial realm, and the shock wave it carries can even create a death zone. Take action. I don't know who said it, but it doesn't matter anymore. All the kings took action with all their strength, while constantly resolving the aftermath of various attacks, and at the same time struggling to fill in the gaps. It's a pity that none of them know how to use this space method, so the efficiency is not high. And the culprit that caused all this. At this time, all the chains of the evil gods were wiped out, and they had become the core Death King. At this time, a chain has been passed through the hole, tightly locking the leaf in the gap of space. The Death King looked tense, even though his power now exceeded the upper limit that the evil god could use. But I don't know why it always goes wrong. Three Kings City. The overwhelming anger reached God's will, and a figure gradually rose into the air. Ignoring the disaster that was about to befall this continent, an inexplicable meaning appeared around him. Stop! The vast power of heaven descended, and all those below the Jinyu realm in the Three Kings City were suppressed to their knees. Even those in the true martial realm dare not raise their heads to look at the sky. Those old monsters who have the ability to spy on the truth hide the deepest. But facing the mighty Soul King, he was not afraid at all. Why, do I have to ask my third brother to stage a murderous act at this time? This is a question, but the tone is more like a question. Question this world. In just a few moments, all the power of heaven dissipated. The Soul King was in mid-air, and when he saw the opponent retreating, he didn't forget to add something. Conscious bodies are indeed idiots. The result was achieved here. The Death King, who was wrestling with the evil god, instantly noticed that the strange feeling disappeared. Without hesitation, a large number of chains came out. I was about to pull it back, but the next moment, all the chains were immediately broken. The hollow disappeared, and the core that kept releasing the chains turned into the Death King again. He calmly looked at the empty space that had disappeared in front of him. He failed, but not completely. Ziye was not pulled over by the evil god, nor was he pulled back. Instead, it was anchored in the cracks of space, in a small space. Intangible anger, it was unimaginable that the body that was about to turn into a dead person actually showed anger. He raised his hand and used the chain to fill up the space, clean up this place. He spoke 6 words in a row, each word filled with anger. After saying that, he ignored the kings who had just stopped and left directly. The remaining 7 kings in the illusory space looked at each other. What to do? They are all kings, is it appropriate to let them stay and clean up the battlefield? Suitable. The kings began to clean up without saying a word, and they even thought it would be better to stay here longer. This illusory space does not mean that they cannot see the scene outside, especially the Soul King Wenshan. There are 3 kings in hell, and each of them is a top existence. This is something they have only now truly realized. The youngest of the 3 kings is Do Wang, and only Do Wang has 3 apprentices. But now, one is dead and the other is missing. Think about it, I was just being plotted, if I didn't give a satisfactory answer. Do Wang is ready to destroy a trap that has been set up for a long time. And now this is the case. The powerful people present are now sending messages one after another. Everyone who is outside should come back, and those who can't come back will find a place to hide. In short, don't cause trouble. Even the Sword King silently handed down instructions at this time. He was quite confident originally. However, the only one among them who has no identity background is the most laid back. He is a special case in the entire human civilization, rising from the bottom. A lot of benefits were obtained from various ruins, and the situation had stabilized at that time, and human infighting was suppressed to a minimum. He barely encountered anything and successfully broke through to heaven. Finally, he realized something under the night sky and became a king. It can be said that if he was born more than 10 years later, they are definitely the strongest among the lucky ones, and they must be the ones with the best luck. Even the top human beings had even asked for advice on the stone statues in the highest level ruins. Only then was it confirmed that this guy was not a lucky person who was born in advance. Outer space. On the far side of the moon, earth-shaking changes have taken place here. Do Wang sat in the air with a steady aura, surrounded by the corpses of more than a dozen evil gods' minions. Even life and death exude frightening power. You can understand just by looking at the damage caused by the aftermath of their battle. What a level this battle has reached. It can be said that if the moon rotates completely, then humans on the entire planet can clearly see that one side of the moon is a little thinner. This is because a large piece of the entire backside of the moon has been chipped away. Beside Do Wang, who was stabilizing his aura, his eldest disciple was still holding the strange weapon composed of more than a dozen boulders. Master, junior fellow apprentices. His tall and strong body could not hide his worry. Do Wang, who was adjusting his condition, did not reply. He just stood up and held the spear in one hand. Those eyes seemed to have passed through endless obstacles and saw the meeting place for high-level human beings. If you can't give him a satisfactory answer, then you don't have to wait for the evil god to come. Why do you really think he is a good person? If he was a good person, how could he become the king of hell? If you can't even protect your own relatives and apprentices, then what's the point of being the king? Chapter 180 The Idiot's Way of Heaven. A dedicated conference room for high-level human beings to discuss matters. Originally, we were supposed to wait for everyone to arrive before entering here together. But now things have changed. The guard in front of the conference room did not dare to make the slightest move, watching the Soul King wave his hand and push open the door. Without waiting for others to arrive, he sat directly in his seat. There was no trace of anger or anything else emanating from the open door. But even these most elite guards of human civilization feel chills running down their spines. It's like I will leave this beautiful world in the next moment. The next person to arrive was Marshal Long. Seeing this situation, he didn't say anything and sat down in his seat as usual. The rest of the people who arrived were almost the same, including several kings who were forcibly driven out of the illusory space. The selection of candidates was the same as before, except that the head of the family was replaced by the Qian family. As the last person sat down, Marshal Long closed the door. The Soul King didn't stop him, just looked at him. I hope the other party will give him an explanation first. Marshal Long sighed slowly. He had no way to excuse himself from this matter. If they are rescued, I will compensate them. He only said what would happen if he was rescued, but what if he was not rescued? He felt that at that time, there would be no chance to compensate. This is also the result that others have expected. Although this evil god incident seems to have no fault at all from Marshal Long and the military. But that's the perspective of ordinary people. They all know some secrets that ordinary people don't know. For example, the consciousness of human civilization, that is, the way of heaven, exists. And they were under control. The person in charge of this aspect is the military, and the leader of the military is Marshal Long. The previous series of mistakes made by the Death King were because this consciousness came out to cause trouble. As for why they are imprisoned and why their conscious bodies cause trouble, they can all be attributed to one point. He is an idiot. The intelligence level is slightly higher than that of infants and slightly lower than that of 3-year-old children. This state may have only one benefit. That's easy to fool, but this advantage has no effect on them. Because with the current methods of mankind, there is no effective communication method at all, but the evil god does. This is why, even if imprisoning and suppressing the consciousness will bring various consequences, it must be done. If only those who protect the lucky ones and crack the evil god's tricks can be lucky. The evil gods were fooled away by this idiot's few words. Then they really want to destroy human civilization and drag this idiot with them. Death, I'm searching that space now, and I'll wait until I find it. The Soul King glanced at everyone present. No one can refuse, otherwise I can only support whatever my third brother wants to do. The menace in his voice was barely concealed. They don't need to cover up. Hell is an organization that goes against human nature. Even if those higher UPS allowed it, it would be extremely difficult to support this organization, but they did. And it left everyone speechless, and even the reputation of Hell only remained in an inferior state. But don't forget, everyone in Hell listens to someone's orders. Shenyu Dai. On the hospital bed, Long Wushuan was now wrapped like a mummy. His expression was no longer as generous as before, but rather melancholy. It's not because of his injuries, it's not like he hasn't been beaten more seriously than this. This time he could lie down for a few days at most, and he would not be beaten any harder than when he made trouble before and was beaten by his old man. "Brother Long, eat some fruit." Tianyu sat beside the hospital bed, holding the cut fruit in his hand. After Long Washuan took 2 bites of the fruit that was handed to him, he asked, "Xiao Qian, how is the situation?" "Ziye should be safe for the time being. As for the team, only the captain Xueji still has signs of life." Long Washuan's body gradually exerted force, and the mummy-like bandages on his body exploded. "Brother Long!" Tianyu was about to stop him, but was stunned. "No need for small money, I'm in good condition now." Long Washuan stood up, revealing scars all over his body. But he still moved his body nonchalantly, making a clicking sound. He had seen death, and lots of death. But this time, I have not died to protect him. He was always the only one who protected others. What's more important is the figures standing in front of him at that time. Looking to the side, Tianyu reminded him of these friends. Now that Ziye is missing, he has to slowly recuperate here? Take out a set of clothes from the props in your own space placed on the cabinet aside. After changing, he walked out of here leaving only Tianyu behind. He can't wait to fight now, if it weren't for the current uncertain situation. They have to go out directly to fight the cultists, but now the situation is special. I can only fight in the ring here. And now in the arena. Half of the country has already been taken up by people from the Genius Club. They take turns beating each other up, and one after another retreats. When Long Washuan came here, among the 2 people fighting fiercely in the ring, there was one he knew well. Yameng Meng. The gate of Shenyu. Tianlin stays here, waiting for someone here. A few hours ago, he received a notice from the Soul King, asking him to wait for someone at the door, someone with the same status as him. It is said that it came out of the same place as its owner. Tianlin. When he heard someone calling him, he turned around and saw that it was Su Chongkong. "Chongkong, how is your injury?" Su Chongkong was someone he met by chance, and he was now on good terms with him. Su Chongkong walked to him in a few steps and said, "It's okay. I wasn't injured at all. It's just that I was very exhausted." He was telling the truth. Among the people who went out, he was probably the least injured. Faced with a large number of insects, he used the Qing Feng method hundreds of times. "Are you waiting for someone here?" Tianlin nodded. "Well, he should be a lucky person outside. He now understands why he is here." Just as they were talking, a thin young man who looked smaller than them, wearing ordinary clothes, and even had only one arm walked over. The first person I noticed about him was none other than Su Chongkong. At this time, the young man just raised his head and looked there, their eyes facing each other. "Hello." There was a hint of laziness in his voice. Tianlin saw someone coming and was about to walk over. Su Chongkong didn't care about that and held Tianlin's shoulder with one hand. "I'll take him here to familiarize himself with the environment." "Ah." Tianlin looked back at Su Chongkong, who had a serious face, and then turned to look at the boy who showed no reaction. Chapter 181 Rescue Operation. In a space. Ziye felt the rich energy around him, which was a different kind of energy from qi, blood, life, and even from the Death King. It is estimated to be slightly lower than the piece of divine crystal in his body. But there is no doubt that the level is very high, and it has just awakened. He found that all the consumption from the previous battle had been replenished. Recalled in his mind. It seemed that he was captured by the evil god, but Uncle Death rescued him. No, there is no rescue. This is definitely not an environment that humans can create. Where is this? Emitting spiritual power, you can only feel the majestic and rich energy. "You're awake, outsider!" A voice rang out from his mind. It was a voice that he could never forget but should never hear again. His consciousness had not yet completely awakened, so he directly activated soul burning, without caring about the damage, just to wake up faster. That sound shocked Ziye far more than any outsider, and even made him unable to think more. Who are you? The evil god? Yes, this sound should be the one you want to hear most. That was the voice of an old man who had never reached the Qi and blood realm in his life. But it occupies an extremely important position in Ziye's heart, especially when he saw the corpse. Heartbroken. The old dean. You. 5 voices were mixed together, even if they were separated souls without any independent consciousness. At this moment, it also stems from the mark engraved on the lowest level of consciousness, which invariably reveals the most extreme anger. Why, outsider, do you care so much about that ordinary human being? Ziye didn't reply this time, he was suppressing his anger. Because he can't do anything now, his long experience has finally made him grow. Well, even if you care about him so much, why would you help the culprit who killed him? That's the best word in your mind. The illusory fire burning out of Ziye's soul trembled suddenly. Ha ha ha, let me take you through all this. At this time, outside the space where the leaves are located, there is a small space. Although this space is extremely small, it has a fairly decent ecological system. However, these systems mutate at a speed visible to the naked eye, whether it is weeds on the ground or beasts in the deep water. They all exuded traces of the aura of the evil god. And on the outermost side of this small space, in the gap between space, the chains of the Death King are already wandering around. After discovering this space, in just a few breaths, a figure appeared here. King of Death. No nonsense, raise your hand and there are countless chains, wrapping this small space layer by layer. Then came several rounds of attacks, but with no results. Just leave this space sealed by countless chains and leave. Quickly returned to the Hell branch and found the Soul King sitting in mid-air. Found it. It's safe for the time being. We can't go in. The evil god used his luck. Brother, leave the rest to me. The Soul King easily understood what the Death King meant. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh, no matter what. There is no way to avoid that group of lucky people. However, they probably won't refuse. A piece of news spread from top to bottom, passing through the hands of several senior executives and reaching Tianyu. Now regarding matters related to the lucky people, the top management of mankind coordinates through Tianyu as the intermediary. After all, they don't plan to care too much about the people who are lucky. These people will all go their own way, and it would be bad to care too much. At the same time, an order was passed to several masters at Tianyu University. After contacting the Soul King, they also learned something. It is also feasible to send a few unlucky people, but the number of candidates is very limited. For example, the realm must be below the true martial realm. It was just a small space, not a planet like theirs, and its carrying capacity was very poor. And although he is not a lucky person, his luck is much higher than that of ordinary people. From this look, it seems that the strongest geniuses from Tianyu University in the past are qualified to be selected. Wang Bufan, Lu Qi, Tian Xianling, and so on. In addition, there are some people from the 5 major colleges who also meet this standard. In short, it is said that the person who is lucky has all the combat power of the Unity realm. All those who are not lucky enough to meet the criteria will be admitted subject to the quantity limit. Tianyu couldn't help but take a breath when he saw the news coming from above. This is a real waste of money. Let's talk about the lucky ones first, that is, not many of them have reached the Unity realm, but there are too many who have the combat power of the Unity realm. One by one, they constantly cross 3 or 4 small realms to fight. Excluding the battles between them, they have never lost a single battle in the same realm. Looking at those unlucky people, aren't they just being used as cannon fodder for them? There are quite a lot of forces behind these people, and some of them are even related to some of them. Hey, Ziye, I'm afraid you didn't expect that you are actually related to the fate of the entire human race. Duo forwarded this message to the club cadre group in distress, and then selected a few from the list and sent them individually. He had a hunch that if this incident was not handled well, the result would definitely be no less than the kind of battle that had happened several times and spread throughout the world. The phantom alone covered the entire continent. Just think about it and you will know how terrifying it is. The most excited people after hearing the news were the group of people who had not reached the Unity Realm, but had the combat power of the Unity Realm. They have long wanted to venture outside and meet those cultists. Especially when I heard that this time I was going to rescue the vice president, I became even more enthusiastic. Under the leadership of Duo, the Genius Club has become a whole. Compared with other associations, it has extraordinary cohesion. Alchemy Room. As soon as Lang Rushuan walked out, she saw Mou waiting not far away. After she got what her father left for him, she has been digesting it inside. Of course, digesting things would not prevent her from leaving here for several months. What was more important was that she knew the secret of the Lang family. She didn't know how to face everyone in the Lang family and her dead father. I'm here. There was no excessive comfort, Mou just said a straightforward and simple sentence. But this is worth 1,000 words. In the arena. Go on, come on together. Lang Rushuan is now furious. He wants to adjust his condition to the best in the shortest possible time and even make a breakthrough. He is very good at making breakthroughs on the spot. Su Chongkong looked at the broken sword in his hand, which he got from that person. His intuition told him that this seemed to be something he deserved, but it made him feel a little strange inexplicably. Chapter 182 Geniuses in Groups. Boss, if you tell us to do a mission, then just do it. Why do we have to gather at Tianyu University? This time it's not that simple, and we can't blame them just because we lost to them once. Kang Yunhai was looking at the book in his hand. He seemed to think that it was enough, so he gently closed the book and put it back into the space. When Huo Linho heard what the boss said, although he was unwilling to admit it, he was indeed a little unconvinced in his heart. Not only him, the others are almost the same. As geniuses, they encountered the first Waterloo in their lives there. Especially after returning to the academy, their boss collected a lot of intelligence. They considered themselves to be top geniuses, but they were not even in the top 10 among that group of geniuses. The 9 people who stood high above everyone else, and Qin Yu, who was recently hailed as the 10th person. Kang Yunhai turned his head to look at the sea view outside the window. He did not think that was a Waterloo, but rather an exchange from which he gained a lot. It was also during that time that he learned how to gather intelligence. Now thinking about this very simple truth, why did it take him so long to figure it out? But even he had his troubles. Just like some trivial matters in the family, especially this time. The night before he left, his parents even wanted him to have offspring. This is why he concluded that this time it would not be that simple. I am planning to develop a small account, which shows that there is a high probability that my main account will not come back this time. Looking at the vast ocean outside, Kang Yunhai did not feel any fear in his heart. As early as the moment he knew the evil god, he no longer cared about life or death, as long as his death was meaningful. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the spacecraft changed. We are all partners together, and some things can be understood without saying anything. When the spacecraft arrived at the location, several people walked out slowly under the leadership of Kang Yunhai. As soon as he landed, he was scanned by dozens of gazes. Kang Yunhai, who was in the lead, responded with a smile, but at the same time, everyone present was secretly shocked. Lang Rushuan, Su Chongkong, Mou, Qian Duo, Tian Kong, Wang Xia, Lang Rushuan. Among the 9 people, except Tian Ling who had already died, and Ye Ziye, the target this time, all of them were present. Behind Lang Rushuan, Qian Duo and others were several people from the Genius Club that they were familiar with. Although there were many unfamiliar faces, I knew those standing near the front. Continue scanning the others. Lu Qi was also the top genius in his class, but he only found out about it later. I just asked some questions to someone at random, and the question turned out to be a genius with a good reputation. And Wang Bufan beside him, this man has many secrets. Tian Xianling, a renowned genius, was said to have announced a few months ago that he would go into seclusion to break through to the Jinyu realm. Now he was directly exposed. Rong Fan, a genius from an ordinary family, is known for his ferocious style of doing things. Of course, his ferocity depends on who he is compared with. Fang Zhengjin, this man has an evil-inducing righteousness just by looking at his face, and the same goes for his behavior, he has an incompatible attitude towards evil. Wait, there are many powerful people whose names even Kang Yunhai cannot remember. But there is no doubt that each of these people is extremely young, so young as to be unbelievable compared to their current state. The top geniuses of human civilization in the past 20 years have all gathered together. Kang Yunhai compared himself with them and felt that he was not sure to win over them at the same age. He was like this, and the people behind him were even more so. A lot. Every one of these people is better than me. It's a bit scary, what's going on? Indeed. Even the hot-tempered Huo Linhu had to admit that he was still inferior to these people. Geniuses are everywhere. Thinking of this sentence in their minds, they had already walked into the crowd. These people who usually shine wherever they go suddenly realize their own ordinariness at this moment. They seemed to be the last batch and had just arrived here a short while ago. The sound of the chain sliding attracted everyone's attention. Looking up into the air, they saw a figure appearing there. That figure was familiar to most of them. Dead King. Especially those with family backgrounds were repeatedly warned not to offend the three kings of hell under any circumstances. Everyone is here. We'll set off in 3 minutes. After the stiff voice finished speaking, the sounds of countless chains sliding gradually overlapped. A portal made up of countless chains gradually formed in front of them. Kang Yunhai took a look inside the portal. It was a passage made entirely of chains and he had no idea where it led to. 3 minutes passed in a flash. Kang Yunhai saw that Long Wushuan had been waiting in front of the gate, and he walked in immediately after 3 minutes. We're leaving too. He spoke softly, and walked into the gate with the 4 people in the crowd. The sound of footsteps in the passage is masked by the sound of chains rubbing against each other, and one can feel discomfort if one listens for a long time. I don't know if it's because of this sound or some other reason. At the end of the passage is another portal, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations. You can't see what's outside the portal. However, everyone had prepared themselves mentally before coming here, so most people remained calm. Some people who know each other, holding hands or something. With this kind of spatial means, it is hard to tell whether the other side will be gathered together or randomly released. This is something that even the dead king cannot confirm. So they can only use this method to install an insurance that may be of no use. The 4 people of Kang Yunhai also walked in hand. When the light returned to their eyes, what they saw was a grassland filled with the aura of evil gods. Without saying a word, Kang Yunhai simply made a gesture. The other 4 people immediately understood what he meant and prepared to respond at the same time. In less than 2 seconds, they completely blended into the surrounding grass. At this time, the shaking of the earth became more and more obvious. Under the gaze of several people, an extraordinary number of ferocious beasts similar to bison appeared. At this time, I was chasing a few people. It seemed that these people were unlucky and were targeted as soon as they landed. There was a silent exchange of words between them, and they all lurked and followed. This time they are all partners in a joint action, and they cannot turn a blind eye to the danger ahead. Try to help as much as you can, and save as many people as you can. The deepest part of this small space. The leaves, surrounded by countless pure energies, now have no reaction at all. All his spirits were immersed in the deepest part of his consciousness, where he faced the most severe test he had ever faced. Chapter 183 The Truth All Along? The sound of things breaking made Ziye break out of his groggy state, and the scene in front of him became clear. This is the office of the director of the orphanage. It's said to be an office, but in fact, the director doesn't like it no matter how he looks at it. I think it's just a flashy thing, but it's also necessary. Ziye saw the dean who seemed to be blaming Brother Tianyu, and saw the broken dean's favorite teapot on the ground. It turned out that it was broken at this time, and Ziye knew the time when this scene appeared. After he entered here that time, he saw the dean's favorite teapot disappearing and wanted to ask, but he didn't have time. Ziye looked at the two figures that he thought he would never see again, and tried his best to keep himself calm. Broken in the next moment. Time suddenly slowed down, and he saw the movement of Brother Tianyu's palm. A weak energy emerged from the palm of his hand and penetrated into the old dean's body. After a quick check, it was returned to Brother Tianyu's hands. This originally extremely short moment seemed so long to Ziye. He watched this scene carefully. Now he is no longer the kid who didn't understand anything at first. If he is an alchemist, he has already reached the middle level of the earth level. The knowledge in his head is already top-notch, but now he can't understand the state of the old dean. It was an inexplicable energy, and it was that energy that caused the death of the old dean. The picture in front of him changed, this time it was the ward that once made him collapse. The old dean was sitting on the bed, wearing glasses and writing something on a piece of paper. Suddenly the ward door was opened. Ziye turned around and saw that it was Brother Tianyu. "Old man, I found something to treat you. Eat it quickly." Tianyu held a pill exuding a trace of life energy in his hand. At first glance, it was definitely a top-notch healing pill. But actually, the leaves can be seen. Under the disguise of the elixir is the power of the evil god, and the source of this evil god's power is Brother Tianyu. The old dean put what he wrote in his hand on the table aside. He didn't speak, just looked at Tianyu. Brother Tianyu, who was pretending to be happy, the smile on his face became stiffer and stiffer. Thump! He knelt down directly on both legs and lowered his face. It seemed that he had no face to face the old dean. "Ziye, how's it going?" The voice was extremely weak, but it still caught Tianyu's ears. But it was like the sharpest blade cutting into his heart. In Three Kings City, it is the safest and best place. Tianyu lowered his head deeply. He could not care about anyone's eyes or thoughts, but he could not ignore his relatives. "I originally wanted to use deception, but facing this, my own father. What else can be hidden from the other party? Go ahead." The voice was weak, these were the last two words. Ziye saw that Brother Tianyu let go of his hands, and the crushed pills gradually turned into nothingness. He pressed his hands on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. The picture gradually faded into nothingness, and Ziye now knew why. Brother Tianyu, who fell in his arms, would apologize. He had the opportunity and ability to save the old dean, but he failed. "You should have understood." Yes, the person who hurt him was not others, but the consciousness of human civilization that you protect, which can also be understood as the way of heaven. Ziye heard this familiar voice. "Why should I believe your words? What on earth are you going to do?" He has not lost his mind. In the final analysis, some of the scenes just now are just one-sided words and fantasies. No one knows the specific situation at that time. The old dean is dead, and Brother Tianyu was also killed by himself. The hospital at that time had long been reduced to ruins during the battle, and it was impossible to leave any video data. "Ha ha ha, it seems you still don't understand. You are just a puppet of heaven, not the original puppet. In the eyes of heaven, you are the same as me." The picture in front of me was distorted again, this time it was a mountain peak. Qingfeng Mountain. In the picture, I am thinking. Ziye then saw himself being killed by the evil god, and escaped with serious injuries. "What on earth are you going to do?" There was no reply this time, and the screen continued to rotate. Ziye saw it, in a torture chamber. There were 6 figures, and the first one to see clearly was the person being executed. He is a young man, he looks to be in his teens. As his eyes moved around, he saw 4 extremely vicious people. And behind these 4 people, the person in charge of the overall situation is his senior brother. What followed was a series of inhumane torture. Ziye also saw the battle on the beach, in which only 2 people died. One of them is from the senior brother's side, as for the other one. Wood. After that comes the battle in Qingshui City. When all the scenes ended, the leaves returned to darkness. Do you understand? Stop pretending to be a god or a ghost. What do you want from the evil god? Ziye was aware of the existence of the way of heaven, and with a special perspective, he completely skipped the development process. I already have some understanding in my heart. Why don't you want to say that your senior brother was also killed by heaven? The source of everything is because of you, you are an outsider. You have no sense of belonging to human civilization. Heaven is afraid that you will come to my side, so. A picture appeared in the darkness, this time it was Ziye taking care of himself, and his senior brother's investigation was going on simultaneously. Look carefully, don't you realize the timing is too coincidental? Yes, your brother Duanmu has the best relationship with Mu, so Mu was killed first. But this is not enough. Tiandao wants you to completely stand on his side, so he promoted this battle. Your senior brother is just a victim. This time Ziye was silently angry. The evil god's whispers did not stop, whether he wanted to hear them or not, they were directly instilled into his mind. You don't think that's all there is? A picture appeared in my mind, this time. Just one person, Meng Meng. Why do you think that 2 people who had nothing to do with each other suddenly fell in love with each other? Ha ha ha, that's right, it's still the way of heaven, everything is dictated by him. And you are just a puppet being manipulated without realizing it. No, you're not even a puppet. The evil god paused in his words, as if he thought of a big joke again. Ha ha ha, you are an outsider, and the opportunities you have obtained originally belonged to others. Countless pictures rushed into Ziye's mind, and the messy thoughts seemed to overwhelm his consciousness. Black God Sword Box, Alchemy Palace, Chalcedony Fruit, Relics. You are an outsider like me. Heaven has never regarded you as one of its own. Instead, he has been manipulating your life and hurting the people you care about. Don't you understand now? Chapter 184 Mutation. The chains that the Death King constantly manipulates block the evil god's energy transmission. He didn't know what the evil god wanted to do, he just had to stop it. Countless chains slid, constantly consuming the evil god's energy. But he can't wipe out all the energy, and some energy always enters the small space. The heart of a small space. Ziye's body is soaked in the purest energy in the space, and this is the core of this space. With the blessing of the evil god's power, it became a treasure land, but this treasure land is not that simple. In front of Ziye's body, a soul slowly took shape. Judging from his face, he was exactly the same as Ziye. This soul is really weak. The soul of the leaf that the evil god is now controlling is exactly the one from Qingfeng Mountain. A sound exactly like that of a leaf sounded, and the evil god sensed the energy being delivered. Looking at Ziye who has now completely fallen into a state of illusion, he will immediately use some means, but the next moment, the sound of heart beating came from Ziye's body, and 49 black lines formed a series of defenses. Useless means. The evil god stopped. Although the energy he could obtain at the moment was extremely scarce, he still had this soul. As long as there is a gap in the heart of the human being in front of him, he can take advantage of it. And the reason why he did this was because he fell in love with Ziye's secret. As an evil god, his vision naturally transcends the scope of human civilization. After seeing Yazi's true identity as an outsider, he also discovered that there is something special about his nature. Soon, the team led by Long Shuang included 4 people plus Su Chongkong, a total of 5 people. Now we are standing in front of a lake. Captain, where should we go next? Long Washuan was full of fighting spirit when he spoke, because there were already hundreds of corpses of ferocious beasts around him. The situation is similar for others. These were the first wave of enemies they encountered when they arrived, and each of them had the lowest level of strength in the Unity realm. The realm is only higher than them, but in terms of combat effectiveness, these guys are at a level where they can't even see the tail lights of a car compared to Jian Duo Duo. Mou stood high in the sky, and after carefully sensing it, he looked at the other side of the lake. He saw a piece of luck there, which was the luck of human civilization. And unlike these people, the carriers there have been in that place for at least a few days. Long Washuan noticed the captain's gaze and immediately waved his spear to shake off the blood on it. In an instant, he flew into the air behind Mou, and the others did the same. Mou didn't take action during the previous battle. He obviously had some means to detect things that they couldn't detect. None of them spoke, for fear of disturbing Mou. Mou carefully sensed the specific direction. His method came from the part of the Soul King's inheritance given by King Do. This gave him a clear understanding of luck, this nihilistic thing, and the ability to perceive luck. But it consumes a lot of money. After his own mental power was almost exhausted, Mou could barely sense the approximate location. There. He pointed his finger in one direction, and at the same time his mental power began to dissipate, and his body seemed to be unable to hold up and about to fall. A cold jade-like palm stretched out to steady Mou's body. I'll explore the path first, and you guys will follow. Long Washuan moved his body. He didn't want to take a detour now. After taking an extra look at Su Chongkong, the meaning is obvious, and I will leave it to you later. After saying that, he flew in the direction pointed by Mou. Let's follow quickly. Mou took away the hand that was supporting him and stabilized his whole body. A strange giant sword appeared in his hand. Seeing the shape of this sword, it felt like he had seen it many times. Su Chongkong felt weird, but there was no time for him to think about it now. Long Washuan was at the front exploring the way. If there was any danger, having them around would get in the way. The remaining 4 people followed not far behind. Mou and Su Chongkong were one behind the other, while Qian Duo Duo and Lang Rushuan, 2 men with weak fighting ability, were surrounded in the middle. At a certain moment, 5 figures stopped at the same time. They were now in the center of the lake, and underneath. A large amount of evil god's aura spread out almost like a volcano erupting. The 8 blood-red eyes could not be concealed even across dozens of meters of lake water. Pretend to be a ghost. Long Washuan exuded fighting spirit, waved the spear in his hand, and rushed straight into the lake. For a moment, the lake water exploded, and a brief blank space appeared in the center of this vast lake. The waves set off layer by layer caused the lake to more than double in area in a short period of time. Monster! Tian Xianling blocked the incoming lake water and felt the familiar fighting spirit. Only a short time passed before another breakthrough occurred. Hey, the back wave is so strong, it puts a lot of pressure on the front wave. It's not just him, this small space is not very big to begin with. That lake is already the largest place in this space. The movement caused by Long Washuan has attracted the attention of dozens of people. Brother, which monster does this level mean? Mu Zizan swallowed, this was too terrifying. Kang Yunhai didn't reply and looked at the few people he had rescued earlier. We're going there. On a hill, there is a figure with a face full of vicissitudes and scars, Wrong Fan. Without saying anything, he stood up and stepped on the hill composed of countless corpses at his feet, then flew directly towards that place. Fang Zhenjin, who was chasing a ferocious beast, didn't even look back. He quickly caught up and then solved it with 2 moves. Seeing two people emerging from the belly of the ferocious beast, he turned back to confirm the direction. And the members of the Genius Club didn't even have to think about it, they all headed there in unison. For a moment, I didn't know whether it was a coincidence or luck. In the center of the lake, Long Wushuan killed 100-meter-sized beast with one shot. The realm of this ferocious beast is already at the 9th level of the Unity realm, which is the limit that this small space can reach. But in terms of combat effectiveness, with the blessing of the evil god's aura, it is enough to rival the true martial arts realm. But here with Long Wushuan, it doesn't take 100 moves to kill him. It's right here. Mou stood in the air with nothing in front of him, but he was sure it was here. What to do next? Long Wushuan flew out from the bottom of the lake. The level just now was just a warm-up for him. Don't wait for them to make any move. A crack suddenly popped up in the space in front of him, and huge and pure energy dispersed in all directions. Along with it, there is a breath of leaves. If you want it, then come and try it. The roaring sound of the leaves came out almost at the same moment. The ferocious beasts in the lake that had been scattered and killed by the shock unexpectedly gathered again at this time. A trace of the evil god's power rose, and the target was clearly this crack. Chapter 185 Traces of More Than 10,000 Years. The evil god controlled Yazi's former soul and continued to release power. Gradually suppressed the black god sword box and the light blooming in the heart. That's it now. The evil god controlled this soul to rush directly into Yazi's body. Just now, a crack appeared in Yazi's heart that reached to the deepest part. Although it was much later than he expected, the cracks that should have appeared long ago did not appear until now. This reason was also attributed to the secrets of Ziye, which made him look forward to it even more. Entering Yazi's body, the evil god's instinct allowed him to quickly pursue that ray of luck. This is a kind of destiny that does not belong to human civilization, and is even different from all the luck he knows. As an evil god, he has destroyed countless civilizations. But now there was a kind of luck that he didn't know about, coupled with the weirdness of this leaf. These are the things that the evil god wants to pursue. Through this ray of luck, the evil spirit entered the depths of Yazi's memory. Here, it's like going back in time. The evil god watched as a figure kept getting smaller and smaller inside the orphanage until it appeared outside the orphanage. Space changes. The memory of the past is just a blur, but the evil god still refuses to give up. Continue to pursue, this time the time scale is far longer than before. 10 years and nothing. For 100 years, there was nothing. Thousands of years, 10,000 years, still nothing. In a mysterious space. At the center of countless chains, there is a huge red crystal gem. Exuding waves of confusion, he didn't understand why this human's memory could be traced back to thousands of years ago. With the physique of a human being as a child, it would take thousands of years to shuttle between the turbulent flows of space. Even with energy protection, 1 or 2 days at most is the limit. No, we must increase energy. The evil god's soul in Ziye was rapidly consuming a lot of energy. And outside, because of the interference of the Death King, even if he wanted to input more energy, it would be difficult to do so. For this reason, the evil god immediately moved his gaze to the small space. Although the energy level is very low and extremely mixed, it is not unusable. As soon as he made the decision, the soul inside Ziye instantly felt the pressure coming from all directions. What? Yazi's spirit, which had been completely suppressed before, would have been impossible to make any more moves. But just now, a moment of negligence due to lack of energy actually made him wake up. Yazi's physical body opened his eyes instantly, and veins protruded from his limbs. He woke up, but not fully. Sensing the soul in the body that is of the same origin but has something strange about it. Devour the secret. Subconsciously, he began to devour. It was impossible to devour the evil god with a mortal body, but he did it. Because this so-called secret method is not an exquisite skill at all. The essence is extremely simple, it is inhaled and digested in the body. Everything else is out of consideration in this secret book. In front of him, behind the skills on the attribute panel, the crazily rising experience was the reason why all this was unreasonable. The evil god didn't have time to open up the delicate passage, so he opened a crack roughly in a hurry. And summon all the creatures in this space that are contaminated with his aura. Having just finished all this, Ziye has completely fallen into madness, and his roaring voice penetrated the layers of energy. If you want it, then come and try it. The 5 souls in the mind are carrying the erosion of the evil god, and at the same time, they are also devouring everything in the soul and the body like crazy. Because the two have the same origin, this devouring is very smooth, but the reaction after devouring is a bit intense. The evil god doesn't care about Ziye's behavior, his energy is not so easy to absorb. The evil god's eyes looked at the black god's sword box that was suppressed aside, and the light at the heart of Ziye. If it weren't for these two things, how could things be so troublesome? Outside, Long Washuan attacked the gathered forces of evil gods, but found that it was useless. He then turned downwards to attack the fish beasts that had gathered, and his attack power only lasted a few breaths. They cleared out all the ferocious beasts that had gathered, but none of them looked happy at all. Looking into the distance, there are more ferocious beasts. And the evil power that is gathering in the sky. These ferocious beasts must be intercepted outside, as far away from here as possible. Mou said and looked to Jianduoduo aside. They would never be able to do this kind of thing alone, but it happened that all means of communication were blocked here. They can't reach anyone else. Under the eyes of everyone, Jianduoduo did not disappoint them. I searched for it in the ring that contained countless treasures. Found it. With a wave of his hand, a huge mechanical equipment appeared. The shape of this device is very strange, and it is impossible to tell what it is used for. This thing is a large trumpet, a product of an invention competition. I thought it might be useful, so I made 4 more. I have 2 here, and there are 2 in Ziye's ring. Jianduoduo's words indicate one thing, the contents of his ring will be replenished at all times. Captain, let me say a few words. After starting the device, Jianduoduo looked at Mou. There is no suitable person besides him. Long Washuan and Su Chongkong are 2 combatants, so don't think about it. Not to mention Lang Rushuan. He didn't have the intention to use it, so. Mou looked at Jianduoduo hiding behind the huge machine, and then looked away. Sure enough, staying with you will cause trouble. Jianduoduo chuckled twice. If anyone among them needs fame the most, he needs to have a good relationship with the people who enter here. Then there is only one, Mou. When the machine started, sound waves spread in all directions. Everyone, follow the direction of the sound propagation and destroy all the attacking beasts. ×3. Wang Bufan dusted himself off, while Lu Qi on the side was giving a last hit. Curious boy, you really don't regret it. Wang Bufan listened to this familiar voice and looked at the ferocious beasts that kept attacking in the distance. Lu Qi looked up to the sky and sighed, there is nothing to regret. After all, compared with those monsters, I am just an ordinary person. Gotta add one more. Wang Bufan pretended not to hear this additional sentence. The 8th level of unity. Move your body. The 9th level of unity. It was flowing smoothly, without the slightest surprise or momentum that a breakthrough should have. It's easier to fight this way. Wang Bufan stepped on the trembling ground and looked at the endless herd of ferocious beasts. How many people are alive in this small space? I sighed at the power of the evil god in my heart, and then the power of the true martial realm began to shake the space here. Chapter 186, State of Mind and Great Terror. My body is about to burst. There was only this idea in Ziye's mind. The place he was in now was an energy-dense place that he had never known before. And what he wants to devour is the energy of the evil god that far exceeds the existence of human civilization. Just a hint of it is a sense of expansion that I have never experienced before. Burning blood. Burn the soul. 2 secret methods are opened. This time it's not for fighting, but just to consume the energy in the body. Still not working, it consumes too slowly. Ziye could have almost ignored the side effects of these 2 techniques, but now it is naturally difficult to have a big effect in this situation. The soul that is under tremendous pressure all the time is constantly emitting mental fluctuations. By the way, there is this. Ziye instantly detected the Black God's knife box that was suppressed in the corner, the current knife box. It looked dull, even with a hint of decay like when steel rusted. With violent mental power, he almost moved like a heavy hammer and went back and forth more than 10 times before the Black God sword box was delivered to him. Grab the knife case with one hand. This time, let you drink enough. He held the knife case from behind with both hands and pressed it toward his chest. The tyrannical mental power was directly activated, and a subtle friction sound was heard, which had never happened before. Bang! Like embracing a flower of thorns, the sharp blade cut through the skin and got stuck in the flesh. Just as the blood was about to flow out, Ziye's hand became stronger. Only then did all the flying knives completely enter his body. Driven by him, he absorbed everything about him crazily. He absorbed the power of the evil god and this space, used his body as a converter, and then supplied it to the Black God's knife box. Even the soul that was constantly being devoured in Ziye's body emitted fluctuations of doubt. Are you seeking death? The evil god looked at Ziye's behavior of destroying his body and thought that Ziye wanted to end his own behavior with death. But gradually, this idea became untenable. Although Ziye's body is constantly on the verge of collapse, it has mysterious power to maintain its basic state bit by bit. The evil god is more concerned about Ziye's secrets. What he cares about is not Ziye as a person, or this method. His ultimate goal has always been Ziye, the unknown source of luck. The more mysterious the leaves appear, the greater the fruit of the source. For this reason, he even did not hesitate to lie to Ziye. The previous scenes were all aimed at exploring the deepest traces of Ziye's existence. In fact, it is only half a lie. In this world, all coincidences will inevitably have some element of luck. Destiny in the dark is a manifestation of destiny turning into reality. The only lie he told was that the way of heaven in human civilization simply did not have the wisdom to calculate. With absolute power, he has never disdained using lies to deal with weak civilizations. Even among those believers, he never concealed the fact that they would all die together in the end. The evil god doesn't care about Ziye's actions, even if this little ant wipes out this soul now, he doesn't care either. As long as you are targeted by him, there is no possibility of escape. Judging from the situation of his hunting civilization, it doesn't matter if he spends more time accepting the energy from the crack. Those who have a lot of luck will know it the first time they enter this space. It's just that he didn't expect that by chance, someone caught him opening the crack to absorb power. Energy is constantly flowing out from it, and a delicate balance has been reached in this ocean of energy. Ziye used his body to balance the energy, and the constant mental impact piled up a barrier composed of countless fragments. The panel never affects Ziye's mood. Otherwise, Ziye would not always have this weakness. And now, in the midst of countless craziness, Ziye has witnessed the most vulnerable point in his heart. He is just an ordinary person. Even if the panel has improved his qualifications, his skills have created his current terrifying combat effectiveness. But in essence, he is still just an ordinary person who has faced the death of a loved one and showed an extremely weak side. He has no resourcefulness, so he uses madness to find his way. Courage is just an accessory to madness. Crazy is just to cover up, countless thoughts are chaotic in his mind. At this moment, no matter what the reason, he was truly recognizing himself. Ziye took the initiative for the first time in his incomplete state of mind. Start filling. Only by recognizing yourself can you make further progress possible. Vaguely, he seemed to feel the presence of his partner. Something extraordinary appeared in the power of the evil god he absorbed. The soul that was constantly being devoured felt the power coming from it. A little less than expected. He took one last look at Ziye, and it was not his kindness to do anything. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. But I don't want to waste energy, and the one who is still outside the small space at this moment. There is a figure that is 70% or 80% similar to what I remember. With the inheritance of those guys, some small tricks are useless. In an instant, the evil god began to trace the distant traces. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years. The speed of energy consumption and the distance of the mark exceeded the evil god's expectations. The consciousness of the evil god, which had penetrated into the traces of millions of years ago, found that the connection with the main body had been broken. His current state is also extremely special, as if he is about to enter a mysterious place through Ye's body. Continuing to explore deeper, he had no way out. The power of time made it impossible for the evil god to tell how long ago it had been. Oh, interesting. The channel carrying the consciousness of the evil god collapsed instantly, and the will of the evil god with the nature of true spirit died instantly. At the other end of the passage, Wu's aura reached its peak. I didn't expect that. A voice mixed with laughter spread through the passage that spanned an unknown number of years. Reached Yezi's ears. Carrying those ancient memories that Ziye had forgotten, rushed into his mind. In a mysterious space, the evil god's body exuded waves of confusion. He didn't understand why the traces could be traced so far away. It was so far away that his connection with that consciousness was severed. After being confused for a while, he fell silent again. For this operation, he asked all the cultists hidden in human civilization to take action. And it used the luck of many human civilizations, and the previous actions were not without cost. Among them is an important person who has good luck. The rescue operation ended successfully. When the Death King returned with everyone, all the top leaders of human civilization breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the master and apprentice who had not seen each other for a long time, Do Wang and Ziye. We talked alone for a long time. Ziye is also here, finally possessing the heart of a strong person that has not been completed for a long time. After a period of time, Do Wang began to teach Ziye. It can also be said that a special training was conducted. Even now, I have experienced several battles, large and small. However, the combat level of Ziye, who has been growing, is still lacking compared to others. Chapter 187 A Year of Experience. On top of the ice that never melts. In the storm that will not stop for decades, two figures, one behind the other, are moving forward. King Do's figure seemed to be separated from his surroundings, and no amount of wind and snow could leave any trace on him. Looking at an iceberg in the distance, Ziye, this is the third one. Ever since King Do decided to give Ziye special training, he took Ziye all over the 5 continents. Destroy the cultists and practice the god of fighting technique. The cultists have their largest stronghold on every continent. They cleared 2 of them. The Soul King and the Death King had cleared one earlier, and the other one was missing. So this is their last goal now. After saying that, a spear appeared in his hand. The blizzard fell silent and the glacier burst. The 5,000-meter-high iceberg was cut off in the middle at this moment, and in an instant, 9 streams of light were about to flee into the distance. Ziye, who was standing behind, looked at him with stern eyes, stimulating his mental power. 49 black lines shuttled between the wind and snow, and the pure white snowflakes were stained with red blood. Damn it! Either it is a unity state, or even if you die, you will have to support yourself. Right. The 8 figures turned around, knowing that they could not escape. Looking at the sudden wounds on his body, under that kind of mental force, there is no escape. Ziye calmly swept through the situation. The white snowflakes were melted by the pure white flames, and half of the sky was dyed a dark purple like amber. Ziye fought against 8 true martial realm cultists alone. The aftermath of the battle tore this frozen land into pieces. And on the other side, the leader of this cultist looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him and exuded an unrivaled aura. Do Wang. Fighting God's true meaning. Looking at him condescendingly, she flew towards him bit by bit without saying a word. I passed him by without even a hint of nonsense. With no chance of escape, the leader turned around and followed Do Wang back to their hiding place. This is a secret stronghold hidden in the iceberg. They were not here originally. But in order to avoid Do Wang, he chose to hide here, but he never escaped. There is a huge stone statue in the middle of this stronghold, and the stone statue is still trembling. Its surface flows with the true meaning of the god of war that has almost transformed into another form, and the source of these disputes is the spear inserted on it. It was exactly what Do Wang had just done. Do you have anything to say? King Do sat directly in the seat that originally belonged to him and asked him. Say what? Look at Do Wang who shows no aggressive behavior, and then look at the suppressed stone statue that cannot move. Their biggest trump card is like this, what else can they say? The crisp knocking sound, in this place where the storm roared at any time, still penetrated the storm and resounded throughout the world. The cult leader fell helplessly, and a strong man comparable to the heavenly realm could not even resist. The stone statue, which was strong enough to fight the king, was suppressed from the beginning and could not exert any power. After getting rid of a traitor to human civilization, King Do looked back at the stone statue. Another piece of divine crystal, but it's a pity that the evil god's minions don't have this thing. Stretching out his palm, the spear fired its power in the next moment, and a large hole was opened in the chest of the stone statue, and the core slowly floated out. It's a pity that the last one hasn't been found yet. Forget it, I'll go rob him again later, Ice King. Do Wang made a plan in an instant. This was the last battle. Of course, he would give his apprentice another wave of resources. In the past 6 months, in addition to cleaning up cultists and collecting divine crystals, he also robbed kings along the way. Those kings did not dare to have any objections. If nothing else, it's all the credit and hard work he's put in over the years, plus he's in a bad mood now. Who dares to refuse? Look up at the battlefield in the sky. It was almost one-sided at this point. Although the cadre-level figures of the cultists are all at the true martial realm, they are only at 1 or 2 levels, and the strongest ones are only at the 3rd level. And most of them have quite a bit of moisture. But despite this, the gap in realm is still too big. The leaves, which have improved significantly in the past 6 months, are still being suppressed. The clothes made of special materials on the body were frequently broken, only to be restored to their original state the next moment. Ziye, who had withstood all the attacks, had countless scars all over his body. But he recovered a little in the next moment. In a protracted battle, he is invincible. Do Wang was not the only one watching the battle between Ziye and the cultists, from a distance. The nominal ruler of this extreme ice continent, the Ice King who practices under countless glaciers, also noticed this place. After watching for a while, he sent a message to the descendants of the family who were waiting outside. Prepare a gift, which should be thicker, and send it directly after the fighting there subsides. After giving the order, Bing Wang started practicing again. She doesn't want to have anything to do with people from hell, because it's really troublesome. Ziye's battle lasted for a long time before all the cultists were killed. The cultists didn't think about escaping during this journey, because someone had already tried it, and it didn't work. Do you really think that Do Wang sitting there is just a decoration? If you dare to run away, you will die in the next second. If you don't run away, you can live a little longer. These cultists who use tricks every day, when facing the strongest person in hell. Only then can you realize how naive some of your previous thoughts were. The Black God's flying knife cut off the body and soul of the last person, and Ziye casually put away the space props and weapons on that person. Then it fell from the air in front of Do Wang. At this time, Do Wang had a small white bag in his hand. Master! The white bag was thrown over and Ziye caught it. This was sent by the Ice King in advance. It saves us another trip. I also put the piece of divine crystal inside. 4 pieces of divine crystal should be enough for you to consume before you reach the heavenly realm. Do Wang looked at Ziye. His apprentice was really a monster, he was progressing too fast. Especially for the fighting god art, even with the help of the fighting god's true intention, it is really abnormal to reach the 5th level in just 1 year. Now Ziye has made another leap, both physically and mentally. I'm leaving. When you're ready, you'll go to Long's house. Things there are almost ready. When speaking, stand up and look up to the sky. He has been accompanying his apprentice for the past 6 months, leaving all the responsibilities to his eldest brother and apprentice. It's time to go back. Then another thing came to mind, Ziye, trust your inner guidance and don't be affected by external things. Ziye did not respond, but his unwavering eyes proved his inner determination. He had already figured it out, no matter whether everything was due to luck or not. Partners are always your partners, and friends are always your friends. Friendship, family, love. He only believes in his own feelings. Well, when you reach the true martial realm, remember to go to the moon. Your senior brother really wants to meet you. After saying this last sentence, King Do immediately flew into the sky. Ziye bowed deeply to the departing figure. Not only because he is his master, but also because he wants to protect human civilization. He had only learned about the evil god's methods in the past 6 months, but that wasn't the only thing. The minions of the evil god from outer space suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like a sharp sword. I don't know when it will fall and cut off the fire of inheritance of human civilization. Chapter 188 Return. Shenyu Day. Lu Qi was eating breakfast at the door. Although he had already waited for the person he wanted to wait for, he could not change this habit. Unless you are practicing, retreating, etc., you will definitely see him here every morning. He likes this kind of ordinary life very much. He has met the people he wants to meet, and with the addition of those monsters, his light is no longer dazzling. He enjoys such a plain but yet much better life than ordinary people. Hey, it's so troublesome. After finishing his breakfast in a few mouthfuls, he was about to get up and leave when he saw a few people coming out. Qian Duoduo, Long Wushuan, Mou, Lang Rushuan, Yameng Meng. After seeing who they were, he knew that Ziye was coming back without thinking about Lu Qi. But it's none of his business. Maybe he won't have to worry about anything in a while. He walked into Shenyu University and passed by them. Qian Duoduo and Mou both looked at him for a moment. Lu Qi felt the gaze, but didn't care. He is going to practice now. He still has some time to use every month, but he may not be able to use it in the future. Ziye looked at the friend who came to pick him up. The calmness he had during the previous battle disappeared and turned into a smile. He already knew that the so-called Tianyu was just an idiot. It is impossible to have the intelligence to calculate others. Maybe there was some luck involved, but his feelings for everyone were genuine. Besides, it won't be long until the Long family is ready. The so-called way of heaven. Ziye did not continue to think about it. He only knew that the Long family would give him a satisfactory answer. This answer will definitely make Tianyu feel uncomfortable, but the specific details are still unclear. Ziye's return did not cause much of a sensation, also because Ziye didn't like publicity. Otherwise, a lot of money can make the entire Shenyu University hang up banners. In the past 6 months, Qian Duoduo has gained more and more power. In the process of handing over family power, all resistance was easily swept away. After all, no matter it is the identity of the person who is lucky, the connections accumulated at the moment, or his own performance. No one can compare with him. In terms of connections alone, don't underestimate the value of the right person. The children of all major families are second to none. After all, they belong to other people and cannot come here. But things like Tianyu and Wu Tianming are different. They can really recruit themselves. Especially Tianyu, the title of the 10th man has become the new 9th man. It's just that it's best not to talk about this title in public, especially in front of the sky. On this day, Ziye did not practice, but took a good rest. In addition to playing with Long Wushuan and the others, and accompanying Ye Meng Meng, I also visited Mr. Chen, who taught me a lot about alchemy. During his free time while practicing, Ziye would visit from time to time and exchange ideas on alchemy with each other. Under the night sky, I walked alone in Shenwu Dazhong. Ziye is going to practice now, and a day's rest does not include night. Relax enough, now it's time to complete the goal you have set long ago. Ziye said in a relaxed tone. This was the most relaxing moment for him in a year. A year has not made their relationship estranged. From the moment the leaf emerged from the crack, it was caught by several people. After knowing the true situation of Heavenly Dao, Ziye was also confused. But until now, all the confusion has disappeared, and some of it has just become the cornerstone of my own state of mind. At this moment, even though his strength is still far behind that of a strong person, but he can already have the name of a strong man. At the entrance of the 5 Elements Treasure Land, the guards are still the same 2 guards. They were so bored when they saw Ziye greeting him enthusiastically. After chatting for a few words, Ziye walked into the 5 Elements Treasure Land and went straight to the deepest point. The flames, sand, dead wood, water flow, and metal are still the same as before. The clothes on Ziye began to change colors, as if adapting to the chaotic scene. Walk to the center of this area, which is a small point in the center of the entire 5-star treasure land. Adjust the status, and a panel appears in front of you. Name, Ziye. Age, 20. Qualifications, Earth level top grade, Blood Soul Heavenly Poison Body, Earth level top grade. Realm, 3rd level of Unity Realm, 2nd level of 3 stars. Equipment, Wolf-shaped mask, low-grade spiritual level, Black God Sword Box, middle-grade Earth level, capable of growth, night clothes, low-grade Earth level, energy fiber clothing, high-grade Earth level. Skills, perfect 5 elements body tempering technique fire, middle grade on the Earth level, perfect 5 elements tempering technique earth, middle grade on the Earth level, 5th level of Do Shenju, high grade on the Heaven level, introductory Star Soul Vast technique, Heaven level, the upper level of the Heavenly level, the entry level immortality skill, the upper level of the Heavenly level. Skills, breathing, mid-level Earth level 8.2 billion/10 billion, boxing, low-level Earth level 800 million/1 billion, body skills, low-level Earth level 700 million/1 billion, fighting, middle-level Earth level 100 million/100 million, physique, 980 million/1 billion for low-grade Earth level people, spirit, 980 million/1 billion for low-level Earth level people, and alchemy, 10 million/1 billion for low-level Earth level people. This is what the leaves harvest in a year. The martial arts realm and the spiritual realm have each been improved by 1 level. The Black God Sword Box was promoted to the middle level of the Earth rank, and there were also high-tech clothes that the master got from someone unknown. Energy fiber clothing can adapt to all body types and can be transformed into all clothing recorded in it. The material is extremely tough and has the function of automatic recovery. As for the energy consumed, it can usually be replenished by absorbing light energy and other energy sources. Energy stones can also be used in emergencies. The Fighting God technique has been promoted to the 5th level, and the remaining 2 heaven level techniques will soon be promoted. All skills are at the same level. There are even a lot of experiences that are just a little short of being able to level up again. Ziye's eyes moved to his physique, which was the biggest improvement he achieved by devouring countless resources, plus the divine crystals in his body, and in the small space at that time. When he was in hell, Uncle Hun once looked for him because he was curious about how he drained the energy of a space. And now, he is going to make up for the last 20 million experience here. Then practice all 5 elements exercises to perfection, and then use the feedback brought by the upgrade. Breaking through to the realm of transformation in one fell swoop. The leaves began to arouse the energy around them, and the movement this time far exceeded every previous practice. Ye's body began to ignite flames, the skin turned into a rock-like texture, the flesh and blood inside began to lignify, the moisture in the body began to corrode, and the bones throughout the body began to become stiff and no longer flexible. The 5 elements exercise has strong side effects, which is a fact that has not changed from beginning to end. The state of the leaves at this time would be different if it were placed in any other state of unity. Then unless he is Long Wushuan, he won't even be able to survive for an hour. Time began to pass, and the news of Zi's return spread. In fact, what Ziye doesn't know is that as the vice president of the Genius Club, a monster among 2.5 monsters, the strongest among the 9, it is said that he has the most mysterious training method, and the future king of hell. He already has many titles on his body that he doesn't even know about. If Ziye knows that he has so many titles, he can understand why. While eating, Long Wushuan always looked at him with a wicked smile. Chapter 189 Second Stage. One day later. At this time, the freshmen who have just completed the orientation activities, and the sophomores from the previous session. A group of people went to the 5 Elements treasure land that they had never been to before. They were so curious that sophomore year was actually okay. Many sophomores have seen Ziye, but Ziye is not handsome or outstanding in appearance. Many people only have a brief impression. As for the freshmen, as a young girl with a high heart, the hope of many of them is to join the Genius Club known as Rising Stars. As the vice president of the Genius Club, Ziye is also the most mysterious and has the most stories. Especially the cultivation method that is known as the legend. Even now, they can still find clues in the school forum. But there are only clues, because the management of Tianyu University decided to prohibit the spread of Ye's cultivation method. Because they don't want to lose a lot of great talent. There is no doubt that those who are able to reach here are all human geniuses, but in terms of mentality, there are always some weak ones among the freshmen. At this point, those who have practiced 5 elements Kung Fu and failed are the best warnings. In the past 2 days, the infirmary of Tianyu University has received a large number of people who were injured by the energy of the 5 elements. On the 5th day of practice, the sound of water came from the core. Just listening to the continuous sound is like facing the vast sea. Within the body of the leaves, regular fluctuations reverberated. Perfect 5 elements body tempering technique water. Having completed 4 of the 5 elements, Ziye immediately devoted himself to practicing the last one. An illusory twig grew out of the earth-like skin on his body. The branches and leaves were rooted in his skin, and the roots penetrated into his body to absorb the fluctuations of the water flow. The bones shimmered with metallic luster, and bits and pieces of debris fell off actively and were absorbed by the stem. When the branches and leaves began to grow, an unknown fire ignited at the top. The flame was burning the branches and leaves, but the branches and leaves did not turn into ashes. On the contrary, in that flame, it grew faster and faster. The illusory branches and leaves gradually grow into a big tree, and the leaves return to the shadow. Within the body, countless roots connect everything. This is an unprecedented change, and Ziye has no precedent to learn from at this time. Because no one has ever been able to perfect 4 of the 5 elements Kung Fu like him. The 5 elements gradually merged into one, and Ziye felt that the last one was improving rapidly. Just 3 days. The shadow of the tree shrouding the leaves gradually shrank, and finally completely merged into the body of the leaves. The perfect 5 elements body tempering technique would. In the body, the 5 elements cycle has been completed. At this point, all side effects have been resolved, and the 5 elements should be complete and continuous, and it is difficult to run out of energy. The reincarnation of the 5 elements is really wonderful. Ziye stopped practicing and said this sentence slowly after a long time. He felt that the 5 energies in his body had reached a balance, and he could use them like the palm of his hand. At the same time, the 5 kinds of energy are quenching his body all the time. This kind of quenching is not the way he originally had to increase his cultivation. It is about evolving the physique. When the physique reaches 10%, the 5 elements Kung Fu will be transformed. It just took too long and he couldn't wait. The reason why physical evolution is slow is that it is too mysterious, at least for humans to understand currently. The second is that because of energy, nothing is created out of thin air. Even this treasure land will eventually dry up. This energy is not what ordinary energy stones can provide, it requires complete 5 elements energy. Looking at it this way, the matter is indeed difficult to solve. The energy may be sufficient in this treasure land, but no one can understand the mystery within it. However, no matter how mysterious you are, can you compare to the panel? The evil god didn't notice it at that time. Ziye opened his palm, and a divine crystal exuding rich energy emerged from it. This thing has a very high energy level and should be able to be used as a substitute. If it doesn't work, we can only postpone it for a while. Ziye didn't want to evolve a physique and directly destroy a treasure land. Although the sense of existence in this place is very low, in case someone like me appears in the future. No matter how bad it was, Ziye thought of some rumors he had heard from others while chatting. There may be some kind of trump card here to deal with the evil god. The leaves use the energy of the 5 elements in the body as a medium and begin to actively absorb the energy. Waves of extremely rich energy were released, and when they came into contact with the energy of the 5 elements, they immediately began to change. Feasible. After taking a look at the panel, I saw that my physique was just a little short of being upgraded. The leaves then swallowed the energy of the divine crystal with all their strength, and the final gap was immediately filled. The divine crystal in the body instantly released energy that was dozens of times greater than before. With the continuous replenishment of energy, the 5 elements of energy in the body begin to transform. Every inch of flesh, bone, hair, everything is undergoing transformation. At the same time, all areas in the 5 elements treasure land seem to be in a carnival. The violent energy is no longer aggressive, but becomes more active. Flames burn, water flows, sand and soil fly, gold and stone sparkle, and dead trees sway. The guard outside was the first to notice the situation here. Hurry up and report it, I will activate the plan to find Ziye. As the guard spoke, he took out a small device and found the location of Ziye in an instant. This is... He saw that the leaf was in the center of the 5 elements treasure land, which was normal. But what is abnormal is the energy, which ordinary people may not be able to see. But he has been here for many years, and no changes can be hidden from his eyes. Hey, when you submit the report, add a line, monster leaf, I think I need it. Swallowing his saliva, he felt as if he was saying something impossible. Breakthrough. Less than a moment. The 5 elements treasure land was closed urgently because there was no one inside except Ziye, so there was no need to clear out people. The principal walked into the previously secret room. Here he found the location of the 5 elements treasure land, and looked at the light that was still not dim. The energy doesn't come from here. Is it a relic that contains the energy of the 5 elements? The principal originally wanted to take some preparatory measures, but it seems that they are no longer needed now. Although he didn't understand the specific reason in his heart, Ziye chose to use other things as a substitute, so he could save some worry. Looking at the locations of several other facilities, the light emitted by these facilities was somewhat dim. Because its energy is no longer sufficient, this is the necessary consumption to increase time. But everything was worth it. Thinking of the performance of those geniuses, the principal's eyes should have shown hope and relief. Can. The first stage has passed. The second stage of the survival of human civilization. I hope there is still enough time. The principal's voice echoed in the secret room, and his voice was full of sighs. Chapter 190, Surpassing the Monster's Combat Power. Ziye feels the transformation in his body. His body is evolving and his qualifications are improving. He didn't know how long it took, but he could feel that he had become a condensation of 5 kinds of energy. His own martial arts realm also naturally improved by 1 level. The 4th level of unity. Opening his eyes, the 5 elements of energy around him instantly began to change according to his wishes. If all the 5 elements Kung Fu were perfect before, the energy of the 5 elements could be controlled to the same level as one's own arm. So now, the energy of the 5 elements is his arm. Moreover, the leaves can feel more than just changes. Now take a look at its panel. Qualifications: top grade on Earth level, mutated 5 elements body, top grade on Earth level. A 5 elements body directly swallowed the blood soul sky poison body. Looking at the words mutation in front of him, Ziye didn't expect his own physique. Now he doesn't even deserve a name. However, this is a good thing. Excitement flashed in Ziye's eyes, which meant that the power of the 5 elements body exceeded his expectations. There is also a qualification. Although there is no breakthrough, it has been improved a lot. As long as you work hard with these 2 skills, breathing and spirit, the best in the world is not far away. Keep checking, the surprises don't stop there. Small accomplishment of immortality and immortality, high grade of heaven rank. The breakthrough in this skill was completely unexpected. Ziye thought about it carefully. I think it's because the 5 elements body also has some immortal functions, and coupled with his long-term accumulation, the combination of the 2 quietly broke through. Ziye took a long breath. Now, my body has completely left all my peers behind. He was talking about not only Long Wushuan and Su Chongkong, but also those who were 10 or 20 years older than him. A generation usually refers to 20 to 30 years. A few days later, in the arena, Ziye and Long Wushuan each stood on one side, ignoring the noise coming from around them. Wushuan, we have to settle the score between us. There was a hint of evil smile in Ziye's words, looking at Long Wushuan standing there. He didn't expect that he would gain more than a dozen titles just by practicing outside for a year. Especially knowing that many of these titles were affirmed by Long Wushuan. Each other. Long Wushuan's tone of voice was different from usual. As for the things he did, it would be absolutely impossible without a sense of revenge. In the audience, Mou yawned and looked at Qian Duoduo to one side in boredom. You can really cause trouble. Let the 2 of them fight, and the hearts of those freshmen will be shattered. Qian Duoduo did not deny it. Yes, but for those freshmen, it will be a battle that affects their lives. Geniuses cannot let themselves down just because there are people who are more talented than themselves. You cannot be content just because you are slightly stronger than ordinary people. Besides, you're also curious about how strong these 2 monsters are now. Qian Duoduo changed his tone. He didn't specifically ask Mou to come with him this time. Well, we are all curious. Everyone is here soon. At this time, in the audience, in addition to the freshmen, there were also a large number of well-known figures from Shenwu University. Including cadres of genius societies, presidents of certain societies, and top geniuses from the past. Mou also saw a few videos being recorded, which would be sent to people in other colleges after the recording was completed. The reason why he is so sure is because the situation of these people has been clearly investigated by someone. Subconsciously, I have to look at Qian Duoduo again. The battle begins. The strong sense of oppression caused the cloudless sky to change, and the ordinary students in the audience watched the battle. Feeling the blocked sunlight and the inner panic, everyone could clearly hear the beating heart. In the blink of an eye, two figures on the ring clashed with fists and spears. Boom! All the first-year students could no longer watch. They covered their ears tightly. The powerful sound seemed to shatter their eardrums. Are there really no limits to these monsters? Tian Xuanling's intuition kept giving him warnings, his eyes looking somewhat suspicious of life. He has broken through to the true martial realm, but compared with these two guys, he seems to have become weaker. Is he too good? No, these two monsters are too perverted. The fist intention and the spear intention compete with each other, and the fighting spirit's true intention and fighting intention are constantly flowing. Ziye has gained the upper hand by virtue of his physical fitness and combat experience that is not inferior to Long Wushuan. Although Long Wushuan was suppressed, he became more courageous as he fought. His fighting spirit kept erupting, and finally he was on the verge of reaching his limit, and then he broke through it. Ah! Come again! Fight forever! Fight to the death! Permanent battle provides endurance, and death battle provides burst. Long Wushuan had not seen breakthroughs in his two secret techniques for a year. Ziye was temporarily forced back by the strong momentum, holding a hand in front of him, excitement flashing in his eyes. Come! He wants to try his new trump card. The energy circulation of the five elements in the body is instantly reversed, and the five elements are extinguished. The originally gentle energy of the five elements instantly became extremely violent, and Ziye's fist was filled with energy that seemed to destroy everything. There is no skill in this move, it just relies purely on the power of the five elements to destroy each other. Kill 1,000 enemies and suffer 800 losses. But it suited him just fine. Boom! On the spaceship. Ziye, how strong are you now? Long Wushuan looked at Ziye, who closed his eyes and meditated. He had not slackened off in the past year. How come this was getting worse and worse? If you come 2 days earlier, you still have a chance of winning. Ziye stopped practicing, and after competing with Long Wushuan, he had completely understood his combat effectiveness. I'm going all out now, and it's no problem if I'm below the 7th level of the true martial realm. You are not a human being, you can no longer be described as a monster. Even a person with a big personality like Long Wushuan couldn't help but complain. Under normal circumstances, it's no problem to hit a few levels 1 or 2 of the true martial realm. After using the secret technique, you can hit 4 or 5 levels. If you add the newly mastered 5 elements of nirvana, it can be beaten at the 7th level. When he thought about this, he also took a breath of cold air. In the past, it became more difficult for warriors to fight as they advanced in level. But when it came to myself, it became even more. They all start from a big realm. After working hard to add plugins, I finally gained some strength. While Ziye sighed inwardly, he accidentally saw the undisguised emotion on Long Wushuan's face. Wushuan, if you continue to spread rumors, I will have a lot of dirty information here. Long Wushuan's profound eyes instantly became clear. Seeing this, Ziye felt relieved, and then thought of the team he had seen before. Wushuan, did you meet a team when you were in Tianxian continent? The leader is called Xueji, and the member is Xuehua, old man. Long Wushuan didn't wait for Ziye to finish, everyone is dead except the captain. Ziye's open mouth froze, and it took a few seconds to slowly say a word. Is this so? The spaceship flew across the sky, passing countless scenes without even realizing it. Chapter 191 Butler? General? There are 5 continents on this planet. Tianxian continent, Jibing continent, Jianchen continent, Ancient Yun continent, and Zihe continent. Through the window, Ziye saw this Zihe continent getting closer and closer. You can tell the weight of this continent just by listening to its name, Zihe. According to legend, it is the place where martial arts of the entire human civilization originated. The ancestor of swordsmanship in Jianchen continent is said to have come from here. Moreover, the number of powerful people among them far exceeds that of other continents, and Ziye didn't think it was anything at first. But knowing the existence and current status of Tianyu, he was very curious about this continent. The Long family is also on this continent. Speaking of which, the valley where the number 1 training camp was held was also here. The spacecraft was extremely fast and arrived at the place very quickly. Wachin. The city wall here is not the usual high-tech style, but is made of the most ordinary earth and wood, piled up layer by layer. There are various scars on the city wall, and all weapons can find their corresponding positions on it. It has been baptized by countless wars and time. Although it looks like an ancient creation on the surface, no one will despise it. Even through the thick metal shell of the spaceship, Ziye could still feel the immortal fighting spirit. You must be fascinated by it. Hearing Long Washuan's voice, Ziye slowly came back to his senses. The meaning on this city wall is about to enter the next stage. During his 1-year practice, he heard his master say that the next stage of mind is the realm. The master is still 1 step away, and so is this place. Yes, it seems that there is only 1 domain in the Sui family, but the 2 of us can definitely reach it. The spaceship had stopped in the city at this time, and the 2 people walked out of the spaceship one after another. After Ziye put away the spaceship, the 2 of them walked towards the depths of the Long family. Because Long Washuan was there, the journey was smooth and no one dared to stop them. Ziye looked around curiously. Like the city wall outside, both the houses and the decorations here were extremely simple. Of course, it just looks like this type, but in fact it has a lot of things. Under the leadership of Long Washuan, the 2 walked to a huge mansion. The door plaque above is engraved with 2 words, Long family. Several patrol teams patrolled around here, and Ziye felt the aura of several true martial arts realms among these teams. Along the way, the breath of the Unity realm never stopped. Moreover, the lowest level here is the Qi blood mirror. Except for those children, there is no body refining mirror. As expected of the Long family, there are as many strong men as the clouds, and the lowest is in the Qi and blood realm. Long Washuan nodded proudly when he heard Ziye talking to himself. Of course, but those Qi and blood realms are still thanks to you, Ziye. If it weren't for those pills you developed, the Long family wouldn't all be in the Qi and blood realms. As long as it's useful. Ziye also thought of the 2 elixirs he developed. Although it has not caused much fluctuations in the entire human society, it won't be long. The door of the mansion opened automatically, and a middle-aged man who was blind in 1 eye stood inside. Uncle Shi, I brought Ziye here. Where is the old man now? Senior. Ziye saluted, not daring to show any slightness. This person's strength has definitely reached the realm of heaven and man. The master is in a forbidden area now, you can just go directly with your guests. Uncle Shi's eyes stayed on Ziye for a moment, without any hostility, but the pressure on Ziye was not small at all. When the footsteps gradually disappeared, Ziye breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ziye, even though Uncle Shi looks scary, he is actually a very nice person. Well, what did this senior do before? Ziye recalled the feeling just now. Since coming out of the Dan Palace, his spiritual perception ability has far exceeded that of others. I just vaguely sensed a fighting spirit mixed with killing intent, which was very similar to what my senior brother showed at that time. Uncle Shi used to be a general and was responsible for guarding a coastline. I heard that too. Long Washuan remembered some things he heard when he was a child. A few decades ago, the ferocious beasts in the sea were not suppressed as hard as they are now. It seems that Uncle Shi commanded a tough battle and beat those ferocious beasts completely unable to raise their heads. Ziye nodded, this can be understood, the kind of pure killing intention on the battlefield. No wonder it looks like this. It's a pity. I don't know why afterwards. It seems that I made a mistake and now I am a housekeeper under my old man. Long Washuan didn't understand what the mistake was that caused a general who had made such great achievements to end up like this. Regardless of being their housekeeper, his status is certainly not low, but the problem is that he can't go anywhere but here. It's considered to be under house arrest. Let's not talk about this for now. You can come with me first. The old man will be waiting in a hurry. Long Washuan led the way, and the two of them went all the way from the gate. The further inside you go, the more guards you patrol and the looming formations you see. Looking at Ziye, he was secretly frightened. Needless to say, the guards, there were no less than 20 true martial realm ones he saw. The key is the formation. The formation of human civilization is still far from being popularized. It is almost invisible except for the residences of major powerful families, and now there are several layers of formations superimposed on any place here. When you get to the inside, it is a lake made of red liquid, with a small island in the middle of the lake. The two walked to the bridge, and Ziye couldn't help but look at the lake and smell the smell in the air. Liquor? Washuan, what's inside? Yes, these are the so-called military special supplies. Long Washuan expressed Ziye's suspicion. The old man only told me after the rescue was over. Thinking of his surprised look at that time, Long Washuan became curious. What kind of expression will Ziye show after knowing the source of these special supplies? The lake was not big, and the two of them quickly reached the island. There is a hill on this island. Uncle Shi walked in the corridor of the mansion, and every waiter he passed saluted him. He also looked at everything with an almost harsh look. This is the front. Steady and heavy footsteps came towards me, it was a warrior holding a weapon. General Shi, King Tiger is interested in the guest who came and wants to meet him alone. Uncle Shi looked at this standard warrior and said, I am no longer a general. Call me Steward Shi. What is the reason for meeting? That guest killed a ferocious tiger. The soldier did not use a title this time. Butler Shi knew that the other party was still unwilling to change it. I will tell the old marshal after I see him. Yes, General. The soldier's palm subconsciously wanted to salute, but he stopped. Chapter 192 The identity of the time traveler is exposed. On the island in the lake, Ziye saw a protruding and flat boulder in front of the rockery. An old man was lying there, and with a wave of his hand, a wine glass emerged from the bloody lake and flew into his hand. He tilted his palm and drank the red wine in one gulp. Shan Lao. Long Washuan also showed respect this time, especially Ziye. Greetings, senior. As he spoke, Ziye took back all the energy he had been releasing outside. He felt a similar feeling to his master from this senior, although it was very weak. But it also shows that this is a king. Holding a wine glass in one hand, Shan Lao turned to look at them, swept past Long Washuan, and stopped at Ziye. Boy, what is your identity? There was a hint of alcohol when he spoke, and he seemed to be drunk. Senior, I'm Zizi, King Dou's apprentice. He finished speaking respectfully, but the look on his body did not dissipate for half a minute. Go in, the old marshal has been waiting for you for a long time. He waved his hand and walked up the hill. Hundreds of formations appeared and disappeared, and an entrance slowly opened. Ziye, let's go. Long Washuan noticed a slight change in the atmosphere just now, so he urged. Ziye hummed softly and waited until both of them entered and the entrance disappeared. Shan Lao, who was lying on the boulder, threw the wine glass into the lake again and filled it up. At the same time, he said to himself, aren't they just outsiders? No, in the novels I got from the younger generation, this situation seems to be called that. Traveler. The sound echoed in Ziye's ears. Stepping on the illusory darkness, this is an independent space in the rockery. Its function is to seal the consciousness of heaven, which is the huge ball of light above one's head. And that voice full of majesty came from the middle-aged man in military uniform with white hair in front of him. The old man in Long Washuan's mouth, the head of the Long family, the absolute leader of the military, Marshal Long. Yezi's mind was in a trance for just a moment before returning to calmness. The secret in his heart was exposed, and the impact on him was much smaller than he imagined. The memories I gained in that small space came to mind again. After a slow breath, yes. Holy shit! Ziye, are you a time traveler? Long Washuan on the side initially thought that the old man had dementia, but Ziye next to him actually confirmed the identity of the time traveler. Is it so exciting? Looking at Ziye who was standing aside, this matter was so outrageous that he couldn't help but curse. Well, I am indeed a time traveler. Ziye repeated it again, perhaps since the time when the evil god saw his identity. He was already prepared to be exposed. Marshal Long looked at Ziye who had regained his composure. Don't worry, no one will investigate your matter. I'm just asking for confirmation. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, and suddenly the familiar sound of chains came. Ziye looked up and saw the light group wrapped in countless chains. The light group exuded a steady stream of energy, and this energy was dispersed along the chains. This is the will of heaven, and those energies are the source of the special offering. Looking at the light group, Ziye felt as if he was an employee who was being squeezed without limit. The will of heaven, which should have been aloof, is now imprisoned here, and is still drawing energy continuously. Don't think so. This thing can deceive the king of human civilization just because of a trace of luck deliberately revealed by the evil god. Marshal Long saw Ziye's inner thoughts at a glance and said in a calm tone. Ziye nodded randomly. He knew that the person who was tricked here was Uncle Death. Otherwise, I would never have used that small space. Although it was also a coincidence, I learned some things and gained a lot of benefits. But the danger is real. Marshal Long controlled the chain to pull down the will of heaven. This process took about 10 minutes to complete. During this period, the will of heaven seemed to be aware of something and began to flicker crazily. But it didn't have any effect, and he was still pulled to the ground bit by bit. Ziye, this is my instruction to you. Kill this will of heaven. This mass of heavenly will contains a lot of energy and luck, which will be of great benefit to you. Marshal Long said earth-shattering things in a calm tone. The energy belongs to you, and the luck belongs to you. In just one sentence, the two most important things of heaven were separated. Ziye didn't react for a moment. Isn't this a problem? Obliterating the will of heaven. Although it is somewhat inaccurate to call this thing the will of heaven, it does mean that. As a time traveler, I came here to kill the will of heaven of another civilization. Is this appropriate? There is no problem, all possibilities have been prepared. Seeing Ziye, he was still worried. This is also the result of my discussion with the three kings of hell. After hearing this, all worries in Ziye's heart disappeared. But there's still the question, how do I do that? The true meaning of God of War. After saying that, Marshal Long left this space. As the entrance opened and closed, excited and slightly panicked sounds sounded in the space. Ziye, you are really a time traveler. Where did you come from? Long Washuan pressed Ziye's shoulders and did not stop talking. Come from other civilizations? It's the same martial arts world as ours, or it's a cultivator, or maybe it's not someone who wears books. Although he is a fighting maniac, he has read many novels. There is no other reason. I was too naughty when I was a child, and the old man would always make me lie in bed for a while. During that time, I could do nothing but read novels. Don't shake me. I don't remember much about what happened before I traveled through time. Ziye got rid of the two hands on his body. I quickly recalled in my mind, it's probably similar to here, except there are no martial arts and ferocious beasts. Xiao Yat, you probably knocked your head when you traveled through time. The two have been friends for several years, and Long Washuan could tell that Ziye was telling the truth. No. Ziye shook his head. It's not that I kowtowed to the head. It seems to be because it took too long. Ah, Wushuan, to put it simply, from the time my civilization traveled to the present, too much time has passed. I feel that it started at least tens of thousands of years. At that time, the evil god traced the memories in his mind, and he could also perceive some of them. Although it is very unclear, it is at least tens of thousands of years old. There was also the memory that appeared together at the last moment. Although it was very messy, his intuition told him. There is at least 1,000 years between certain two broken fragments. This also explains why his memory of the world before the time travel was so vague. He was even convinced that he had indeed traveled through time. This was because he had developed spiritual wisdom early in his childhood. Otherwise, he would think it was just his own imagination. Chapter 193 Heavenly Dao Death. Hearing Ziye say this, Long Wushuan also understood that the curiosity in his heart could not be satisfied. The way he looked at Ziye was a little strange. Now that I know that my brother is a time traveler, I can understand some things. For example, the outrageous physique and the speed at which he becomes stronger. This is definitely on. Long Wushuan nodded in his heart, but then he thought of Ziye's cultivation method. All thoughts calmed down at this moment. Ziye noticed Long Wushuan's strange eyes, but didn't say much. He just walked towards the will of heaven. Long Wushuan looked at Ziye's figure. Maybe he had a golden finger, but he couldn't feel a trace of jealousy. Not to mention other things, those cultivation methods that can be called abnormal, no matter how you survive in the end, there is no less pain during the period. He only tried it once and then gave up. Ziye's golden finger was not like the novels he had read. You only need simplicity to exchange for powerful power, pay far less than others, and achieve higher achievements. Instead it looks like one. Long Wushuan recalled the novels he had read in his mind. There were only a few types of golden fingers in the novels. According to Ziye's situation, after excluding those outrageous ones, a few words appeared in his mind. Proficiency. Practice clocking in. Mission system. Just when Long Wushuan was lost in thought, Ziye also walked to the consciousness of Tianyu. According to Wushuan's temperament, he is probably guessing my golden finger now. Having been brothers for several years, Ziye knew what Long Wushuan was thinking without even thinking about it. It's just that this kind of thing is a person's secret, and Long Wushuan will never take the initiative to ask about it. Long Wushuan's attitude towards others has always been very clear. As long as they're not enemies, that's fine. He would never take the initiative to make friends with anyone, nor would he make things difficult for anyone he didn't like. If the personalities are compatible, then the relationship will be better. If the personalities are not compatible, then there will be less contact. I sighed in my heart. My status as a time traveler seems to be quite worthless. So are plugins. Ziye looked at the ball of light in front of him without any hesitation, and the true meaning of the god of war emerged from his body. Then they gathered on the palm of the hand and punched out. The consciousness of Tianyu came into contact with the true meaning of god of war, and instantly began to react violently. The whole light group seemed to have turned into a balloon that was constantly being rubbed, and the direct contact position was like air leakage, with a large amount of energy pouring out. Compared with the other two books of the three techniques of the three kings, fighting god technique seems to be mediocre. In addition to the true meaning of god of war, it is to improve the level of combat. Extremely simple, but the upper limit is extremely high. At this time, Ziye felt that the will of heaven had been weakened to a limit. But with his identity here, ordinary attacks can't kill him. Fighting God's true meaning can. But after a few minutes, the core of human civilization consciousness is the consciousness of heaven, which has many functions and benefits. It dissipated in the hands of Ziye. Massive energy and mysterious luck fill this space. Ziye and Long Wushuan started practicing immediately. The leaves are devouring the secret energy crazily, and the experience on the panel is growing crazily. Especially breathing skills. Compared with leaves, Long Wushuan absorbs energy very slowly, but his breath becomes more and more mysterious. One after another luck blessed him. Outside. In front of the rockery. Marshal Long looked up at the sky. He didn't know when blood-colored clouds appeared in the originally clear sky. Drop after drop of blood turned into a violent storm. Inexplicable sadness enveloped everyone's hearts. Under this scene, the two figures, one standing and one lying down, were not affected in any way. "Marshal, don't you need me to take action?" Shan Lao, who was lying on the rocks, shook the wine glass in his hand. It was filled with blood rain from the sky. "It won't be time." He looked towards the sky, as if he could see through layers of blood clouds and atmosphere. The death of the will of heaven represents that the survival battle of human civilization will quickly enter the second stage. It will no longer be the previous petty fight between a few heavenly beings at most, but a real civilized war. "Marshal, how about I take over for you for 2 days?" A serious voice spoke like a joke. The old man on the stone recalled some past events in his eyes. Unconsciously looking in one direction of the mansion, there was a general who has no impact in the face of blood rain. "You can't bear it." Almost at the same moment, except for Tianxian continent, the other 4 continents all had a figure rushing into space. Various plans and trump cards are ready to be launched at any time. In hell, the Soul King continued to send out notices one after another, and a large number of powerful people who had been cultivating in secret were directly mobilized. They have only one goal, to search for the last stronghold of the cultists and to eliminate all the cultists by all means. Due to the previous collective actions of the cultists, they found 3 strongholds and were all annihilated by Do Wang and Ziye. Even if you run away, it is useless. As long as you are targeted, you will not be able to get rid of it. Moreover, in the face of cultists, hell has always been in a crushing state in terms of strength. It's just that the means are special and difficult to eradicate. The reason why these people were not sent out before was because they would cause big trouble. There are no good people in hell, least of all these guys. But things are different now. The Soul King, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, raised his head and looked up at the sky. Foreign enemies were approaching. There is no room for error inside. The Soul King thought for a while and then issued another command. The machine called Hell started to run completely at this moment. A city in the mountains. Black feathers are scattered in every corner of the city, and there are dozens of demon trees of pain. The tree was covered with countless faces in agony. 2 more to go. With an evil and violent voice, Black Feather stood high in the air and looked at his masterpiece below. Once upon a time, they would only subject sinners to painful punishment. Ordinary people just end up dead. But now, Kuroyu touched his face with one hand. Half of the face there was almost ulcerated. His time is running out. He retracted his palm and glanced at the deserted dead city below. The black feathers scattered everywhere shone brightly, and then... boom! The entire city, along with the demonic tree of pain inside, was blown to ashes. The figure in the sky also disappeared and returned to the stronghold. The originally clean and tidy floors and walls here seemed to have been violently vented. It looked extremely dilapidated and was in danger of collapsing at any time. Black Feather walked out of the passage and walked in this dilapidated home. Look at the only place that is still clean and tidy. A huge round table and 13 chairs. Sit in your seat, the other seats are empty. And behind him was the statue of the holy god whom he worshipped day and night. The arms, head, and even the corners of the clothes were filled with gravel, and there was even a layer of dust attached to the eyes. Chapter 194 Tiger King. It has been 3 days in a blink of an eye. In the rockery space. After 3 days of practice, Ziye finally filled in the nearly 2 billion experience needed for breathing. In the last breath, a lot of energy poured into the body, and in the next moment. Breathing, high-grade Earth level 10,000/100 billion. A feeling I hadn't felt for a long time came back. Because the 5 elements body reaches the upper limit of the earth level qualifications, there is finally a breakthrough at this moment. Qualifications: the best of the earth level, the mutated 5 elements body, the best of the earth level. After absorbing so much energy, Ziye successfully broke through again. Realm, 5th level of Unity Realm, 2nd level of 3 stars. At the same time, there is still a large amount of energy accumulated in the body. Next, he will break through several more levels at an extremely fast speed until the energy in the body is exhausted. After practicing for several more hours, the energy in the space was almost drained by him. Only then did Ziye slowly wake up, acting as the will of heaven that was being squeezed all the time. Being able to provide myself with more than 2 billion experience points is already beyond expectations. Feel the changes in your body. The improvement of qualifications is multifaceted, and it will take until the physique and spirit to complement the foundation. His basic combat power will rise again. The panel appeared in front of me and I looked up and down. Breathing is finally upgraded, but to the next level. It takes 100 billion experience. If you replace it with high-grade energy stones, it would be 100,000. The entire human civilization can mobilize that many. Ziye sighed in distress, but he understood in his heart. This is almost approaching the limit of human civilization. The comparison between the current level classification and the martial arts realm is roughly like this. The mortal level corresponds to the body refining realm and below. The middle and lower spiritual levels correspond to the qi and blood realm. The highest spiritual level and the highest level correspond to the realm of unity. The middle and lower levels of the earth level correspond to the true martial realm. The highest and highest levels of earth correspond to the realm of heaven and humans. Heaven level is already something beyond human civilization. It is basically relics and obtained from ruins. For example, he once obtained one in the ruins. It's just that he exchanged his part for the chalcedony fruit. After calculating the experience in my mind, it was impossible to upgrade quickly. If it takes time to survive, it will last for several decades, which is not much according to his current lifespan. But the key is that there is no time. Long Washuan also exited the cultivation state. He still looked the same as before, but his aura had undergone earth-shaking changes. His eyes looked to one side first, then to Ziye. Let's go out first, it's a bit uncomfortable to stay here. Hearing this, although Ziye didn't feel anything, he still agreed. Shan Lao, open the door. Washuan shouted, and the entrance opened. The two walked out of the space and saw the old man still lying on the rocks. They all bowed respectfully before leaving with the old man's casual wave. Cross the small bridge and walk across the bloody lake, and then pass through layers of patrol nets and formations in the dark. This is considered walking out. Under the eaves of a house, Butler Shi seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and walked over as soon as he saw the two people. Tiger King, I want to see you. The voice was majestic, with invisible pressure in the calmness. Another king? Zizi's heart, which was not revealed, was full of surprise. Long Washuan on the side also explained in time, the Tiger King is a ferocious tiger who has reached the king's level, and is also the only ferocious beast whose identity is recognized by humans. Normally, you shouldn't be interested in people unless... Long Washuan was halfway through his words. Ziye, have you ever killed a vicious tiger? A fierce tiger? He did kill one. Ziye thought of that old and ferocious tiger. It is a special and rare species, and some people even think it is just a legend. Even if his horizons have been raised to this level, he has only heard of that end. Now there are two. Ziye nodded, although killing others of the same kind is obviously not a good thing. But there is no way to escape now, and nothing major will happen. That makes sense, Ziye, don't worry, King Tiger won't embarrass you because of this kind of thing. Long Washuan explained, while his eyes couldn't help but turn in one direction. He had been in this state all the way, and there seemed to be something attracting him, and it was extremely strong. Uncle Shi, there are also Ziye, I'm leaving first. As he spoke, his steps started to move, and after he finished speaking, he had already walked more than 10 meters. Ziye also understood that there was some opportunity waiting for him. Senior, let's go too. Butler Shi led Ziye inside the mansion, and Ziye began to think about an interesting thing. Now the rest of the fate of the entire human civilization should lie with Long Wushuan. Is this a child of luck? Let's play against the dragons later. Who is more powerful, the cheat or the son of luck? When Ziye was thinking, the surrounding environment also changed. The houses inhabited by humans gradually disappeared, replaced by big trees one after another. After a while, the leaves felt like walking in the deep mountains and old forests. The sounds of insects and the sound of leaves shaking up and down replaced the sounds of human creations. Butler Shi stopped and pointed in a direction, then turned and left. The leaves move in the direction. When passing through a huge tree, above the idle grassland in the distance, the breeze blew the grass tilting in one direction, layer after layer, until a piece of grass touched the body filled with countless powers. Lying on the grass, there is no power as imagined. It looks 3 times the size of an ordinary tiger, and looks like it's resting with its eyes closed. The hair is mainly red with black as the embellishment. Every line is perfect, like the most exquisite work of art in the world. That body was obviously not tall, but it occupied every corner of Zize's gaze. Without showing any strength, his body began to tremble with excitement. Ziye resisted the subconscious movement of his body, and it was at this moment the body made new movements. It simply stood up and opened its eyes with golden pupils. It hit his heart for a moment, and Ziye stopped breathing for a moment. This feeling comes and goes quickly. Human, you have been recognized by my kind. If you pass the test, you will be qualified to enter the fighting paradise. The sound was directly conveyed to Zize's mind, and what followed was: it is a pure white point of light. Don't give Ziye any chance to refuse. After doing all this, King Tiger looked at Ziye again. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and King Tiger lay down again. His posture was exactly the same as before, and he looked like he was sleeping deeply. Ziye also stood there blankly, looking like he was in a daze. His mind was not online. But in fact, it was the consciousness that was sent to a mysterious place by the light spot. Chapter 195, Opponents of Other Civilizations. Wake up! The voice hesitated for a moment. Ziye exited from the trance state and looked at the surrounding environment. Ancient arena? Hey, no, how could I see myself? Ziye turned his head and saw 4 people who were also looking at him. There are 5 leaves in total here. It's just that except for the leader, the remaining 4 people's eyes are missing a hint of aura. Divided soul. Ziye instantly understood that this was a spiritual place, the light spot released by the Tiger King earlier. The function should be to bring myself here, but my situation is special, so I reduced it to 5. Only then did Ziye begin to observe the surroundings carefully. The place here was very large. At least it's enough for a few of the Unity Realm to play at will, but it looked very cold and there was no audience. Just as Ziye was about to check out the edge, he said, "Man, you need to take a test. After passing it, you will be qualified to fight here. Do you want to start now?" The voice was exactly the same as before, but Ziye noticed that the tone had changed slightly, and there was a hint of respect. Although I don't understand what kind of place this is, King Tiger doesn't think he will harm himself. Besides, if he was going to fight, he really needed a place to train. Ziye knows the current situation of human civilization, and the cultists have almost been wiped out. The only high-end combat power left is probably that black feather. Under the crazy search of hell, I don't know how long I can last. The evil god's methods are indeed powerful, but if a lot of lunatics don't care about the losses, what will happen? Apart from this, the rest are basically 2 or 3 big and small kittens, which are not enough for Ziye to train. As for the remaining ferocious beasts, they cannot make any waves under human civilization. There is also not much that can be given to Ziye to practice. If nothing unexpected happens, his fighting god art will stagnate for a long time again. This is true even if the 3 skills of combat, boxing, and body skills are superimposed on the fighting god art at the same time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Let's start now. Ziye knew that this might be an opportunity for him and did not hesitate. The previous voice appeared again. Human, you can only use 1 soul. If you fail, the soul will be damaged. Okay. After Ziye said, the other 4 souls left here directly. However, he can still contact the 4 souls, and can even detect things in the real world. In this way, even if something happens, it is just a soul. With skills, it will take a while to recover at most. This time, a voice without any emotion sounded, like a program in a machine, speaking fixed words. The challengers are already in place. The challengers will challenge for 10 rounds. With a winning rate of more than half, they will have arena status. The challenger's current level is not good enough. It's being subdivided into level 4. Matching. Ziye wrote down these words one by one, especially Bulletin Ruliu. I have infinite expectations for the next enemy. Are they rivals of other civilizations? But, why didn't Master tell me about this kind of thing? Don't you know? Kid, what kind of indigenous civilization are you the lucky one to be qualified to challenge? Tentacle monster? No, it looks a bit like Thulhu in my memory. What appeared in front of Ziye's eyes was a body shining like a stream of light, with a translucent texture mixed with dots of starlight, looking like a god in the sky. If it's humanoid. In fact, it is made up of a large number of tentacles stacked on top of each other, and you don't know where the sound comes from. And he is very old. This is because through his mental power, Ziye can detect the first 3 words. The implicit meaning is that my age is far inferior to him, and it is automatically translated as a child. Indigenous people, start now, I'm not interested in you anymore. The Starlight Tentacle Monster's novel thoughts only lasted for a moment. Seeing that Ziye had not responded, he urged. Ziye used his mental power to indicate that it was time to start, and he had just roughly estimated the strength of the Starlight Tentacle Monster in front of him. Without special means, the physical and mental levels are probably equivalent to the 7th level of the Unity Realm. Start! The mental power is conveyed to both players at the same time. Ziye's figure instantly retreated, and he planned to distance himself first. Indigenous people, welcome failure. The tentacles emit colorful fluctuations one after another, which are beautiful but also carry endless murderous intent. Among the 4th level players, not many people can dodge this move of his. Although it may not cause fatal damage, as long as it causes damage, it will be his home court. He was thinking about the next fighting method in his mind only for the next moment. The native disappeared from his range of perception. The attack also rushed straight to the edge without any reaction. Oops, I met a ruthless character. It's strange that my body can't feel anything. After a period of illusion, his consciousness returned to his residence. What kind of ghost is this? If you look up high, you will see an ocean that looks like stars. If you were in human civilization, it can be expected that this place will become a tourist attraction for countless people, but now, in the ocean, the frequency and brightness of a certain point of light flashing became increasingly lower. In the arena, Ziye looked at his outstretched arm, which was originally intact and healthy. At this time, the front half including the palm has completely disappeared. The back half also started to crack. The effect is good, try it twice and you can control the intensity. Ziye looked at his broken arm with a hint of joy and satisfaction on his face. As a young man in the new era, his thoughts cannot be limited to one place. After possessing the killing move of 5 elements nirvana, of course you have to try other methods of using it, such as this. Although the physical quality is the same as the outside world, the physical skills do not seem to be blessed here. There are skills outside, and the consequences of using them should not be like what they are now. Still need to test it twice more. Ziye thought in his mind that his move was still the same as before, extremely simple. To put it simply, use the palm of your hand as a bomb. The energy of the reversal of the 5 elements is enough to obliterate many substances he knows, including the starlight tentacle monster just now. Later, Ziye asked. A soul was pulled in again, while the damaged soul retreated. Continue. Reality. A trace of doubt appeared in Tiger King's golden pupils. What's going on with this guy and that kid? Why are there 5 souls, and they are all recognized by the arena? Tiger King, who was observing Ziye, noticed another change in the other party. Soul damaged? Can the soul still be used interchangeably? Has he fallen behind? At this moment, King Tiger, who was known for his fierceness and directness, fell into deep contemplation for the longest time in his history. Chapter 196 Routine Operations. The second enemy is still a strange species. Ziye can't even describe his appearance with adjectives such as hands, feet, and body. The only good thing is that the other person doesn't seem to like talking. Start fighting directly and be blown up by leaves within 10 seconds. How does the other party usually talk? Watching the other party gradually disappear, he also fell into thinking. The third one is finally 70 to 80% similar to humans. It's just the way he talks that Ziye doesn't like, and his fighting ability is even more unbearable, not even comparable to the first 2. The 4th, the 5th, all the way to the 10th. Ziye watched his opponent being burned by pure white flames, his soul being burned into bits of ash. Are the opponents of other civilizations only at this level? Newbie benefits. He couldn't help but say that he originally thought there would be at least 1 or 2 that were more difficult to fight. In the end, none of them were worthy of his secret skills. It seems that even when compared with people from other civilizations, his strength is definitely stronger than that of ordinary people. Man, you successfully qualified here. It's no longer a programmed voice, but the creature from before is back. Ziye didn't think the other person was a human being, so he still called him a living creature in his mind. As the voice fell, he could feel that there was something more in his body, something connected to this place. Something about the arena also came to his mind. It's just that there is very little information, because he is still at an inferior level and needs to at least reach the stars above heaven and humans. He was considered an official player here, but now he can only be considered a reserve player. Just have the qualifications to fight. With the only information, Ziye found that this place was very similar to hell. In this case, an idea emerged in my mind. Senior, I want 5 souls to challenge at the same time. This is his normal operation. After all, if you have an advantage, you should take advantage of it. This is one of his few habits. This time a certain gaze fell on him, seeming to be examining him. Luck, if that's the case, I'll give you a chance. The voice continued, 4 qualifications, as a price, your opponent will always be 1 level higher than you, and if you want to break the power of the evil god, you need to do one thing for me unconditionally. Ziye instantly analyzed the meaning of this passage. The first part is the price of privilege, and the second part is the price of having privilege. At the same time, the previous sentence is more thought-provoking, luck. It seems to be more important than he thought. I agree. Ziye agreed decisively. He needed a stronger opponent, so the price of the privilege could be completely ignored. As for the latter one, if he died in the hands of the evil god, then everything would be meaningless. What he has to do is to become stronger and become stronger regardless of anything. No nonsense, the same feeling happened 4 times before. After waiting for a while, I found that the voice did not appear again. Ziye saluted to the sky. Of course, this salute is not important. What is important is the emotion emanating from the spiritual power. I don't know if there is such a universal language out there. The figure disappeared into the arena. Returning to reality, Ziye took a long breath. The Tiger King opened his eyes at this time and saw Ziye, who was saluting him. Okay, I'm not interested in these etiquettes. Tell me what happened to you. If you don't want to talk, then leave. The voice inexplicably revealed a hint of complex emotions that Ziye couldn't describe. Ziye, who had already obtained some information about the arena, directly recounted what happened to him. Because although it is novel that he obtained 5 qualifications, these qualifications cannot be plundered or transferred. The ownership is already bound to him, which means that even if he gets 100 copies, he has no direct interest relationship with other people. In addition, he also has a background. In human civilization, if he is bullied by the older generation, the threat was no less than those of the previous cultist strongholds, several times greater, and the people inside came out to cause trouble together. Go away quickly, I don't want to see you. The Tiger King looked at Ziye and bowed again before leaving. He couldn't find any fault with his every move. Why did that fighting madman accept such a disciple? King Tiger felt a little frightened when he thought of that spear. He had practiced his fighting skills in the arena for so many years, but only way. He was defeated by that spear. If he lost before, he could use his identity to show off, although he might be beaten worse later. But now, that man's apprentice actually has 5 qualifications, 5 times as high as his. Ziye, who had already walked out, didn't know what Tiger King was thinking now or what was going on with the older generation. After walking out of the mansion, get on the spaceship. Ziye told Master all these things. That's right, after being an apprentice for several years, he finally had the contact information of his master. After sending all, the soul secret method needs to be improved. Why can't it be understood during the battle? There is still such a qualification. Hey, I don't know if Tiger King or others have it. If Long Washuan can have one, that would be absolutely best. Yes, it's strange. Why didn't you give this kind of thing to Long Washuan first? Obviously the Tiger King is in the Long family. Does it have to be approved by the fierce tiger before the Tiger King gives it? Ziye found that he still didn't know many things, so he simply stopped thinking about them. Anyway, the upper echelons of humanity are now highly united, and there isn't even a single idiot. He just needs to take care of himself. The far side of the moon. A circular protective shield envelopes a strange base. The reason why I say he is weird is because it is too messy. There are both ancient city walls and modern instruments, as well as formations and talismans that can be seen everywhere, attached to the ground or floating in the air. In some places, the temperature reaches hundreds of degrees at any time, and in other places it is so cold that it can freeze people to death in an instant. This messy base relies on human beings. From learning about the existence of the evil god until now, it is constructed from all available relics and items obtained from the relics. The most solid and indestructible base in human history, it is also the city wall of human civilization. The fighting power in this base is even more terrifying. Among the combatants, the weakest ones are those in the true martial realm. You can see a team of more than a dozen people in the true martial realm patrolling under the leadership of a celestial realm person. You can also see a king suspended in the air looking up at the distant starry sky. Civil servants are all the top geniuses of mankind. At the same time, the strength is all in the unity realm, as long as he is suitable. Even if it is a waste, human civilization will use a lot of resources to build a unified realm. A training room. When Do Wang received the message from Ziye, his eyes instantly became excited. After replying a few words casually, he couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being my apprentice. Stinky Tiger will wait until it's your turn. Chapter 197 The Banished Immortal disappears. Ziye leaned back in her chair, wondering what to do next. I subconsciously took out my cell phone and opened it. Did Qianduo send himself a message? I clicked it in confusion. Qianduo would never send me a message unless there was a special situation. And it was sent privately, not in the team group. Rich second generation, Wang Bufan is missing, Lu Qi is wanted, and has now fled Tianyu University. These few short words made Ziye a little confused. The fallen immortal disappeared? Qianduo can give himself an extra reminder that this disappearance is definitely not simple. And Lu Qi, he knew that he had a good relationship with the exiled immortal. I even got a nickname, Curious Boy. Ziye pressed 2 fingers on her forehead and rubbed it for a while. Are these 2 people courting death by causing trouble at this time? He didn't even know how to describe this kind of operation. Human society couldn't be in chaos now. This is a truth that even he can see, but it happens. Speaking of which, there is also Wang Xia. Only then did Ziye remember that there was this person in their group. He didn't know the exact time, but Wang Xia had never been to Tianyu University since she left one time. It was during the previous rescue operation that Qianduo and his friends saw Wang Xia again, and later talked about her in casual conversation. Wang Xia, Wang Bufan, Wang family. Ziye could foresee that this would definitely be another troublesome matter. He didn't know anything else, but Wang Bufan knew a little bit. First of all, it is absolutely impossible to seek death, which means that even though I don't know what I want to do, but there is a certain possibility that this kind of thing will succeed. Looking at the message on the phone, Ziye slowly typed out a paragraph of text. Xiao Yat, what do they want to do? Rich second generation, the position of the head of the Wang family. Xiao Yat, does the human high-level authorities allow it? Rich second generation, this involves some secrets, I haven't found out yet, but the higher UPS have tacitly approved it. Rich second generation, as long as it doesn't cause a fight with the king, the higher UPS won't care. Ziye let out a long sigh. He didn't know many people, and his time was usually filled with cultivation, but among them was a banished immortal. The spaceship flew across the sky, but in some corner, half of its face was festering. That pair of indescribably strange eyes were staring at him. After returning to Tianyu University, Ziye originally wanted to move to a new house first, so that she could upgrade her authority and choose a house with a better environment, but she had no time to do it before. I just picked for a while with Meng Meng, but we didn't find anything suitable, so we had to put it aside for the time being. At the same time, there was no practice that day. Ziye plans to spend more time with Meng Meng because he will be practicing next time. I'm afraid it can't be compared in 1 or 2 months. When the night came, the 2 of them leaned against each other and watched boring TV series. Ziye realized that someone was sending her a message, so she controlled her mind and opened her phone. Long Aotian, Ziye, guess who I bumped into? Xiao. Xiao Yat, Wang Bufan or Lu Qi? Long Aotian, Lu Qi, how did you guess Ziye? Xiao, if these 2 want to cause trouble, they can't get around you, the son of luck. He has some experience of this, from the Lang family before. He was inexplicably involved in a lot of troublesome things, but his level was too low at the time and there were very few things he could intervene in. Long Aotian, so, Ziye, a time traveler like you, can't hide. Xiao, maybe, how is the situation? Long Aotian, the water is very deep this time, Ziye, do you know? Wang Bufan used to have a physical body, an ethereal body. Xiao, I don't know, what's the explanation for this physique? Long Aotian, it's just to speed up the practice, nothing special. Long Aotian, Wang Bufan has already lost this physique. An ancestor of their Wang family has a heavenly spirit body, which is a degraded version of the empty spirit body. Xiao. Long Aotian, it's not over yet. There seems to be someone hiding in the Wang family. Xiao Yat, as expected of a son of luck, I'm afraid I haven't even gotten this information. Long Aotian, ha ha ha, that's true. After teasing each other for a while, Ziye turned off the phone. Neither of them spoke to anyone else in the squad about what happened this time. Sometimes, the relationship between partners and friends does not need to be maintained with the whole truth. After Long Wushuan learned the identity of the Leaf Traveler, he was only surprised at first. After that, it was the same as before, except that there was an additional title when teasing. There is no need to talk about this kind of thing alone. Whether you confess it or not, there will be no problem. Both of them chose to let nature take its course. Late at night, Ziye is already sitting cross-legged in the practice room at this time, and the experience of breathing growth here will be much higher than usual. The front panel appears. Name, Ziye. Age, 20. Qualifications, the best of the Earth level, the mutated 5 elements body, the best of the Earth level. Realm, 5th level of Unity Realm, 2nd level of 3 stars. Equipment, wolf-shaped mask, low-grade spiritual level, black god sword box, middle-grade Earth level, capable of growth, night clothes, low-grade Earth level, energy fiber clothing, high-grade Earth level. Kung Fu, 5th level of fighting god technique, high-grade heaven, beginner star soul vast technique, high-grade heaven, small accomplishment of immortality, high-grade heaven. Skills, breathing, high-grade Earth level 100 million/100 billion, boxing, low-grade Earth level 803 million/1 billion, body skills, low-grade Earth level 701 million/1 billion, fighting, middle-level Earth level 1500 million/10 billion, physical constitution, middle-level Earth level 11 million/10 billion, spirit, low-level Earth level 930 million/1 billion, alchemy, low-level Earth level 10 million/1 billion. The panel is already very powerful, but it's not enough. Focusing on spiritual skills, this is how to improve the soul secret method. Simply adding an effect, regardless of side effects, and one upgrade should be enough. Ziye thought of this and immediately started practicing. This training room has been booked by him, and the time will be automatically deducted every month. You must know that with Duo's money, he and other team members have never lacked time to use these facilities. Even when facilities are scarce, there is always a way to get money. It was rare for Ziye to take the initiative to cultivate his spiritual power. In the past, he had to rely on hanging up. And in the outside world, it is becoming more and more obvious that a storm is coming. The Wang family station even began to arrange for the tribesmen to evacuate, amid the strong wind under the dark clouds. The head of the Wang family stood facing the wind and looked at everything indifferently. Destiny, humanity, everything, must speak with strength. The clothes he was wearing were fluttering in the wind, making his unfit body look very powerful. Standing behind him were 2 figures, one large and one small. They were Wang Xia and a child who looked younger than 10 years old. There was strange determination in his eyes. Chapter 198 Improved Spiritual Mystery. Cultivation does not matter time. The spiritual state that has reached perfection has also been raised 1 level, reaching the 3rd level of 3 stars. And at a certain moment in practice, Ziye only felt that his consciousness was clear, and he could now easily find the answer that he couldn't get after thinking hard. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to improve the secret technique with all his strength. Don't care about the damage, don't think about the consequences, don't care about the side effects. The differentiated soul in the body began to tremble at this moment and became unstable. But with the blessing of mysterious forces one after another, all souls finally stabilized. Ziye retreated from the cultivation state, and the first thing he felt was that his head was dizzy. It feels like this again, the side effects of the spiritual magic are getting bigger and bigger. He could feel that with the current middle-level spiritual skills, dealing with its side effects was no longer as easy as before. It is enough to show how powerful the side effects of this secret method are now. However, he succeeded. Ziye couldn't wait to activate the mark on the soul, and in an instant, the soul was transported to the arena. Standing in the empty arena, this soul kept exuding some debris. The azure soul is surrounded by grey-white debris. The pair formed by the two is like the ocean wrapped in deathly silence. This is because this unreasonable soul is gradually breaking, but it cannot be broken because of the maintenance of the panel. Start. The mental fluctuations are the same as the standard procedure. It would be a little awkward for anyone to feel it, but it is enough here. Match the opponent. A few seconds later, a huge figure appeared opposite the soul. This is a beast, standing on all fours, with sharp thorns at the joints. The physical quality is close to the true martial arts realm, and the level here is level 5. He was obviously stunned when he saw the state of the leaves. The split soul didn't hesitate at all, and a dozen flying knives around him instantly condensed. Weapons cannot be carried in the arena, but mental energy can be consumed to create them, which requires a lot. The quality of the weapons created is also directly related to mental power. The flying knife slashed away, but the giant beast in front of him used a dexterity completely inconsistent with its size and used the spikes on its body as a shield to block them all. At this time, Ziye had already rushed up silently. This is not only combat experience, but also the superposition of countless skills. Ziye doesn't know yet how many techniques are superimposed on these skills. The movements were so fast and the aura shielding was so good that the giant beast had no time to react. The split soul punched the giant beast on the head, boom. The tiny fist burst out with astonishing power. The giant beast's body was even knocked into the air and flew backwards. Waves of mental power surged out, this was the other party talking. The split soul, however, looked completely unconcerned and took action crazily. The giant beast also tried to resist, and even used some secret techniques, but in the end it was easily killed. In reality, yes, although there are many flaws, it is enough. Ziye saw the sudden increase in experience on the panel, as well as the perception of the split soul. Now he can understand the skills while fighting. This seemingly fantasy scene is actually very simple. Just put all the little intelligence of the split soul into comprehension. As for combat ability, if you have the basics of combat skills, there won't be much difference. There is just one problem, just like a cell phone. If all the performance is calculated in the background, the front desk is almost just a decoration. So much so that apart from beginning, the divided soul cannot express anything else. He couldn't even understand the words coming from other people, just like the previous scene. It wasn't that the split soul was indifferent or arrogant, but that he really couldn't understand what the giant beast was saying. After waiting for the split soul and fighting for a few more times, Ziye also gained an understanding of his own modifications and his level 5 strength. There is no problem with the secret method. I am now at level 4. The price of the privilege is to challenge level 5. At present, it seems that they are almost at the level of Jianyu realm. This is not enough. Although it is a split soul without any intelligence, it still does not face much pressure when facing opponents at the first and second levels of the true martial realm. The secret method kills easily. So you still have to break through quickly and raise your rating to level 5. Then Ziye asked all 4 souls to come to the arena and fight continuously to gain combat experience. The main soul is trying its best to digest the energy in the body and feel the continuous improvement of its own realm. Generally speaking, even if the leaves are abnormally talented, it takes about half a year to break through in the Unity realm, but now, it has only been more than a month since the last breakthrough, and Ziye feels that he is only half the distance from the breakthrough. During the practice, I feel the state of separated souls constantly coming from me. Maybe I can make some puppets in the future and place my soul on them. An idea appeared in Ziye's mind. A long mournful cry from the mountain forest resounded throughout the world. Run away and go to hell! A strong man in the sky held a baby in his arms, followed closely by a dozen people with blood on their bodies. The strong man glanced back with fear. There was the guardian beast of his family. A Juxiao blackbird whose strength has reached the realm of heaven and human beings. I thought I could ignore the warning from hell with this, but now. Only a faint hint of cyan was visible in the sea of black feathers, like a fire of life that could be extinguished at any time. Suddenly, an alarm bell sounded in my heart, and a black feather suddenly appeared as I looked forward. Boom! As the strong man fell downwards, he tried his best to protect the young child in his arms. At the same time, his eyes were bloodshot because of the dozen or so people following him. Everything exploded into a bloody mist. Bang! Before the smoke and dust raised on the ground dispersed, a strong man was heard roaring. You killed everyone in my family, isn't it enough now? As he roared, traces of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he felt the scars in his body. He was hopeless. I only saw a man in the sky, wearing a black feathered coat with half of his face ulcerated, standing there quietly, looking down at him. He raised his hand and a black feather appeared, threatening to end his life. You've killed so many people, isn't it enough to repay you? There are indeed many beasts in our family, but those younger generations are innocent. The strong man roared and tried his best to protect the child in his arms. I saw that the child's breath of life was quickly disappearing. At least let him go. Everything has been ruined by you. Even if you let him go, he will never even be able to set foot in the Qi and blood realm in his lifetime. A trace of determination flashed in the strong man's eyes. He no longer dared to ask for more, he only hoped to keep his child alive. Black feathers flashed. Two figures, one large and one small, instantly exploded into a mass of blood mist. Black Feather looked at the chains that kept appearing in the distance. These chains were blocked by the illusory light curtain. A passage appeared behind him, but he couldn't die yet. There's one more. Chapter 199 Increasingly Strong Opponents. Three Kings City. The Soul King was still sitting in the air, with a bag of snacks that had just been torn open in his hand. A crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of him, and the Death King walked out of it. Death, how is the situation? No, trump card. The Soul King instantly understood what the Death King meant. The one named Black Feather is the last powerful cultist on the planet. There are no more trump cards left, all are used up. The King of Death sat at the table, his behavior very stiff. He just grabbed a handful of snacks in his hand, stuffed them into his mouth and ate them. It's normal. The last one has been protected. The Soul King said lightly, destroying a city and a family under their eyes. Is this something that a heavenly being can do? There is no doubt that every action uses a large number of trump cards left by the evil gods. Just like the barrier that blocked the Death King this time. As for why the Death King is so sure, he is one of the few kings who has actually fought against the evil god. Moreover, it is an existence with the best qualifications and understanding. It is not surprising to understand any method. If there is no explanation, it may be because they cannot use it. Death, Ziye, how about it? The voice was relaxed, but there was movement on the Death King's stiff face. The light flashed in those dull eyes, not from joy, but from thinking. He should live and not take over hell. The Soul King nodded, yes, some sacrifices are unavoidable. How about that Tianlin? As he spoke, he threw the empty snack bag in his hand into the space prop. The Death King was silent for a long time this time, when the shadows reflected on the ground moved obviously. Can. Within a moment, two pieces of news came out. One is to bring Tianlin back and increase his authority to heavenly beings. The second is that everyone will no longer chase Black Feather, and the personnel protecting those target persons will be withdrawn, and the Death King will take charge personally. If there is blood flowing outside, he will do whatever it takes to find it. Shenyu Dai. Su Chongkong waved his long sword and kept fighting with the one-armed boy opposite. The strength used by both of them was very light, and they were just competing with each other in sword moves. But even so, the one-armed boy didn't last long. No more fighting. Gan Chuan sat directly on the ground, breathing heavily. Su Chongkong saw this and the long sword in his hand disappeared. Your moves are too complicated, too many but not precise. Not everyone is the same monster. Gan Chuan didn't reply, just recalled what happened to Ziye. It's no secret that Ye's cultivation techniques are many and complex. Most people think that they should practice a dozen or 20 disciplines, master them, and find their own way. But in reality only those at the top and those really close understand. How many skills has Ziye practiced? This can be related to how many things are in the Qianduo Duo ring. 2 unsolved mysteries. Seeing Gan Chuan in a daze, Su Chongkong silently shook his head. That monster and the others really can't learn from that. Suddenly, he remembered the craze of looking for Ziye's cultivation methods. Born with those 2 monsters, born in this era. I really don't know whether to say lucky or unlucky. The long sword in Su Chongkong's hand condensed again. He no longer had an ordinary sword, but only one made of condensed sword intent. My own sword. Keep going. After Su Chongkong finished speaking, Gan Chuan tried his best to stand up. In the confrontation with Su Chongkong, he gradually realized his own path. It's just a path, and what you think and hope for is too different. He really doesn't have any big ambitions. The confrontation started again, and what he had in his hand was just an ordinary iron sword. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. The college life of Ziye and others has also entered the second semester of their junior year. The management of Shenyu University is not strict, but there are regulations in senior year, which tasks need to be completed or corresponding papers submitted. Although it takes a whole year to prepare, it is still very nervous for most people. After all, a good task completion, an innovative paper, or some achievements. Any one of them is enough to change the life of a talented student here. Even the geniuses here have opportunities they long for but find it difficult to seize. But all this was for Ziye, who had just finished taking a bath and was lying on the sofa in the house. It's better to enjoy it. Relaxation in this short period of time is important. This kind of thing is completely out of his scope of consideration. Mission completion? When he went out to deal with the cultists, it was his most important task. Paper? The one I wrote in the alchemy palace at that time was the complete collection of basic alchemy. After he came out, he wrote another one and handed it in. Now it seems that it is almost regarded as the truth of the elixir system. As for results? The improved secret medicine and the created elixir, these 2 things are about to turn the world upside down outside. Besides, with his talent, strength, and background that has never had any sense of existence. Do you need this opportunity? Ziye looked at the ceiling as if in a daze. In fact, the 4 souls in the body have started fighting again. In the arena. Are you the cold genius? The skinny young man exuding a dark aura said as soon as he saw Ziye's appearance. In response, Ziye just waved his hand and released a sea of white fire. You have to pay the price for being arrogant. The young man's figure was covered in a sea of fire, but his voice still came out. There was a violent explosion in the middle of the sea of fire, and only the surface of the young man's body was visible. A layer of armor-like protection appeared, perfectly blocking the sea of fire. This is what our clan's innate skills are like. These tricks of yours are useless. Hurry up and show your true skills. As he spoke, his body flew high into the sky, but in the blink of an eye he saw the purple amber-like mist filling the sky. What? This sudden situation made him panic for a moment. The intelligence didn't mention this trick. But this thought ended in the next moment, because an arm penetrated directly through his chest. He looked down and saw that the forearm in front of him was cracked with part of the palm. Why can't my armor stop me? It was this question that made him lose his last chance. The neck was pierced, and consciousness instantly returned to the body. After being stunned for a while, he picked up the communicator. He conveyed the story of the indifferent genius, and the civilization he was in was quite developed and powerful. He himself also belongs to a family, but he is not the core. In fact, as the number of leaf battles increases, especially the winning rate approaches 100%. It has brought him a lot of reputation, and the matching range and lower limit of his opponents are getting higher and higher. If originally we only had to select opponents from hundreds of planets, now the number is increasing by multiples. The most significant effect of this is that at the beginning, the leaves will be matched with opponents they have encountered before. And now it is almost impossible for Ziye to meet someone he has met once. Chapter 200 Peach Blossom Tribulation. The quality is getting better and better. Ziye murmured, but this was just what he wanted. The opponents he encountered now were basically worthy of his secret skills. I believe that he will face his first failure soon. That's what he wanted. Because although he has divided his soul and transformed it, he can fight on his own and understand the skills. These two things can be done at the same time. But in terms of combat, the split soul has inherited some of his characteristics and will only focus on how to kill the opponent. Total disregard for damage. Use 5 elements Nirvana, a technique that kills 1000 enemies and damages 800, just use it. Although the increase in combat experience is good, Ziye knows that there can be more. There is only a close match, or even a hard fight. Only in this way can you maximize your experience. Ziye, hurry up and change your clothes. The banquet will start soon. Meng Meng came down from upstairs holding a tablet, which contained various clothing styles downloaded from the internet. This is a deliberate search. The clothes on Ziye can change the style at will. As long as there is data, any kind of clothes can be found. Okay. Ziye took a long breath as he sat up. At first, under Meng Meng's scrutiny, she controlled the clothes on her body to change into different styles one after another. Not until Meng Meng nodded. But there's nothing that can be done about it. After all, Ziye knows that he has no sense of aesthetics. There will be a lot of people at this banquet, otherwise it would only be a small team. He might even change into night clothes and go. Ziye, you haven't told me yet what this banquet will be like. Halfway through the change, Meng Meng's excitement about dressing up her lover subsided a little, and then she remembered this question. It's just a thank you banquet organized by some family forces to give Wushuan. Ziye looked down at his own clothes, feeling no different from usual. At this moment, Ziye suddenly thought of something again, and the expression on his face began to become subtle. As the saying goes, there is never a shortage of women around a child of luck, especially someone like Long Wushuan. Before becoming a child of luck, there were many luck lovers around me, but many of them had ulterior motives. So this time Long Wushuan asked them to go, whether there were other reasons, Ziye didn't know. But there is definitely the intention to use them to block the love. Meng Meng's eyes seemed to flash suddenly, and then she set off. Put a lot of melon seeds in the ring, special snacks for watching TV dramas. The two boarded the spaceship together after meeting up with the others. Inside the spaceship. On the surface, Ziye looks at the scenery outside, but in fact he is receiving combat experience. Mou was still lying on the table as before, looking uninspired. Meng Meng and Lang Rushuan used their mental power to whisper. And taking all this into account, the standard smile on his face never faded. We're here. Ziye saw the brightly lit island in the distance. This was the location of the thank you banquet, and the entire island was booked. So beautiful. The two girls have no ability to resist beautiful things. Mou also raised his head and glanced out the window, then let out a long yawn. Long Huashuan is here, let the spacecraft stop. Qian Duoduo immediately controlled the spacecraft to stop. Although he did not see Long Huashuan, the sensing device on the spacecraft did not respond. Ziye also hesitated for a moment, then realized it carefully, and then noticed Long Huashuan's aura a few seconds later. Looking through the window, he seemed to notice this gaze. I saw a space there causing fluctuations, and unexpectedly it turned into a piece of cloth and was caught in someone's hand. The cloth was lifted up, and what was underneath was Huashuan. This is a lot of good stuff. Ziye thought, a few seconds later. Long Huashuan walked in here and rushed directly to Qian Duoduo. Xiao Qian, you must help me. Ziye watched calmly when someone suddenly patted his arm and turned to look. A handful of melon seeds were handed over. Calmly eating melon seeds, things turned out as he expected. Even the peach blossom offense was even worse, so much so that Long Huashuan couldn't stay on the island for more than a minute. If it weren't for the order of the old man at home, he would have run away long ago. We have all become sons of fate, and if we haven't brought back one of them, then wouldn't we have been a son of fate in vain? That's pretty much what it means. Now that I knew they had arrived, I came over without stopping. Brother Long, there's nothing I can do about this matter. Qian Duoduo rarely rejected Long Huashuan. Mr. Long has already spoken. You can only rely on yourself, Brother Long. Thinking of the message I received a few hours ago, as a friend who has known Long Huashuan since childhood. His respect for Marshal Long is no less than that of anyone else, so it is naturally impossible to ignore what Elder Long means. After learning this cruel truth, Long Huashuan's painting style turned pale for a while. Half an hour later. The center of this party. Long Huashuan sat aside and drank in silence. He didn't like drinking, but now. Ziye spends this last quiet time with Wu Shuang here. Qian Duoduo handled this kind of banquet very skillfully and perfectly, and made a good impression among many forces like a fish in water. Mou, who rarely showed sobriety, was being looked at by many nymphomaniac-like eyes, both overtly and covertly. But after staring at these eyes for a long time, without exception, you will feel a coldness from the heart. Lang Rushuan didn't melt the cold expression on his face until all those eyes turned away from Mou. After she got what her father gave her, she had undergone earth-shaking changes. The first thing to bear the brunt is their strength. The 9 people have always been at the bottom in terms of strength, but now they have a lot of money. The second is alchemy. The path Lang Rushuan is taking now is different from that of ordinary alchemists. It is no longer about studying each pill one by one, but about a person as a whole. It may be due to the influence of Ziye et al. Now Lang Rushuan can be said to be a warrior version of a doctor. It's just that there has been no opportunity to perform. He withdrew his gaze and continued to wander around the banquet with Meng Meng. No one dared to disturb them. If there are people from some families or forces who dare to have other thoughts, the next moment, he will be crushed to death by powerful masters from all major families, including his own family. They don't want to ruin thousands of years of foundation because of one person. This is not alarmist. Just the newly added trump cards in Zizi's hand are enough to kill everyone on the island. If there is someone difficult to deal with, the Death King's token will be used. The entire human civilization needs to tremble 3 times. The stars in the night sky were flowing, and Long Huashuan was finally pushed out to face things he didn't want to face. In this regard, the few people in the team only had a handful of melon seeds in their hands. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.